Weights have been lifted. Sprints have been run. Preparation for today's game is history. It's time to get it done. You're listening on MichiganSportsRadio.com.
Winter finals will be here before you know it, and there's still a need for registered officials. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid. Welcome to 2023 as we pick up our winter sports season already in progress. While it seems like the fall season just wrapped up, winter championships will be here soon. So let's get you caught up on the whens and wheres for each of our sports. First is the Upper Peninsula Swimming and Diving Finals for both boys and girls on February 18th. And then it's on to Team Wrestling Finals on February 24th and 25th in Kalamazoo. And that's followed by Boys and Girls Skiing Finals February 27th. March is when the schedule really heats up. The competitive cheer finals will be March 2nd and 3rd this year, and those will be held at the McGurk Arena in Mount Pleasant. Girls and boys bowling finals will be held March 3rd and 4th, the same weekend as individual wrestling finals at Ford Field. Ice hockey drops the puck March 9th through 11th for semifinals and finals at USA Hockey Arena in Plymouth. Gymnastics finals are that weekend as well. Those will be held at Lakeland High School. And the Lower Peninsula Boys Swimming and Diving finals are also March 10th and 11th. Girls basketball invades the Breslin Center on March 16th for the start of 3 days of semifinals and finals action. Champions will be crowned on Saturday, March 18th. And then the boys move in the next weekend. Semifinal play starts March 23rd, and all four finals will be Saturday, March 25th. Both boys and girls basketball finals will be carried live on Bally Sports Detroit. For schedules, pairings, brackets, tickets, and streaming information, the best place to go is to the newly redesigned MHSAA.com. Everything that you need for our winter finals can be found there. Game balls this week go to Belding junior wrestler Jack Ward. He notched career win number 100 over the break, joining his older brother Mitchell and his dad/coach Art as 100-match winners at Belding. To Bedford's Victoria Gray, she scored 25 points in a 9-point win over South Lyon East in the Airport Showcase. Bedford is off to a 7-0 start this year in girls basketball. And to Montebello senior J.T. Smith. He went over the 1,000 career points mark in a win over St. Charles.
Need money for college? You need My Student Aid. My Student Aid is the go-to resource that helps Michigan families find money to pay for college. Plus, they'll guide you through the financial aid process and answer any questions you have. For grants, scholarships, and more, connect with My Student Aid, helping make college affordable for everyone. Learn more at michigan.gov/MIStudentAid.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with the MHSAA's Sam Davis.
If you've seen the movie Hoosiers, you know that a basketball rim is 10 feet above the ground. That's the same if you're in the gym at Beaver Island High School or at Little Caesars Arena. But what are the other court dimensions? To start, courts are typically 84 feet long, but can be up to 94 feet long. They're also 50 feet wide. The free throw line is 15 feet from the face of the backboard, and the high school three-point line is 19 feet 9 inches from the basket. Each hoop is a circle, 18 inches in diameter. The boys play with a basketball 29.5 inches in circumference. The girls play with one that's 28.5 inches in circumference. And believe it or not, 2 girl balls will go through a standard rim at the same time.
Thanks, Sam. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you are interested, go to the MHSAA website now to register. Sticking with officiating, since 2020, the number of registered officials in Michigan has fallen from more than 9,000 to less than 8,000. It's a dip that puts extra strain on our current officials. But for the fall 2022 season, the number of registered officials is more in line with where we were pre-pandemic, and things seem to be slowly trending up. The MHSAA has increased pay for postseason games and provided membership in the National Association of Sports Officials. Membership gives officials expanded insurance coverages, access to professional services and development, and a subscription to an MHSAA-focused referee magazine. But there's still a need for more. If you are interested, go to MHSAA.com and click on Officials for more information. Because without officials, it's just practice. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll see you next week.
To head over the timeline to Gable. Gable straight to the basket, elevates, slams it down over top of Orbaugh. Won't get it. Ryan dribbles to the corner, 15 seconds to go. Ryan, Vanderjack, up fake, launches a three. Good! Oh my goodness! Out to the point, Rosema, innocent space, shot scores! 2-goal lead for the Bulldogs, 4 unanswered. Giving on to Titus. Titus angles, pull-up shot for the lead. Good! Brady Titus, a scream to the heavens after he knocks it down. And hello everyone, and welcome to Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer, and welcome to the showcase. What an incredible day of basketball this is going to be, CT. We have all 4 games for you here with the 2 of us on the call all day here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. It's going to be incredible. We start with Detroit Catholic Central and Reeths-Puffer. We'll get into that a little bit more in just a moment, CT. But first off, you know, Chandler, we've done this event, of course, a couple times, a couple years now in the past as well. Did all of the events last year when they were at Cornerstone. We've moved to Aquinas College and the Sturrus Center this year. You know, Brandon Guyton and company put on an incredible event. Tell me a little bit about, kind of your excitement being back here. It's going to be a really terrific full day of really unique basketball.
Yeah, we've got to be a part of a few of these showcase type events the last couple seasons. Always cool to get these unique matchups that you maybe wouldn't normally see during a regular season. Get a bunch of teams out on a Saturday, and you get some east side, west side matchups going back and forth. A lot of talent all throughout the course of the day, and so really nonstop action from start to finish.
Yeah, back to our enhanced radio, as we call it, coverage today versus some of the video that we have been doing lately, Chandler. So with that, of course, you look at these matchups. They're going to be high-flying, fast. A lot of teams like to run quick, that like to press. They like to do some really unique things in the full court. That's going to be one of the main things that we're watching.
Yeah, I think you get a difference in styles a lot of times when you're talking teams from different sides of the state, just the difference in styles that creates, and then get to see them play out head-to-head when you normally would, and you get to see the give and take that goes along with that, how each of these teams respond to something that they don't normally see, and it's a good test for each of them.
And, of course, as I mentioned, we start with Reeths-Puffer and Detroit Catholic Central. Now, this is a game when you look at what these 2 teams bring to the table. Of course, Detroit Catholic Central is pulling off a huge win over Orchard Lake St. Mary's their last time out. Reeths-Puffer plays in the very difficult OK Green over along the lake shore, so they're pretty well tested. You can look at some of the talent that both these teams bring to the table. I think this is going to be one of, compared to some of the others, maybe one of the slower games, a little bit more of maybe the half-court style games. I'm interested to see what each team will actually try to run compared to some of the rest of the day, and what we are going to see for these 2 teams. And it's a big momentum booster for both these teams. They've both been around 500 squads early on. Of course, the difficult schedules they each play. I mean, in particular, Catholic Central, of course, playing in the Catholic League, and they picked up their first win of the year in the Catholic League by taking down Orchard Lake St. Mary's last time out. So that goes without saying is incredibly impressive. But you're looking at D2 talent, maybe even some borderline type D1 talent with these 2 teams. A lot of size, a lot of skill. It's an interesting matchup. It's one that I think a lot of people maybe have looked at the start of saying, we know what some of these other matchups are going to look like. This is the one that I'm not as sure about, and I think that's kind of my feeling as well. There's going to be a lot of unknowns that we're going to learn early on in this contest.
Yeah, I think so. I think you've got some size on both teams, some serious height, and both teams have a next-level talent that they're willing to utilize. They've got some playmakers. I think, we'll kind of see a give and take as far as neither team is known for a distinct style in terms of going really fast or really slow. So it's going to be a bit of a process of figuring out what this game is going to be played at.
Yeah, and Catholic Central certainly faster when you look at the season, general point averages. Catholic Central averaging just shy of 60 points per game on the year and giving up just shy of 60 points per game on the year. They're averaging 59.5, giving up 57.8, so that's more where they sit. Reeths-Puffer definitely a little bit more slower defensive base. They're scoring just under 53 points per game at 52.8 on the year, and they're giving up less than 50 right now in the season at 49.4. So they certainly want to be slower, more defensive-based. If they do go full-court defense, it'll be more kind of slow you down, trap styles versus maybe trying to speed up into a lot of steals and turnovers. So that's going to be some of the base things that we're watching. All right, we got a lot to get to here on the Bates Agency pregame show. Still, we're going to quick step aside, and, well, if you're new to Michigan Game Night, we're going to have a little bit of a feature coming up right here to show you some of the highlights or maybe their lowlights of some of what we do. We're a really kind of different sort of media company. Well, things have changed. We started as an internet radio company years and years ago, and it's amazing how media has continued to change in the last few years, and now here we are, of course, having to be on camera and all these sort of different things that have been added in. So we're going to quick step aside. We've got a lot more to get to. Reeths-Puffer, Detroit Catholic Central start the showcase in just a bit.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FIN.
Rather than just always relying on one player.
Yeah, Scott Bates Agency pregame show continues here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. CT, I think the next thing that you have to mention most notably in this contest is break me every time still. Every single time that happens, it gets me. The winners still go to the Heartland student section last year at the Breslin Center. Those guys win every time. Season. And we'll wrap up our broadcast with the Heinz Orthodontics smile of the game.
Yeah. Driver. Hi, I'm Chandler too.
Oh, wow.
We're going to leave this in.
All right.
This is staying in the show. He is Chandler Timmer. I am Nate Dreyer. This is what happens when you work together for 6 years. The names are one.
Where's one? Yeah.
Chandler Timmer, Nate Dreyer. Chandler Timmer, Nate Dreyer. Michigan Game Night, Tailgate Report. We clearly have to stop talking. I do at least. I will see you all. I see you too. Friday night, Granville, Wyoming. I think 6:30. We're on the air for that. Goodbye.
And Cam Regnerus has scoring report for the Panthers. 4 points thrown at that point guard position. Tough backcourt in general. Getting to some of those other pieces that we have out there. After 3 years, it finally almost came down on me. Good catch. I don't know what kid caught that, but that was a good catch. But regardless, a tough back.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA. Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car.
Hey, my car!
And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a Farmers agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
And welcome back. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here at the 2K22 Showcase and the Sturrus Center in CT. We got a really terrific day of basketball lined up. Detroit Catholic Central and Reeths-Puffer, of course, start our day. And with that, I think you can look at a lot of interesting things. Let's get into some of the key pieces that really make these two teams here on the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show. It started the Reeths-Puffer, the West Side team, defending the home, so to speak. And in this one, you look at a team that's 7-5 overall in the year. They beat Holland last night, a pretty dominant performance for them there. They're just above 500 now, 4-3 in the OK Green, which is, of course, a fairly tough conference. You have the likes, of course, of Muskegon. Zeeland West is led by some really good young players. Mona Shores. You have Zeeland East, fairly good talent over there. Of course, some top level players, of course, at Muskegon in particular. This is a team that they've got some good length. They've got some good athleticism. When you look at this team, it's going to really start, though, with Travis Ambrose. They're 6'8" junior. He's a D2 prospect. He already has offers from Northwood, Lake Superior State, and the like. But at 6'8", he's an athletic 6'8". He can slash some. He likes to turn his back to the basket. That is some of what they want to start with on a team that's very defensive-based in general. He helps defend the rim and get some interior scoring for Coach Nate Artema and Reeths-Puffer.
Yeah, he does a good job leading on the defensive side of the basketball. Also, he's versatile on the offensive end, has the size to play in the lane, can be a post player if they need it, but also can step out and play on the perimeter if the offense needs it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And alongside that, a team that's filled with a lot of good wings, a lot of good athleticism and scoring. Tate Vanderleest is a 6'4" senior. Jackson Whitaker, 6'3" junior. So they both kind of play the two guard, the wing. You can go into Antrell Jones and some of the other guards and options that they may have up and down this lineup. That really is, to me, what kind of stands out for Reeths-Puffer. Good size, good skill on the interior, and then just a ton of really good combo guards and wings that can kind of allow you to do different things and find who has the hot hand one night or the other to lead the way. And they have shown a fairly balanced scoring approach.
Yeah, it definitely helps when you've got multiple guards like that you can keep fresh on the floor. You can rotate through. You've got multiple guys that can play some serious minutes and continue to give you a threat. They can play solid defensively, have the ability to score as well. I think looking at Jackson Whitaker, who potentially run the point quite a bit. He's a guy that can knock down some big shots as well, leading this offense.
Detroit Catholic Central, the Shamrocks, 6-6 overall in the year, 1-3 within the Catholic League. They just beat Orchard Lake St. Mary's, though, which of course is easier said than done to say, at least for head coach Brandon Sanawi. You look at this team, again, skill and size comes to the forefront. And really, you've got good guards in terms of the smaller guards and playmakers, but they've got a lot of shot creators, a lot of size on the wing. TJ Nadeau, the 6'4" junior, he's one that really, of course, comes to the forefront. We saw him last year. Terrific shot creator, three-point shooter, slasher. I think Nadeau really is going to be the start of a lot of what this team wants to do. We can get into Josh Ross and some of their other, power forward and other options they have, but Nadeau, both running the point, playing on the wing at 6'4", is really where the offense is going to start.
Yeah, I think he's the guy that can kind of take a game over when they need it. He's the guy that can do a little bit of everything, whether that's create his own shot, whether that's knock down some open looks when he gets them, and it gets fed from his teammates, and has that size as well. That can play some versatile positioning as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 100% on. Mentioned Josh Ross, 6'4" senior. He's got a lot of D3 offers. He's going to be the power forward in the center. It is the one thing about this, and they have Joseph Nasco, who's a 6'9" senior. I don't know how much we'll necessarily see him out there in terms of the starting lineup and what he may do, but likely Reeths-Puffer a little bit of a size advantage on the interior, but it's size across the board for DCC, winning kind of the rest of the positions, having an inch or two, which is where they'll find their advantage. It does turn into more of a grinding man-on-man type of game.
Yeah, I think that's where it's going to be interesting. Each of these teams trying to take advantage of where they've got the size a little bit. If you go strictly based in the lane and in the painted area, look for Reeths-Puffer to try to take advantage there. But when you've got taller guards with some more height, I think that's where DCC is going to have a little bit of advantage. See if they make an effort to get those guys involved more underneath the basket, or if they're going to be able to use that more to attack and slash to the basket.
This is the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show. And by the way, Scott Bates is your local Granville, Jenison, and Hudsonville Farmers Insurance agent, and is a great great longtime supporter of Game Night and offers business insurance, auto, homeowners coverage, and more. So make sure you give Scott a call today at 616-531-3441 or stop at the agency located at 3181 Prairie Street Southwest in Granville. Game Night also presented by Centennial Securities, who is a community service-focused, locally owned investment firm with strong Midwestern values. Since the day they opened their doors in 1978, Centennial has and will continue to recognize that it's not prudent to take a one-size-fits-all approach to investing. So make sure you check out Centennial Securities online at centennialsec.com. 7 minutes or so, as you can see on the scoreboard, at the base of our enhanced radio coverage graphic for this one, Chandler, until we get underway. Detroit Catholic Central gone back to their locker room. Reeths-Puffer wrapping up some of their warm-ups as we're getting closer to getting this one underway courtside here at the Sturrus Center. Going to be a terrific day of basketball. 4 games. We're here all day for them. Do we survive to the end of the day? That's the question that is mostly up there. If you tuned in last year, mostly when we were doing 6 games, and also mostly when we did 6 games and he left me alone for one, and then I almost died at the end of the day and couldn't talk for 2 weeks straight. We're hoping that doesn't happen today. It's only 4. I think we'll be able to get that done, and he's here for the whole day. So that is going to be a really fun one. And all the other matchups today. I mean, Unity Christian, Detroit, Martin Luther King. If you know about Martin Luther King, if you know about Unity Christian, you know the styles and how they kind of are similar from time to time. That will be fun. Edison, South Christian, that's going to be an absolute track meet. And then the last game of the day, Rockford and Grand Blanc. Grand Blanc, of course, team that's been to the state championship game for back-to-back years, won it 2 years ago. R.J. Taylor, the terrific Mr. Basketball, probably front-runner in a lot of cases leading the way, but this is a Rockford team that's really good. They're hitting their stride. They had a huge win last night against the Granville Bulldogs, a team that we cover throughout most of our season, so they're starting to ramp up their play as well, and it could be a real good jumping off point. We got 4 great games, and we're here till what, probably 10 o'clock, and it's 3 right now, so we've got a long, long day ahead of us still. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back here from Aquinas.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm, and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
you've got squirrels in your engine, and they chew through the wiring.
And it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car.
My car!
And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
And welcome back courtside here at the showcase. And the Sturrus Center, Nate Chandler with you. About 2.5 minutes to get this thing underway. Let's kind of get into some of the keys to the game, Chandler, for Detroit Catholic Central. I think they're looking at a game where if they have a chance to get out and run a little bit more, show off the offense, in particular, if they can get guys like TJ Nadeau creating on the perimeter, of course, Uchenna Mena as well, just shifty, explosive guards that can score from deep as well. They're looking at that perimeter game far more in terms of where I think they have a chance to be deadly, even if they kind of get man-on-man sort of matchups out there and ISO sorts of moments. On their side, I think Reeths-Puffer, you're looking at, they're going to have a little bit of a post-size advantage. They want to slow the game down a ton. They want to grind through that nature likely. So I think that's where it's going to be. It's a little bit pace-related, but mostly it's where are these teams looking to score and looking to run their offense through that'll kind of dictate both sides of the floor.
Yeah, I think DCC, when you've got some bigger guards that are able to run in transition, handle the basketball. You've got multiple guys that you can run. When you've got numbers, I think they've got the opportunity to push the pace there a little bit. They've also, as you said, got some size to shoot around the perimeter as well. So I think look for them to take advantage of that. Reeths-Puffer, when you've got the size advantage down low, I think you really need to work on your possession, get some setup so that you can get the basketball down low and feed it from there. And you can always kick it out. You've got some guys that can knock down some shots from the outside. Don't have to strictly play in the painted area, but when you've got that size, you got to try to at least utilize it.
Such a big game, in particular for the Shamrocks, talking about the difficult schedules these teams have the rest of the season. Kind of a good midseason. Of course, on the west side of the state, the OK Conference, we're right at the midpoint right now. So I think a really, really good opportunity for, an ability to try to get that momentum coming down the stretch, and that's exactly where I think you're going to be looking at in these games. Play your style, see if you can get some momentum, and then the really difficult matchups that are coming up down the stretch after that are going to be front of mind. All right, we're reaching the end. I actually do not know yet if we're doing national anthem for all the games or what the plan is, so we're going to kind of stay with you a little bit here on the Bates Agency pregame show until we know for sure. And this looks like I think we're going to go right. Potentially, no, we're going to do the anthem. We're going to do the anthem, it looks like. So, with that, thanks for tuning in to the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show. We're going to step aside. We'll be right back.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast. And that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
To everyone who loves great food, let us make you a meal the Wisconsin way.
We cook each butter burger to order for you and the people you love, so it's the best part of your day.
The best.
The best.
And every creamy scoop of fresh frozen custard, pure happiness.
Pure happiness.
Pure happiness. Because where Culver's comes from.
And the heart of America's Dairyland.
Our love.
Our love for fresh food is as strong as our love for all of you.
From Wisconsin with love.
Welcome to Delicious.
Yeah.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Thank you. And welcome back to Aquinas. Nate Chandler with you here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. Reeths-Puffer and Detroit Catholic Central ready to start off our first game of the day-long 2K23 showcase here courtside at Aquinas College and the Sturrus Center. Of course, thanks to Brandon Guyton and everyone who helps put on this great event year after year. Always love to get to be a part of it, and certainly that can be said for this year one more time on this MGN Game of the Week, except it's MGN Game of the Week times 4 today in this one. Detroit Catholic Central and all of the East Side teams are going to be the road team in uniform and on scoreboard, but I suppose it's going to say the name of the team up there as well. And then the Rockets, Reeths-Puffer, and the rest of those teams will be home today. For Detroit Catholic Central, under head coach Brandon Sanawi, they will be starting the 6-foot junior guard Uchenna Amena, along with the 6'4" senior forward Josh Ross. The senior 5'10" wing Derek Lee Jr. gets the start, and also in the backcourt they will have the 6'4" junior guard TJ Nadeau and the junior guard Sam Howard gets the start today for the Shamrocks. So DCC going through their introductions. Again, you can see Chandler, it's that same talking point. They are long and they are athletic at all positions.
Yeah, they are. Don't have they're currently on the floor. They've got some guys on the bench with some serious height, but the lineup that they're starting right now don't have a serious post threat that they're going to have as a traditional center, but when you've got size across the board, 1 through 5, it really allows them to do a lot of different things offensively and defensively.
Yeah, absolutely. Reeths-Puffer going through their introductions right now. We'll get some of the starters off of that as they go. They will be starting the 6'3" junior Jackson Whitaker. So Whitaker, that terrific junior, gets the start.
He's 5'11", number 12, Mr. E.J. Jones.
E.J. Jones, this 5'11" senior, also gets the start for head coach Nate Artema and the Rockets. Of course, Travis Ambrose, the big 6'8" junior that's got a ton of D2 offers and really is a unique player inside and out at his size. Travis Ambrose gets the start for the Rockets. Braden Mitchelson, the 6'4" sophomore power forward, gets the start. Another young, big player on the inside at the 4 spot. And lastly, Kyle Schlaff, the senior guard, gets the start for Reeths-Puffer. So Whitaker, Jones, Ambrose, Schlaff, and Mitchelson start for Reeths-Puffer. Reeths-Puffer and the Rockets in the home white uniforms. Numbers in green, trimmed down the side in green. Detroit Catholic Central, the traveling royal blue uniforms, numbers, trimming, and lettering all in white. Rockets across the chest of Reeths-Puffer. Shamrocks on an angle in script for DCC. Ball is up and right to left across your radio dial. The Rockets will have control with Kyle Schlaff. Schlaff, top of the key, keeping a left-hand dribble. Defending him is Amena. Throws left wing to E.J. Jones, the senior guard, reaching past top of the key to the sophomore Mitchelson. He'll swing it around into the corner, reaching with the passes. Ambrose down to the right block for Mitchelson and back up top as he'll exit around. Jones with a little bit of space, top of the key, up fake and handoff with the right hand to Mitchelson, who will curl across. Back to Jones, right wing. Jones, corner, Schlaff, up fake, defended by Nadeau, drives to the right elbow and pulls it out to the arc where he is cut off. 7:24 in the first. Left wing for Jones. Up top and swung right wing to Jackson Whitaker. Right corner to the big guy, Travis Ambrose. Tries to work baseline, cut off, feeds right side. Catch and shoot 3 from the sophomore Mitchelson. Low angle shot, no good off the connector. Rebound right corner to a driving Jackson Whitaker. His right hand floater is good. And a rebound down to a streaking Uchenna Amena. And after a minute, DCC gets their first possession. Right wing, TJ Nadeau, triple try, spins out, rebound along the baseline, secured by Whitaker, and Reeths-Puffer to run. Whitaker throws right corner to Schlaff, up fake, dribble drive, baseline, walks into a triple team right block, feeds for Jones right wing. Jones working with the Amena defense, crowding all over him, handoff for Schlaff, top of the key, working, and swings it around, left corner, catch and shoot three, Jackson Whitaker, down the hatch, good. First points of the game, 3-0, Reeths-Puffer with 6.5 to go in the first. Grinding long possessions from Reeths-Puffer early, like we expected.
Yeah, a minute on the first one, couple looks offensively, that time a little bit quicker into a shot, but still executing their offense and finding an open three.
Right wing, Uchenna Amena launches a three and splashes it down, and we're knotted at 3 with 6:15 in the first. DCC going to bring a little bit of full court pressure here, and a man variety angling up the right side of the floor. E.J. Jones on the carry, stopped in the backcourt, double team engulfs him, throws left side to the sophomore Mitchelson, and the whistle and the 10-second violation is out. Great full court pressure from DCC. I don't think Reeths-Puffer was fully set up and ready for that sort of full court pressure to come on, and certainly caught them in their junior guard Jones out of position.
Yeah, the Shamrocks late showing some of that pressure look, and the Rockets, the rest of the team not looking back to try to help their point guard out there.
Sorry, senior guard Jones driving to the basket. Nice feed onto Uchenna Amena, and he with a reverse layup with the right, able to score. 5 points for Amena and a 5-3 lead for DCC. Right corner, Schlaff, triple try, running down the floor, no good off the back rim. Rebound to Ambrose, spiked down the floor, to a side scrum, and a held ball is called. And on the alternating possession, it will go with the Shamrocks. 5:36 in the first, 5-3. The early lead for DCC over Reeths-Puffer. Reeths-Puffer going to show a little bit of full court pressure. Kyle Schlaff wiping off the bottom of his shoes, bouncing into TJ Nadeau over the timeline, who hands off on underhand feed to Uchenna Amena. Right wing for Nadeau, to the top of the key, nice feed. Hits the cutter, Derek Lee Jr. He's rejected at the rim. Schlaff will run it out the other way. Feed to Ambrose, spins in the lane, right hand layup, good. Reeths-Puffer working with a little bit of pace in there within 1, 5-4. Sorry, we're tied at 5, my bad. All the way down the floor, Nadeau. Trial to the right, rolls out. Rebound onto a sprinting Braden Mitchelson. Here's the lanky 6'4 sophomore for Reeths-Puffer to set it up top and feeds it right in front of the timeline for Schlaff in a game that's slowing down just a little bit after a lot of frantic action the last few minutes. A little over 3 minutes gone. Schlaff cut off left elbow, hand off for a curling Travis Ambrose. Stops free throw line. Whole bunch of defense on him. Exit pass left side. Catch and shoot three. Whitaker down the hatch. A couple of triples for Jackson Whitaker. He's got 6, and it's 8-5 Reeths-Puffer with 4.5 in the first.
Yeah, Whitaker able to move off the ball, find himself in the wing. Once he gets that pass, quick trigger to get that shot up in his second three of the night.
Josh Ross stripped by Jackson Whitaker. Whitaker runs it out behind the defense, elevates, delayed right-hand layup, finger roll good, 10-5 Reeths-Puffer. And in particular, good start for Whitaker. Full court pressure brought on by Reeths-Puffer, and Schlaff will foul Nadeau in the backcourt. A lot of action working very quickly in this one. Tyvia Williams will check in for Schlaff, will take a seat off that first foul of the contest, but pace of the game a little surprised me. I was expecting something more grinding. They've been going back and forth early, and in particular, Reeths-Puffer been turning some defense and offense and moving quickly down the floor.
After a very long first possession, they've really turned it up.
Amena left elbow, step back three, got a friendly rattle off the front rim. Amena has got 7, and DCC has 7. It's 10-7 game. All the way on the floor, Whitaker feeds Ambrose, drives, right hand layup, good, and a foul. Tough one through contact for Travis Ambrose, and he's got one more coming up, 12-7 game, as Ambrose drives hard to the rack, and DCC picks up their first foul of the contest.
Yeah, early on, Ambrose doing a nice job of running the court, and once they're getting out and running a little bit, he's going right down the middle of the lane, showing his hand so he can get the basketball.
Ambrose able to knock it down, complete the three-point play. He's got 5, and kind of the two guys we expect to see. Whitaker, Ambrose doing it all early on, 13-7 lead for Reeths-Puffer. Top of the key, handoff Nadeau, swings left side to Amena, looked at the basket, drives, left-hand pass off the leg of Ambrose, swung onto the corner, catch and shoot three from the lefty. Sam Howard misses it all, and a putback down low is good. Great work by Derek Lee Jr. in the lane to get the little putback dish home, and it's a 13-9 game. Reeths-Puffer the lead, but trapped is Jones. Exit pass just in front of the timeline to Braden Mitchelson, and Coach Artemo wants a timeout, and he will get a quick 30-second timeout. 3.5 to go in the first. 13-9 Reeths-Puffer, and a game that definitely has been a little bit quicker in terms of general pace than we may have expected to see in this one. The Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the city's rich sports history by honoring prominent West Michigan athletes and those who have contributed greatly to sports on a local, state, or national level. The GRS HUF also presents annual events in support of West Michigan athletics and raises funds to support local youth organizations and charities. Follow the Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame on Facebook and check out pictures and biographies of all 181 inductees at GRSHOF.com. Definitely have to work on catching your breath. By the way, Devin Lee, the sophomore wing for DCC, is in, but a game that has been different on the tempo scale than I think either of us were maybe expecting in this one to some extent, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. The Rockets being able to move out and get in transition, run the floor, use some of that size for Ambrose in the transition game is something we didn't expect.
And the Rockets, a team that plays a lot of, kind of 52 to 49 type contests. They have it front court. Whole bunch of defense from TJ Nadeau on E.J. Jones. Jones throws in front of the timeline to Whitaker. He's trapped. Nearly loses it. Races away from a pair of defenders to the free throw line. Underhand handoff, Tyvia Williams. Williams throws left block to Ambrose. Scoop shot, falls short. Rebound down to a sprinting Detroit Catholic Central. On to Amena. Left wing three. He traveled before he let it go, and it goes back Reeths-Puffer's way. 3:04 in the first. 13-9. Marvin Moore, the sophomore guard, will check in for Reeths-Puffer here. But the pace right now continue to be up, and I think both teams are making some mistakes out of the pace. 2-2-1, three-quarter court trap set up from DCC. Near side, moving right to left. Whitaker still in the backcourt. Nice skip feed over the timeline to the sophomore Moore. He'll step inside the arc, launch an 18-foot left wing three, or a long two. Misses short off the front rim. Rebound to Nadeau, thrown over the timeline to a sprinting Amena. Back on to Nadeau. Left wing, deep three. No good front rim. Rebound poked around, came into the hands of Josh Ross. He'll lay it off the window, and Catholic Central is within a score. 13-11 with 2.5 in the first. They bring that trap back out. Whitaker throws over the timeline to Tyvia Williams. It's out of his reach and out of bounds and out of this part of the building through the door, and it'll go back DCC's way on the turnover. Again, both teams almost running too fast for their own good. The game has certainly picked up that pace, and both teams are kind of just following each other in that regard.
Yeah, I've seen turnovers going both directions. Rockets having some issues there, trying to get a long pass over top of the pressure, too far down the floor, and a turnover for the Shamrocks.
Feed to Nadeau, right block, right corner. Catch and shoot three on the way. Good. Devin Lee, the sophomore wing, knocks it down from triple range and gives DCC their first lead of the contest, 14 in a while, 14-13. Near side, here's the sophomore Marvin Moore, throws over the timeline to Williams. Williams lobs down low for Mitchelson. Two-hand feed, got the friendly touch and goes home. Sophomore Braden Mitchelson on the board, and Reeths-Puffer right back on top, 15-14. The game that will not stop, just under 2 minutes to go in the first. Amena top of the key, he's got 7, throws Nadeau left wing. Lanky junior guard drives across the floor, right corner on to Lee. Lee drives right block, and a blocking foul is called, trying to draw the offensive foul from the sophomore Mitchelson. That's his first foul and the second on the team. Asher Swardini and Kyle Schlaff will check in for their respective teams right here. Swardini, a 5'8" freshman for DCC, and TJ Nadeau will be the one to get the break right here for Coach Sinali. 1:42 in the first, 15-14 Reeths-Puffer. Right corner inbound, Devin Lee, the sophomore, works his way out right wing and kicks it right corner back onto Amena. Amena, top of the key, Ross, stutter step, angles down the left side of the lane, jump stop, two-hand feed, good. Able to splash that one down from close, and Ross puts DCC back on top, 16-15. Full court trap is on. Whitaker, trap near side, throws all the way across the floor through the outstretched arm of Marvin Moore, out of bounds. DCC back onto it. They have upped the pace of the game, the Shamrocks have, and up to even more turnovers as they've gone to the full court trap.
As soon as they get that trap on, the Rockets trying to get the long pass over the top of it. It's just not working right now. They're unable to hit the spot. It's led to some turnovers and out of bounds.
Left wing, pull-up triple, Amena off the mark, rebound to the sprinting Tyvia Williams, the senior, over the timeline, loses it with a bit of a sidestep dribble to Devin Lee. Lee all the way to the basket, flips the hands free from a late charging defender and scores off the window. 18-15 with 54 seconds in the first. Good work from Lee, the sophomore, with 5 off the bench. Full court trap, bugging Reeths-Puffer again out of nowhere from behind. A pass to the near side is knocked out of bounds by Asher Swardini, the freshman guard. It'll stay in the backcourt here with the Rockets. They move right to left, near side inbound. And Marvin Moore, the sophomore guard, to throw it in. Lobbed over the timeline to a sprinting Williams. Williams all the way to the right block, feeds left corner. Whitaker, catch and shoot three with space. Off the back rim, no good. DCC to run. Tic-tac-toe pass to the basket. Right-hand shot, good. And a foul for Uchenna Amena. He's got one more coming up the line, and he can already get into double digits, and already a 20-15 lead for DCC. And a high-flying contest. Travis Ambrose will check in along with Sadiq here for DCC.
Amena somehow able to maintain control of the basketball. Looked like on the pass he was already starting to lose control, but still somehow able to get it and go up, get the shot and everything to go. It was a hot pass coming as he was trying to run the 2-on-1 break.
Howard also back into the game. At the line, right-hand free throw, good. Able to splash it down, and terrific work continues for Amena. He's in a double-digit scoring. Full court press on, inbound pass from Antrell Jones is blocked and stolen by DCC. Feed to the corner, Sam Howard is fresh on the floor. Right side, catch and shoot three, Swardini, the freshman, right down the hatch, good. 24-15 Catholic Central. The Shamrocks going on a run here as they've brought the pressure up. And the backcourt spiked away. The charging Antrell Jones got to Schlaff over the timeline. Whitaker feeds right block. Ambrose, two-hand feed, good off the window. We go inside 10 seconds in the first. Amena, nice move, splits a pair of defenders, drives to the basket, right-hand clutch shot, blocked, but a foul. And Amena with 0.5 on the first quarter clock will go to the line, 24-17 DCC. I think this is now the fastest-paced game we've seen all year long. The running certainly has been at a higher level than I was expecting. Especially, again, Reeths-Puffer, a team that has 52 to 49 games on average. What they've instead done to run just as much as DCC. They also have been, of course, sped up by the press. Amena hits the first free throw. It's 25-17. He has 11 already in this contest. One more for Uchenna Amena, 6-foot junior. Just a super athlete. You can see it on the drive. He can shoot well as well. He's able to hit both the line again right there. 26-17. Full court pressure comes on. Inbound to Ambrose, and at the horn, Ambrose fires a three-quarter court shot that misses wide to the left. And we've reached the end of one. 26-17. DCC over Reeths-Puffer. We'll be right back.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
A sense of purpose, a higher calling. At Dean Transportation, we call it our passion. It's simply who we are. 60 years of pioneering the best health and safety standards because safe student transportation is essential. We are hard-working folks, connecting children to learning, schools to our communities, and you to a better career. Want to make your community a better place? We'll put you in the driver's seat. Join the Dean family today and help to connect our kids to brighter futures.
All right, welcome back to the Sturrus Center. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you. Wild first one, CT, 26-17. Catholic Central on pace to go for 100 points plus because this game has been absolute chaos for the first quarter.
How we started off, some slow grinding possessions, maybe one or two, and then from there, things just ramping up. The Shamrocks throwing on some pressure. It's led to fast breaks going both directions and just a lot of action.
Jackson Whitaker with 8. He's got it for the Rockets. He leads all scoring. Throws Schlaff. Right wing is Reeths-Puffer in the home white uniforms. Get to open up the second quarter play with the ball. Feed left corner for Jones. Out of his reach from Antrell Jones. trying to find EJ, and it will go DCC's way once more. 26-17, Reeths-Puffer, the home white uniforms, green letters, numbering, and trimming. The royal blue traveling uniforms for Detroit Catholic Central. Drive from Amena, dump pass Ross. Left block out of his reach, taken by a streaking Schlaff, who stopped in the backcourt and throws it with two hands left side over the timeline to Whitaker. Step back three, left corner, spins home. 360 and down for Whitaker. He's got 11, and DCC sprinting back the other way. Ross to the basket, two-hand feed, 360, rolls out but a foul, and Josh Ross will go to the line and shoot a couple here for the Shamrocks. 7:21 in the second, 26-20. That foul is on Travis Ambrose. Check that they're actually going to call the foul on E.J. Jones. So it's 12, not 21. So foul on E.J. Jones, and that is the team's 5th foul. Braden Mitchelson, the sophomore, comes back in for Reeths-Puffer as Antrell Jones will take a seat. 7:21 in the second, and Ross with one more coming after he missed the front end. Ross, 6'4", senior forward, power forward center, able to hit it. Ross now with 5 points. It's 27-20 game, 7:20 to go in the second. Throw in front of the timeline to a leaping Kyle Schlaff. Bounce pass over the mark to Whitaker. Whitaker tries to hit a streaking Ambrose for an alley-oop. Goes off his left hand, out of bounds, and Detroit Catholic Central takes over one more time.
Yeah, once Rockets able to break the pressure, had the 2-on-1 with Whitaker and Ambrose, but not quite on the same page there as the timing a little bit off as Ambrose is going towards the basket. The pass out of his reach.
Ross working triple threat, top of the key, steps around the defender, Euro step, right hand shot, blocked from behind by Ambrose, and Reeths-Puffer to take it the other way. Kyle Schlaff fouled at center court by Ushena Amena. That is the 3rd foul on the Shamrocks of the half. 6:54 in the second quarter, 27-20. DCC the lead over Reeths-Puffer early in this one. Rockets moving right to left. The sophomore Mitchelson throws over the timeline to Whitaker. Whitaker with 11 points early, dumps it all the way across the floor to a leaping Ambrose, who saves it in bounds onto a leaping E.J. Jones. Jones, though, steps out of bounds on his attempt to save it. And again, Reeths-Puffer working a little too quick. You see Kyle Schlaff in the backcourt saying, slow it down, boys, making the motion along with it. Because DCC has got Reeths-Puffer working at a speed they are just not comfortable in, even though they're only down 7.
Yeah, that's what the pressure can do to you, even if you're able to break it, and even when you get into your half court, sometimes the timing is still just going to be sped up a little bit because you're used to having to try to beat the pressure that they've been throwing at you.
TJ Nadeau, right corner with space, 3, rattles it home. And Nadeau finally on the board with 3, and back up 10, 30-20 for DCC. Full court pressure on, out of the make. Mitchelson, the sophomore, trap, skip pass, right side, E.J. Jones, throws it 2 hands all the way into the right corner to Whitaker. Whitaker across the floor, Ambrose, left corner, catch and shoot, 3, splash! 10 points for Travis Ambrose, 30-23, and that's a pretty textbook idea on how to beat the pressure right there into a bucket. TJ Nadeau, right corner, catch and shoot, 3, spins out for Derek Lee Jr. Reeths-Puffer on the run here with Schlaff, angles up the left side of the floor over the timeline, low feed to Jones, ripped away from a defender. E.J. Jones to the basket, reverse layup, blocked by Ross, out of bounds, stays with the Rockets. 5:50 in the second, 30-23. Tyvia Williams checks back in for Reeths-Puffer, and Coach Artema right here as the sophomore Mitchelson will take a seat. Here Coach Artema barking out calls in the background right now as he works his way out there. Baseline left inbound here for Schlaff. We haven't had many baseline inbounds in this game. That's part of the pace that we've seen. Lobs it all the way up top in front of the timeline to the high-reaching 6'8" junior Ambrose. Ambrose splits a pair of defenders, top of the key. Pull up Jay, right elbow, splash. Tough basket for Ambrose. He has 12. Just used that size to climb a defender and knocked it down. Rockets back within 5.
Yeah, that's some of the size that we talked about early on in the pregame with Ambrose. He's going to have that mid-range pull-up. He's got the size over most of the starting lineup for the Shamrocks.
Amena, pass left corner, poked out of bounds by a reaching Braden Mitchelson. Sophomore Asher Swardini checks back in for DCC as Devin Lee will take a seat. Left side inbound, Derek Lee Jr. to throw it in. Got it in front of the timeline to Amena. Backing and bumping into Tyvia Williams. Dump pass, free throw line Ross. Fakes a handoff, then gives it on to Amena. Stutter step, left elbow. Throws right side for the freshman Swardini. Back up top for TJ Nadu. Defended by Schlaff. Jab, angle drive, spin into the lane. Nadu down the right side. Tough floater. Off the window. No. Follow. Put back. Good. Uchenna Amena has 14 on a really heady play right there. 32-25. Rockets trying to beat the pressure. Schlaff defended backcourt by Nadu. Right-hand dribble, throws over the timeline, batted back in his face by Derek Lee. There's the 10-second violation, second one forced of the game by the Shamrock press, and it goes back the other way. This is as good of a press as I've seen this year. We've seen a few teams that run them in our coverage. This is a very, very good press against a team that's got several ball handlers as well.
Yeah, the Rockets still trying to come up with something. You can see Kyle Schlaff talking to the rest of his teammates. They're saying he needs some help. He can't get out of that on his own. He needs somebody to cut back towards him so he has an outlet to try to avoid that.
Schlaff takes seat as Whitaker's back out there. Dump pass to the block to Ross. Spin around floater over top of Ambrose is good. Really tough basket right there for Ross. It's 34-25 with 4.5 in the second. Near side into Tyvia Williams. Back to the freshman Mitchelson in front of the baseline. Trying to direct some traffic. Nadu on him. Throws left side to Whitaker, but a foul on TJ Nadu on the reach before the pass up the floor. Third team foul, and that is the first foul on Nadu. 4.5 in the second. Just in front of the scorer's table, moving right to left. Thrown in from the sophomore to the big man Ambrose. Right corner for Tyvia Williams. Williams lobs across left side. Catch and shoot three. Mitchelson off the mark, big time, strong for the sophomore. Rebound ripped down, and Derek Lee Jr. to run. Lee Jr. all over the basket. Tough fader over top of the defender. Good with a spin. 4 for Derek Lee Jr. This entire team is scoring for DCC right now. 4 minutes in the second, 36-25. Ambrose able to beat the pressure on the feed, but it goes through his hands into the DCC bench, and Reeths-Puffer needs a timeout to settle this game down. The Rockets are getting charged, or sorry, the Shamrocks getting charged up right now as well. Exactly halfway through the second, Shamrocks by 11. We'll be right back.
Bowling is a great time that combines great friends, football, and bowling. Compete against your friends or family, throwing a football at 10 real bowling pins. You can bring in your own food, or they have a pair of 45-foot bars featuring soft drinks and adult beverages. Visit foldingwarehouse.com, Grand Rapids, to reserve your lanes.
Founded in 1969, J&H Family Stores has grown from a single tank truck to over 50 convenience store locations in West Michigan. Our locations offer a variety of fuel options ranging from Exxon, Mobil, Marathon, and Citgo. At many of our stores, you'll also be pleased to find a Tim Hortons or Subway. Find the location near you by visiting myjhfamilystores.com. There's one in your neighborhood.
And welcome back. Nate and Chandler with you here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio from the Sturrus Center. It is the 2K23 Showcase. DCC leads Reeths-Puffer 36-25 in a game that has been simply wild, CT, to say the least right now.
Yeah, it has been lots of running back and forth as the Shamrocks continue to create some havoc with the pressure that they're throwing. The Rockets have failed to consistently been able to break that. They've had lots of turnovers, still trying to come up with how they can draw up to escape the pressure that they're seeing right now.
Out of the timeout, there's a bit of a discussion with Asher Swardini. It looks like he had some sort of maybe jersey issue or something that they were discussing with Coach Sanawi about. So a bit of a quick substitution change as Josh Rube, the junior guard, will have to come in instead of the freshman Swardini. As the Rockets out of the timeout will get it moving left to right. They're in the traveling royal blue uniform. Shamrocks and script on an angle across the chest in white. 3:56 second quarter. Uchenna Amena, 14 points in this one. Crossover, top of the key. Handoff, left side. Catch and shoot three. Sam Howard, no good off the connector. Leaping rebound to a skying Jackson Whitaker. He's going to run. Whitaker spins over the timeline. Stops top of the key, defending by Derek Lee Jr. Skips it, right elbow. Ambrose. Fakes a handoff, dumps a pass to the right side to Whitaker. Angles to the free throw line, takes out behind the arc, throws it two hands, left side to Tyvia Williams. Entry pass down left block, Ambrose turns the back, lost the handle, rolling ball down to the left corner for Williams, given up top for Whitaker with space, launches a three, rattles out against the late closeout, rebound down to the sophomore Mitchelson, who lays it in with a quick little bunny hop on the right, 36-27. Reeths-Puffer within single digits with 3:11 in the second. Uchenna Amena to the basket, offensive foul. Good job by Tyvia Williams to draw it, and the Rockets take over. So coming out of the timeout. Pretty good work right here by the Rockets on both ends of the floor. That'll be the 4th team foul on DCC. Couple of substitutions for both teams coming up as Swardini and Nadeau in for DCC, and Schlaff comes in for Reeths-Puffer. 3:08 second quarter, 36-27, and DCC about to bring the full court press in a 2-2-1 variety again. An aggressive full court 2-2-1 here. Inbounded near side to Tyvia Williams. Throws up over the timeline, poked out of bounds by TJ Nadeau into his own bench, and it'll be a front court inbound for the Rockets. Left side, Whitaker to trigger in. Jackson Whitaker, 6'3", junior guard, peering and looking on the inbound. Got it in front of the timeline to Schlaff. Handoff back on Whitaker. Whitaker drives, right corner, handoff. Mitchelson, he was popped in the face, able to regather himself, feed it left corner for a driving Tyvia Williams. Williams cut off left, blocking a double team, throws right corner with space. Jackson Whitaker, triple try off the back rim, no good. Races to his own rebound, drives basket, Euro step, reverse layup, good. Great effort by Whitaker. He's got 13. It's 36-29. 4 run out of the timeout for the Rockets.
Impressive from Whitaker there, following up his missed 3, able to get his own rebound, tapped it to himself, and then nice reverse finish in the lane.
Josh Ross, right elbow, defended by Ambrose. Corner for Swardini, the freshman. Drives free throw line, behind the back dribble, takes it out behind the arc with Williams following him. Throws left side with 2 hands to TJ Nadeau. Nadeau, spin move, enters the lane, no look pass right corner. Swardini with some space, settles the ball down, feeds top of the key to Ross. Right corner Nadeau with space, triple try. No good, back iron, and a foul on the reach for the ball by Sam Howard. 15 foul on DCC. And the Rockets have been able to settle the game down a little bit out of the timeout, and it certainly has helped them doing so.
Been able to have a better approach here to trying to break some of this pressure, bringing 3 offensive players back into the backcourt, bringing some action there so that they're able to break it a little easier.
Antrell Jones checks in for the Rockets. He will throw it in here as the Rockets all break from along the half-court line into the backcourt to Schlaff. Schlaff, overhead pass to a jumping Mitchelson in front of the timeline. Got it left side. Ambrose, catch and shoot 3. Back iron, no good. High leaping rebound down to Josh Rude and the Shamrocks. Nadeau with some space will take it left to right over the timeline. 1:53 in the second. 36-29 DCC. Nadeau to slow it down. Schlaff crowds him defensively in front of the timeline. Behind the back dribble. The lanky junior drives. Fadeaway shot. Nadeau splash. Very tough to defend TJ Nadeau. He's got 5. It's 38-29.
Yeah, just an ISO possession the whole way there, just clearing the lane so that Nadeau could go to work.
Right-hand dribble over the timeline for Mitchelson, the sophomore. Works baseline, got it Whitaker. Catch and shoot 3, rims out, rebound, Antrell Jones, put back, good, and 1. In one motion, Antrell Jones pokes it in with the right and gets fouled. He, the 6'3 junior, will go to the line and shoot one here to try to bring his team even a bit closer. 38-31. Reeths-Puffer done a couple things. Defensively settled the game down, but offensively, they're starting at the half-court line. They're running back. They aren't allowing DCC to sit in the 2-2-1 trap as cleanly as they were able to early on.
Yeah, it took them about a quarter to figure out how they were going to break it, but they finally did.
Free throw no good. Rebound on the second effort into the hands of Nadeau in front of the timeline. He's double teamed and trapped in the backcourt. Nadeau, exit pass over the timeline, saved inbound to the right arm, outstretched from Amena. Left corner Ross, dribble drive into the lane, jump pass, right corner Swardini, foul on the floor. 1:07 second quarter, 38-31. They'll get Schlaff on the foul.
Into the lineup for
16 foul on Reeths-Puffer.
number 21.
Sadiq will check in here, the 6'4 sophomore forward for DCC. Also, E.J. Jones, the senior guard, checks in for Reeths-Puffer. Schlaff off that foul has to take a seat. Both teams shooting free throws the rest of the way is 6 upside right now. Inbound right corner, TJ Nadeau. Nadeau skips top of the key, Amena, catch and shoot 3, falls short, front rim, rebound to the leaping sophomore Braden Mitchelson. Mitchelson throws down the court, down low, trying to hit Ambrose. The ball bounces around to E.J. Jones. Jones kicks right corner to a driving Whitaker. Right-hand shot, good on the floater, and a foul. So Whitaker a chance to add one more at the line. He has 15, now leads all scorers in this game.
Whitaker able to utilize the three-point shot that he hit earlier in the game to his advantage. They're able to then drive in, get the defense to bring some contact as he tries to get to the rim.
38-33, Reeths-Puffer.
Back in for the Rockets.
Josh Ross after a very, very short Rest will come in. Marvin Moore, sophomore guard, also checks in for Reeths-Puffer. Whitaker looking to add the three-point play right here. He does so as he splashes down the free throw. 16 now for Whitaker. And Reeths-Puffer just like that within 38-33. Final 42 seconds of the second. Nadeau, top of the key with the left-hand dribble. Crowding in on him defensively is Whitaker. Final 32 seconds. Coach Sanawi getting the calls barked in right now to Nadeau. Looks like he may be waiting for the final shot with 27. Nadeau in front of the timeline. The Rockets back off. They seem fairly content as they're going to kind of slip more into what was appearing to be a 2-3 zone as what's going to be more of here. Kind of a 2-3 extended trap right now. They morph into. 12 seconds to go. Handoff top of the key for Swardini. 9 seconds. Angles to the left side. Defended there by the sophomore Moore. He pokes in, steals it away. E.J. Jones with 3 seconds to the basket. Right-hand layup. Spins home. Tough one for Jones at the horn, and Reeths-Puffer gets within a score somehow after all of that. 38-36 at the break. Welcome into the Centennial Securities halftime show. Nathan Chandler, that was quite the half of play. High flying, it looks like it's going to be darn near first to 80. Wins this game right now. I mean, we saw both teams run, and we saw things slow down sometimes a little bit, but for the most part, things were moving out of control throughout most of this thing.
Yeah, they were, especially at the end of the first quarter, early part of the second quarter. The Shamrocks really running the press to perfection for a while there. The Rockets struggling, finally able to rebound and able to get this down to a one-possession game by halftime. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, 38-36 at the break. Detroit Catholic Central leads Reeths-Puffer. Going to be a very, very interesting next half of basketball coming up. See Unity Christian finding their way behind us. They've got Martin Luther King next. They're getting ready to warm up for head coach Sudsma in just a moment here. All right, lot to get to. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back here on the Centennial Securities halftime show.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
you've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring.
And it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Michigan Sports Academies offers quality youth sports in Grand Rapids, Holland, and Muskegon. With a wide variety of programming, MSA has something for new athletes who are just starting out to experienced athletes looking to take their game to the next level. Year-round programming is offered in basketball, lacrosse, soccer, and volleyball. Your athlete will love the quality of instruction from experienced coaches and state-of-the-art facilities conveniently located in Grand Rapids and along the lakeshore. Check us out at MichiganSportsAcademies.com.
Don't just find yourself, make yourself. Start businesses, build bridges, save lives, raise a whole city. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
you've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring.
And it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, Isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, welcome back here to Aquinas and the Sturrus Center. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here from the 2K23 Showcase. 38-36, DCC leads Reeths-Puffer at the break. Chandler, take us through our scoring. A lot of guys with big numbers, and when you have a game that's on pace for 80, you're probably going to see that.
Yeah, lots of scoring, lots of guys in double digits. Start with the Rockets, Whitaker with 16, Ambrose with 12. Those were the two leading scorers for the Rockets by quite a bit. Then it drops off to Mitchelson with 4, Jones, E.J. Jones with 2, as well as Antrell Jones with 2. For the Shamrocks, leading scorer, Amena with 14, 7 for Josh Ross, 5 for Devin Lee, 5 for T.J. Nadeau, 4 for Derek Lee, and 3 for Swardini.
All right, you look back at this first half, of course, it was definitely a little bit in runs in terms of the style. Reeths-Puffer was able to slow it down a little bit, but for the most part, really running out of control. A lot of easy baskets, a lot of triples that were knocked down. Jackson Whitaker, Travis Ambrose, certainly carrying the day for Reeths-Puffer. I mean, you said it. Everyone else has 2 or 3 points on this team. These are the two guys that are the standout, the next level players in terms of basketball perspective on this team, and they have certainly shown that and then some in this game. Pair of really terrific juniors.
Yeah, they relied on them heavily in the first half, and for different reasons. Whitaker showing the ability to hit some shots from outside the arc early on and then build off from that and attack in the lane. Ambrose has the size advantage. They've tried to get him the basketball. They got him involved in transition a little bit. He's able to run through the middle of the lane. They get him the basketball, and he gets some points in transition, but also can shoot from outside when he gets some looks there as well.
Yeah, DCC, I think their X factor is going to be a guy like T.J. Nadeau, who is mostly quiet. We know what he can do. You can see the way that he was trying to create some of the moves he could put on, some of the pull-up shots. Uchenna Amena, when the game was running out of control and he was able to show off his hyper-athleticism, which I think is probably about the best on the floor, you saw how he was able to kind of take that advantage to it. I think, DCC had a lot more balanced scoring. The question is, will guys like Nadeau, guys like Derek Lee Jr., Josh Ross, that typically lead this team along with Amena in scoring, are they going to hit that next level? I'm mostly looking at Nadeau. Only 5 in the first half. He feels like the kind of guy that if he hit some of the shots he wasn't knocking down, he was heavily focused on, of course, defensively. He could wind up going 15, 20 in the second half very quickly.
Yeah, he's definitely a guy that can turn it on in the second half after really just not having a ton of looks in the first half. I think you saw later in the first half them setting up some ISO where he can just take over, and that he's going to get an opportunity to score the basketball. I think he's a guy like that where you can just give him some chances, put the basketball in his hands, and good things are going to happen. But I think you can see the coaching staff kind of urging him on that he can continue to be aggressive for this team.
Trying to bring the day together here on the Centennial Securities halftime show as well, of course. Martin Luther King Unity Christian next. We'll kind of take some of the time to preview what's next as well during the halftime. I mean, full day. If you thought this first game was fast, I think the next game is going to be just as fast. Frankly, I think the last game of the day might be the only one that's going to be played at more of a half-court pace. I mean, after this, a pair of teams that like to run quite a bit. Unity Christian out there warming up. They'll have the length advantage. I think a bit of the athleticism advantage you'd think go to MLK, but Unity Christian can and traditionally really runs. They trap well. I think that's where it gets really exciting. You get this game played this way. Something similar coming up next as well.
Yeah, I think really interesting to see a lot of these games that you get clash of styles, and a lot of times it turns into sprinting back and forth. But especially when you've got a team on the west side here like Unity Christian that does that traditionally, and then you match them up against a team that does that and kind of get power on power there, and you see who comes out ahead.
All right, that certainly something to look forward to. We got a lot to look forward to. Second half, 38-36, DCC leading Reeths-Puffer at the half. Listen, we'll be right back here on the Centennial Securities halftime show.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car. And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Need to replace that worn-out carpet or floor? Floor Coverings International makes it easy. They bring their mobile showroom to you. Save yourself the trip and gas shopping around. See a wide selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, and vinyl in the lighting of your own home. Go to floorcoveringsinternational.com today for your free consultation. Work with one team for a hassle-free experience from the quote to installation. And each Floor Coverings International business is independently owned and operated, so they are local business owners in our community. Floor Coverings International, the flooring store at your door.
Are you looking for a new career? Aetna Supply is hiring. Aetna Supply is Michigan's #1 plumber wholesaler, servicing local customers for over 50 years. They offer great benefits, a 401k with company match, quarterly bonuses, and no Sundays. Once again, check them out at aetnasupply.com/careers or click on their logo on the Michigan Sports Radio homepage.
All right, welcome back to the Sturrus Center. Nate Chandler here, DCC, Reeths-Puffer second half. CT, tell us a little bit about what you're expecting to see in the second two frames of play in this one.
Yeah, I think the keys for both teams kind of go hand in hand when you look at DCC trying to continue to create some turnovers. They've been turning up the intensity on their pressure really late in the first quarter. Early second quarter is when they had it really worked to perfection, forcing Reeths-Puffer into some turnovers, and then you see their transition game and the guys that they can really utilize in the fast break, and that's when they were able to build a big lead. And for Reeths-Puffer, it's trying to continue to find a way to break it. You saw late in the second quarter, finally starting to come up with a game plan of how to beat that pressure, sending 3-4 players into the backcourt, trying to help out their ball handlers, allow them lanes to pass the basketball out of that and avoid the long passes down the floor that are resulting in turnovers or the 10-second violations that we saw a couple of as well.
All right, this has been the Centennial Securities halftime show. Let's go. Second half on deck. 38-36, Detroit Catholic Central leads. And it's going to be really interesting to see the way this one wraps up here. Shamrocks traveling royal blue uniforms, home whites for Reeths-Puffer. The Rockets will defend to start the second half as Catholic Central gets it moving right to left across the radio dial. Same laps that open the game will open the second half for either squad. 8 fresh minutes on the board. Nadu set to throw in here to Amena.
Number 22 tuck him in too. We see you, Nadu. Make it look good. Let's work.
Inbound at backcourt. Uchenna, Amena. He'll take it up with an angle over the timeline and throw left side of the left-handed Derek Lee Jr. He's defended by Whitaker. Kicks top of the key, low on to Sam Howard. Howard feeds right wing Amena. He's tightly defended. Feeds top of the key to Nadu. Up fake, dribble drive, underhand feed, left wing. Catch and shoot three. Sam Howard off the connector, no good. Tough leaping rebound from Kyle Schlaff. 20 seconds off the board, and Reeths-Puffer to take it right corner for E.J. Jones. Schlaff swings to Whitaker in front of the timeline. Reeths-Puffer trying to get in their half-court set, just like they did at the start of the game on the first few possessions. Feeds right elbow to Ambrose, sidesteps the defender. Up fake, right block, two-hand feed block. Foul called. That will send Travis Ambrose and his 12 points to the line right here. Foul is on Ross. Second foul on Ross, first on the Shamrocks. And the lanky 6'8" junior Ambrose will get ready to go to work right here.
Definitely more the kind of style of game that I think the Rockets want to try to get into here in the second half. It's a style where they can get Ambrose involved, get him the basketball intentionally.
Ambrose able to hit the first and cannot the game with the second. 21 in white, Travis Ambrose, Northwood, Lake Superior State, other offers already on the table. He rattles out, unable to hit the second, and the rebound down to Amena. 1 point lead for the Shamrocks for the first 40 seconds of the second half gone. Amena, left side, poked in two, nearly stolen away by Jones. Amena sidesteps the defender, step back, long two is good. Amena was 16. That's a tough bucket over top of the reaching defender.
Yeah, we'll get into the short corner and then just fade away, elevate over top.
Kyle Schlaff beats the pressure over the timeline, drives basket, tough reverse layup, good, and Reeths-Puffer back within a point again. Schlaff on the board for the first time. That's a tough reaching behind the head layup. Nadu, top of the key, turns the back free throw line on Schlaff. Skips it on to Josh Ross. Dribble drive, stops left elbow, feeds the cutter, reverse layup is good for Sam Howard. He's on the board 40-39. And the full court 2-2-1 trap is on. Near side to Schlaff. Loosely watched here by Howard. Throws left side of the sophomore Mitchelson over the timeline on the run to Schlaff. Schlaff stops, pull up Jay. No good from 18 feet. Leaping rebound down to Nadu. He's going to run with it. 6:24 in the third. Nadeau throws left wing all the way to Derek Lee Jr. Pull-up shot, free throw line, too short. Rebound to Ambrose over top of a trio of Shamrocks. He'll split the pressure on his own. Ambrose over the timeline to E.J. Jones. Spin move to the basket. Reverse layup blocked. Tough foul, and Jones is down on the floor after he took the contact. E.J. Jones, senior guard, will go to the line and shoot a couple right here. Coach Sinawi is getting very aggressive into the faces of the officials right now as well. I think he kind of turned away right before he maybe crossed that line that the official was bringing him to in terms of picking up a technical, and that will now send Jones to the line. Free throw good for E.J. Jones. Jones, 6-foot senior guard, 2 white short sleeves underneath the white uniform for number 12 in white. Jones, second free throw, rattles out. Remains a 2-point game. Batted rebound, top of the key, secured by Whitaker. Left corner, E.J. Jones, 3 for the lead, splash! Jones with 4, and Reeths-Puffer on top, 43-42. Hard to believe we'd get back to there where this one was midway through the second.
After the missed free throw, batted first by the Shamrocks, then tapped back out by Jones himself, and eventually hits the 3 off of it.
Amena, mid-range feed, Ross, long 2, no good. High rebound to the free throw line, secured by Derek Lee Jr. He's fouled on the drive to the basket. First foul of the half on Reeths-Puffer, 5:53 in the third, 43-42. Rockets have come all the way back and already lead. Devin Lee, sophomore wing, will check in for Sam Howard here. We got a pause on the floor because someone's banner that says Michigan Game Night fell onto the playing surface from in front of the scorer's table. TJ Nadeau, it's cleaned up now. Nadeau lobs in front of the timeline to a leaping Uchenna Amena, and he'll take it with a left-hand dribble. Blocked off by Ross, drives basket, right-hand shot, blocked by a high-reaching Ambrose, but a foul called, and that will send Amena to the line to shoot 2. 5:47 in the third, 43-42.
Amena very quick when he makes that first step, driving to the basket. Ambrose went up and got the ball cleanly, but the foul.
2 fouls on either team. Here's Amena, number 2 in the royal blue uniform. Steadies the feet, right-hand free throw is good. That is 17 now for Amena. Again, where's number 2? Long, white, short compression pants, or compression pants underneath the shorts for Amena. Steadies himself at the line. Right foot just offset in front of the left. Rattles out the second free throw, no good. Rebound bats in both directions before eventually an underhand grab. Ambrose sells it down for spinning Whitaker. Whitaker pressured backcourt by Devin Lee. Spins out of the trap over the timeline. Ambrose, handoff, a little sloppy, secured by Whitaker, top of the key. 5.5 in the third, 43-43. Whitaker down the left side, reverse layup, good. Nice finish with the left for Jackson Whitaker. He's got 18, and Reeths-Puffer's back on top by 2. Left wing, Nadeau, pull-up triple, rattles out. E.J. Jones rips the rebound away. He's going to run with it up the middle of the floor. Jones, right side for Schlaff, stutter step, angles along the baseline. Right-hand floater short, rebound Ross. Lead a run. Derek on to Devin Lee. Lee feeds Nadeau. Right-hand shot blocked by Jones off the backboard. Bats out of bounds. Last touch by the Rockets. Tyvia Williams checks in for Coach Artema and Reeths-Puffer. Schlaff takes a seat. 3 minutes gone, third quarter. 45-43 Reeths-Puffer. Baseline left inbound for Amena. Uchenna Amena to lob this one in against the half-court man defense. Amena lobs, Nadeau left wing, catch and shoot 3 for the lead. No good off the back rim. Nadeau continue to kind of fight it and force it a little bit right now. Ambrose the rebound, handoff, streaking Whitaker over the timeline. Whitaker, dump pass, Jones all alone, a right-hand floater good. E.J. Jones with 6 all in the second half, and Reeths-Puffer leads by a couple of scores, 47-43. Amena left wing, switch onto him. Ambrose defensively, throws across the floor, right corner, catch and shoot 3. Devin Lee off the mark short. Rebound on to Whitaker. Sorry, on to Williams, I should say. Williams lobs for Whitaker. Left corner, spins into a triple. Short on a low driving shot. Rebound free throw line to Williams. Possession continues. Right corner, E.J. Jones. Sidesteps the defender. Launches a 3. Splash! 9 for E.J. Jones. Timeout, DCC. What a run for the senior with 9 already in the third quarter. 4:15 in the third. Reeths-Puffer by 7. We'll be right back.
Looking for a great place to buy a used truck or car? Check out Extreme Truck and Auto Center, located at 1098 O'Malley Drive in Coopersville. They have a huge selection of trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Stop by their lot or give them a call at 616-384-3777. You can check out their inventory at xtacenter.com.
All right, welcome back. Nate and Chandler with you here. 50-43, Reeths-Puffer leading this one with 4:15 in the third quarter. E.J. Jones has been the man in the second half. Jones actually with 11 right now, 9 of which have come in the second half. 4:15, third quarter. And out of the break, Detroit Catholic Central gets ready to go. It has been a kind of surprising second half. Really, ever since that timeout that Coach Ardema called midway through the second quarter, it has been Reeths-Puffer on the run back, and now the lead by 7.
Yeah, it was huge getting the team composed a little bit. Now they've come out, started to shoot the basketball very well.
Amena climbs the defender, right elbow, leaning shot, strong off the back rim. DCC really forcing a lot of looks right now. Halfway through the third quarter, Whitaker to run the offense for Reeths-Puffer, up 7. Defended by Derek Lee Jr., throws right side to E.J. Jones, who's been red hot in the second half. Top of the key to Ambrose. The big man feeds Whitaker right wing. Around a couple of defenders into the corner, jump pass, top of the key, Ambrose. Ambrose angles down the left side of the lane, and he is fouled on the floor. They're going to get Josh Ross on the reach. Third foul of the half on the Shamrocks, and that is his third as well. Ross will stay out there for the time being. No, he will not. It'll be on a Missy Sadiq checking in, the sophomore, in place of Ross. He's going to have to take a seat here with his third foul. 50-43. Reeths-Puffer the lead. The Rockets baseline left. Lobbed, easy inbound. Travis Ambrose skies, jams, and a foul. Ambrose was all alone, got the run at the basket, jams for 15 now, and Sadiq picks up the foul with a late contact through the dunk right there. A powerful two-hand slam from Ambrose.
Perfectly executed off the inbound pass, able to cut from the right elbow, wide open and slam it home.
Unable to get the finish, but the on the free throw, but the rebound is secured by Tyvia Williams. He'll back it out in front of the timeline. 10-point lead for Reeths-Puffer. Hand off to Whitaker, top of the key. Whitaker backs it out. Defense crowds in from Derek Lee Jr. Crossover. Whitaker, angle drive, right corner. Jones with a whole bunch of space. 3. Off the back rim, no good. Rebound batted, top of the key. Whitaker launches a 3. Rattles out short. Rebound, Ambrose poked away by Nadeau, and Nadeau will chase it down and is fouled from behind by Ambrose on the race for the ball. 3:14 in the third. 3 fouls on either team's now in this half. Second foul on Ambrose. Marvin Moore, sophomore guard, will check in for Coach Ardema as Jones will take a seat. But all the momentum squarely on the RP side right now.
Yeah, a couple looks at a 3 to open things up even more a little bit there. Ryan's one, and then Ambrose able to keep the possession alive a couple times, just batting the ball around.
Official time looks like the clock did not get running there. They have to get that reset. Also, Asher Suardini is going to check in as well for Sam Howard. At the same time, Shamrocks also bring Josh McKee, the junior forward, on the floor for the first time in this game as Derek Lee Jr. takes seat. 3:13, third quarter. Coach Ardema is up, barking in, calls to his defense. Fired up as top of the key. Amena goes to work. Handoff for Nadeau. Up fake, fouled by a leaping Whitaker who crashed. Foul is on Whitaker. First, the signal was to the offensive player on the foul. It is, of course, on Whitaker, who is leaping in to Nadeau. 14th foul on the Rockets, who lead by 10. Inbound into the backcourt, right to left, over the timeline. Uchenna Amena, the leading scorer for the Shamrocks, will go to work. He's got 17. Defended by Whitaker, top of the key. He'll back it out, trying to get the ISO possession. Amena drives, left side of the lane, jump pass, left side. Nadeau, catch and shoot 3, off the mark again for TJ Nadeau. Right corner, fight for the rebound, spiked in bounds by the sophomore Suardini. It will go out of bounds, though. Last touched off of Suardini, and it will go Reeths-Puffer's way with 2:47 in the third.
And Nadeau continues to battle here tonight. Really not a ton of open looks, but even here in the second half, when he's had him, unable to hit his mark.
Ambrose with a feed from Antrell Jones over the timeline. In front of the timeline, feeds back to Williams. Left side to Whitaker. Nadeau picks up the defense on him. Whitaker turns around a screen, dumps on the pick and roll, give to Ambrose to the basket, right-hand layup short, grabs his own board, fouled on a two-hand putback, and Ambrose will go to the line for two. 2.5 to go, third quarter, 53-43. Pretty stock, nice little pick and roll right there on the give to the big, but Ambrose unable at the first, but able to get himself to the line on the second. 15 foul on DCC.
That's the kind of action they can get to when they're avoiding the pressure, able to quickly get into that set, and then Ambrose, even though there might have been a little contact in the first shot attempt, never giving up, able to gather the basketball, eventually get to the free throw line.
Unable to hit the first, Josh Ross, and his 3 fouls will check in here for Sadiq. Remains a 10-point game with one more coming up here for Ambrose, who's got 15 for the 6'8" junior. Wears number 21 in white. Steadies up to the free throw line. 2 dribbles, overhead, delayed right-hand free throw, good. Ambrose goes 1 of 2. He's got 16, and Reeths-Puffer leads by 11 with 2.5 in the third. Uchenna Amena to run the offense one more time for the Shamrocks. Lobs top of the key to Ross. Turns his back on the defender. Ross looking for the passing lane, working triple threat. Ambrose on him. Feeds for a cutting Amena top of the key. Amena will back it out. Drives left side, reaching layup, good. Tough one from Uchenna Amena. He's got 19, and the Shamrocks bring the pressure out. A pass over the timeline to a racing Whitaker beats it, and Whitaker is fouled on the run to the basket by Josh McKee. 2:02, third quarter, 54-45, 6 foul on DCC. So Reeths-Puffer shooting free throws for the final 10 minutes of this one. Tyvia Williams lobs free throw line to a turning Antrell Jones. Got it to Ambrose. Able to clutch and score over top of the defender Ross. And it's 56-45, back up 11 here for the Rockets. Nadeau with 1:48 in the third, right wing. Goes all the way down left block to McKee. Power dribble, skip pass left corner to Swardini. Swardini drives free throw line and takes it out behind the arc. Left side to Amena with a 1:36. Amena crosses into the lane, spins, step back, long shot, free throw line, rattles out. Rebound batted up, secured by the sophomore Marvin Moore for Reeths-Puffer. He's going to run with it. Moore up the middle of the floor, stripped to the ball at the free throw line, thrown ahead over the timeline to Amena, to the basket, reaching right-hand layup, good. Amena with 21, it's 56-45.
A couple big baskets from Amena. One driving to the left hand earlier just a few minutes ago. Get over top of Ambrose, and that one off the steal.
Whitaker defended by Nadeau in front of the timeline. Backs it out one more time in front of that AQ logo at center court. Whitaker, the 5-second call started to come on. Nadeau reaches and steals from in front of the scorer's table. He then is fouled by Whitaker. They nearly took out Coach Sanawi there as well as they came charging up the left side of the floor. Third foul on Jackson Whitaker with 50.1 in the third. 56-47. Devin Lee will check in for DCC as McKee takes a seat. Also, Schlaff will come in for Whitaker, who will take a seat off that third foul. Devin Lee, sophomore wing, to throw in near side in front of the scorer's table into the left side of the floor. Got on to Amena. Amena, stutter step, top of the key, blowing down the right side of the lane, behind the back dribble, feeds for Ross, mid-range, looked at the shot, jump pass on a Swardini, worked up top to the volleyball line to Nadeau, fakes a shot, drives, foul to the right on a right-hand shot from the right block, and Nadeau will go to the line and shoot 2 here. 37.1 in the third, fouls on Schlaff, now 6 on either team, so free throws for the entirety of the fourth quarter coming up. Josh Rude and Braden Mitchelson will check in for their respective squads here. Nadeau bends the knees, free throw splash. One more coming here for TJ Nadeau, just 6 for him in this one right now. Amena will take a seat along with Schlaff. Also, after a very short rest, Josh McKee will check in for DCC as Ross gets his quick break before the end of the third, 56-48. One more for Nadeau at the line. Nadeau wears number 22 in the royal blue uniform. Black short compression sleeves underneath the uniform. Has green shoes to go along with that royal blue uniform. Whitaker now checks back in for more after a very short rest off that third foul. Set out all of one possession. Nadeau bends the knees. Right hand free throw good. Able to hit them both. 56-48. Reeths-Puffer the lead. And the 2-2-1 full court trap is on. Inbounded here left side. Sprinting out with Tyvia Williams. Williams on to Whitaker. Whitaker top of the key. Handoff Antrell Jones. Jones inside the arc. Back on to Whitaker in front of the timeline with 27 in the third. Right corner, Mitchelson. Low dribbles, top of the key to Jones. Swing pass poked away and stolen by Nadeau. Nice feed to get it on to McKee and got it back. Nadeau 3, right corner misses the mark. Rebound batted along the baseline, saved up top for Nadeau. Nadeau, step back shot, right elbow, good. Tough one for TJ Nadeau. Final 2 seconds. Nadeau steals the inbound, awkwardly off balance from 30 feet, flings it up, cannot rattle it home. We've reached the end of the third. 56-51. Reeths-Puffer leads by 5 over DCC as we go to the final frame. We'll be right back.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
you've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring.
And it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, welcome back. Nate and Chandler with you here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. Thank you, Chandler. There's the banner that we mentioned a little bit earlier on. We have been re-given possession of the banner, and we will get that back up or something later in position that people can see us. Thanks for tuning in here, Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. We showed that video at the start for a reason, and everything seems to go wrong for us as a company, seems like very often. Wild first 3 quarters, and I'm sure we'll have a wild fourth quarter. Reeths-Puffer gets the ball out of the break. The sophomore, Braden Mitchelson on the dribble. Hands off right side for Whitaker. Lobs top of the key, Antrell Jones. 56-51, a 5-point lead. Whitaker drives, left block, turnaround, tough left shot over top of TJ Nadeau, no good. Long rebound, top of the key to Tyvia Williams. He's fouled on the race to the corner, and he will go to the line for a 1-and-1. 7:40 in the fourth. Fouls on Devin Williams. Sorry, check that. The foul is actually, yeah, it is on Devin Lee, and it will be Williams going to the line here. So 17 foul into the bonus now. 1-and-1 here for Tyvia Williams. Senior guard has not scored yet, but you've seen his just tough play. A little bit undersized guy, but brings a lot of tough play off the bench. We've seen that.
Yeah, really making an impact on the defensive end as well. Handling the basketball when needed.
Able to knock down the first. And Williams has one more coming up right here. 30 in white for Tyvia Williams. Straddles up to the line, left-handed shooter in front of the face motion, rattles out, no good. Leaping rebound, Devin Lee, tied up on the reach by Travis Ambrose. Alternating possession will stay going DCC's way. So Catholic Central takes over, 7:38, fourth quarter, and a 6-point lead for Reeths-Puffer. Let's see if the Rockets can hang on for the first win of the day at the showcase. Drive, Uchenna Amena. Give and go, right wing, 3 for Amena. Off the mark, short rebound, Josh Ross takes it to the corner. Underhand feed for Amena. Amena rocking the ball right corner, drives baseline on Tyvia Williams. Cut off and feeds right wing for Nadeau. Thought about a deep, deep 3. Working triple threat. Nadeau now starts the dribble. He'll back it out, defended by Whitaker with 7:13. Nadeau around a Ross screen, launches a 3. No good on the pull-up. Rebound Ross, free throw line, jump stop. Feeds a cutting Nadeau. Right hand shot is good. Good job to find the cutter. 11 now for Nadeau. It's 57-53. First minute gone in the final frame. Full court pressure is on. Antrell Jones throws all the way 3/4 of the court. Leaping interception for Josh Ross. Ross stops left wing. Skips it to the volleyball line for Nadeau. Nadeau with a left-hand dribble. Right corner for Ross. Dribble drive baseline. Cut off. Lost the handle. And it will go Reeths-Puffer's way. Last touch by Ross on the way out of bounds. 6:41 in the fourth. E.J. Jones will check in for Antrell Jones. 6:41, fourth quarter. 4-point lead for the Rockets. Again, that full court 2-2-1 trap is on for Detroit Catholic Central. Official timeout before Mitchelson gets set to throw this one in. Looks like I may have to do some wiping down to the floor potentially right here. As during that time, Derek Lee Jr. will check in for TJ Nadeau. Nadeau certainly some big minutes. He's still really fighting the three-point shot, but the defensive end of the floor into the offense, he's been terrific.
Yeah, he's struggling to hit the three-point shot, but he's staying involved offensively. In that previous possession that they scored on, missed the three, but then still cut to the basket. And eventually, easy lay-in for him to get some points on the board.
Mitchelson far side, throws near side on to Whitaker, working left to right. Back to Mitchelson, the sophomore, skips Ambrose, throws it hard over the timeline to the left corner to a leaping Ambrose. Able to settle it down, got it to Williams. Williams turns, left block, two-hand shot. Good with a friendly touch off the glass for Tyvia Williams. 59-53, Reeths-Puffer. Amena around a Ross screen, floater from the free throw line, short, but a foul called as bodies go crashing everywhere at the end of the play. 2 at the line coming up right here. That foul is on Travis Ambrose. That is his third, and 7 on either team now. So Amena to the line. I think that's one of the most effective things they can do offensively is get Amena a ball screen, get him enough space, and let him drive just like that.
And Amena very crafty too as he got to the free throw line. Just kind of casually putting up that one-handed shot as he was feeling the contact, knowing he was going to get the foul call on the shot attempt.
Josh Rude to check in here again in just a moment for Detroit Catholic Central. But first, they're going to try to potentially clean up the floor. But Coach Artemo was all the way out there. He had his own towel trying to help out with cleaning up the floor right there. As Amena will get ready to go to work at the line. First one for Amena. Got the friendly touch and falls. TJ Nadeau also will check in right here as Devin Lee and Asher Suardini take a seat. 22 now for Amena in this one. Bends the knees, right hand free throw flicked up and got the rattle that time. 23 for Amena, it's 59-55. Full court presses on. Running the baseline, Mitchelson gets it far side on the left to Williams. Williams throws it away, pass on to Amena. Amena, nice dump pass down low to a cutting Derek Lee Jr., who scores off the window. DCC within 2. Whitaker near side, moving over the timeline, throws on to a sprinting Tyvia Williams. Williams to the basket, right-hand shot, got the friendly rattle and goes. 5 for Williams, timeout Reeths-Puffer as they take the 61-57 lead. 5:54 in the fourth, and the Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the city's rich sports history by honoring prominent West Michigan athletes and those who have contributed greatly to sports on a local, state, or national level. The GRS HUF also presents annual events in support of West Michigan athletics and raises funds to support local youth organizations and charities. Follow the Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame on Facebook and check out pictures and biographies of all 181 inductees at grshuf.com. All right, CT, 5:54 in the fourth, 61-57. Going to be quite the finish, this one here at Aquinas.
Yeah, it is really looking like we're going to have a close finish here after DCC early on. Looked like they were going to pull away, but the Rockets pulling all the way back and taking the lead eventually. Now seeing both teams trading baskets, going back and forth here as they try to figure things out for these last couple minutes.
All right, 5:54 in the fourth, 61-57. Detroit Catholic Central will get it out of the Reeths-Puffer timeout. They move right to left across the radio dial. It'll be Josh Rude, the 5'10 junior guard, to help run the offense right here, top of the key. Defended by the sophomore Brady Mitchelson. Right side to Amena, the leading scorer for DCC. Drives baseline, pull up Jay, good. Over top of the defender. 25 for Uchenna Amena, and it's a 2-point game. Near side, Mitchelson throws left side to E.J. Jones, who's back out there. Back to the right side to Mitchelson. Dumps it over the timeline to Ambrose, able to rip it away from a pair of defenders, and is fouled by Josh Rude. And it'll be a 1-and-1 at the line for Ambrose. 5:25 in the fourth, 2-point lead for Reeths-Puffer.
Ambrose able to find some open room on the floor just across the half-court line as his teammates trying to break the pressure. He's able to make himself big there, show his hands so he can get that pass. Then lots of contact there trying to fight through.
Long free throw motion, cannot get the friendly roll for Ambrose, and DCC has it the other way with Amena. Amena, top of the key, will back it out. Whitaker brings the defensive pressure on him with 5:15. Amena spins into the lane, reverse layup blocked by Ambrose, ripped out of there by Jackson Whitaker to run. Whitaker all the way left corner, feeds left side to Schlaff, toes the line, launches it 3, rolls out, rebound spiked up, second effort, secured by Ross, who's fouled on the fight for the ball, and Josh Ross will go to the line for a 1-and-1. 18 fouls on either side now. They will get E.J. Jones on the foul.
Mr. E.J. Jones, that's his third.
Third foul on E.J. Jones. Both teams, Chandler, starting just maybe getting a little bit of foul trouble. No one in a 4, but a lot of guys with 3 fouls right now. Of course, you're going to see that with as many fouls as we've had called.
Yeah, definitely going to start to play a factor in the last 5 minutes here, especially the pace of the game, too, as we've seen it really turn up at times and lots of running back and forth. This could be slowed down a little bit by the fouls and both teams being in the bonus.
Ross able to hit the first. He's got one more coming. He's got 8. He can tie the game with a second. So much slower second half, at least in terms of the amount of scoring in the second half in particular. Ross, 360s down the second and ties the game. Full court pressure from the Shamrocks. Michelson gets it in near side to Jones, lobs to Whitaker. Whitaker right side, two-hand feed over the timeline to a sprinting Kyle Schlaff. Schlaff, right block, handoff, Ambrose, two-hand shot, good off the window. Ambrose with 20. And Reeths-Puffer back on top, 4:44 in the fourth. Uchenna Amena to slow it down. Leads all scorers with 25. Feeds top of the key to Ross. Fakes the handoff to Nadeau. Give Amena. Pull up, fake shot. Drives inside the arc. Long 2 off the back rim. No good. Leaping rebound down to Schlaff and the Rockets. 4:25 in the fourth. Coach Sanawi not thrilled with the shot decision there from his terrific junior guard. Whitaker to the top of the key. Defended by Rude. 4:14 in the fourth. Right elbow, Schlaff, double teamed. He'll dribble out of it. Amena now man-on-man picks up. Right side, Ambrose hits the cutter. Jones, reverse layup, no good. And a good second effort rebound down to Ross and Detroit Catholic Central. Nadeau down 2, will take the ball with 3:55 in the fourth. Nadeau, right side for Ross. Drives in the lane, right-hand layup, strong. Rebound, Ross, put back, no, he's fouled. And Ross will go to the line and shoot 2 right here. 9th team foul on the Rockets. And they will get E.J. Jones for his fourth. 3:48 in the fourth.
Sure. E.J. Ryan's on the offensive end. Backdoor cut, just couldn't get the layup. He was wide open on the flash to the basket there, and then picking up his 4th foul. See if he's going to stay out there or if they're going to bring him on the bench for a couple minutes.
Splash down on the first one.
Let's welcome back number 30, Mr. Tavier Williams.
Williams will check in here for Michelson. Ross now into double digits scoring. And can tie the game again at the line right here. Number 10 in Royal Blue, Ross. Royal Blue shoes to go along with it. Right hand in front of the face, free throw, good. 11 for Ross. We're tied at 63 with 3:48. Full court pressure on. Inbounded right side to E.J. Jones. Jones, left side to Schlaff. Throws over the timeline, got it to Ambrose, on to Williams, drives the basket, through contact, left-hand shot, spins home and one. Tough one from Tavia Williams, and he gets another at the line right here.
Williams has been big in the second half. All 7 of his points coming in the second half. Starting to score offensively, able to get a couple opportunities. Got to the free throw line a couple times now. That one tough as he was getting hacked in the arm, still able to get the shot to go up and in.
Sardini checks in here for the Shamrocks as Rude takes a seat. Left-hand free throw, Williams, good. Gets the three-point play. 8 for Williams. All of that coming in the second half. A lot of depth scores have come in for Reeths-Puffer after it was just kind of the big 2 guys, Whitaker and Ambrose in the first half, and they're back up 68-63. Nadeau spins in the lane, right-hand shot no good. Ambrose the rebound. 3.5 in the fourth quarter. Whitaker left wing. Dribbles across the floor. Amena picks him up defensively. He'll angle back left side. In the middle of the lane. Whitaker whips the hands free. Reverse layup short. Rebound down to Derek Lee Jr. Thrown over the timeline to a sprinting TJ Nadeau. Stutter step at the free throw line. Drives the lane. Handoff Ross. Right block. Right side. Catch and shoot 3. Nadeau to tie. Falls short. Rebound to Ross at the free throw line. Jump stop. Feeds top of the key. Swardini, the freshman, and not the game. Rattles out no good. Rebound Lee. Over the back foul called on Catholic Central. and it will be Rocket basketball. Coach Sinawi is barking out his displeasantries with that call to the officials right now behind the play, and it will be 2 at the line for Schlaff right here as they are into the double bonus. 2:57 in the fourth.
Schlaff working hard on the glass, trying to get a body on someone on the Shamrocks, doing a tremendous job. A couple opportunities there, continuing to fight for it and getting rewarded with it.
Riles home the first. He's got 3, and it's a double or multiple possession lead for Reeths-Puffer. 67-63. Schlaff, quick right-hand free throw motion in front of the face, splashes that one down quickly. 68-63, 5-point lead. Nadeau the ball. Inside 3, here's Amena, top of the key. Amena, right side, Swardini. Hits the cutting Ross to the basket, cut off right block. Ross lobs up top for Nadeau. Nadeau starts to dribble the cross, drives into the lane, tough pull-up, right-hand shot, good. Good shot maker's shot from TJ Nadeau, able to score and brings his team within a single score, 68-65. Timeout on the floor. Welcome you inside the Sturrus Center one more time as we'll stay with you through this timeout. Chandler, Josh Rube gets set to check in for Catholic Central. A hard-fought game coming down, I think, to the exact conclusion that this one probably deserves.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're seeing some shots from both of these teams now start to go. As it's been a battle back and forth most of this game, and I think no better way to end it than as we're one possession with 2.5 to go.
Look at this game. I mean, Reeths-Puffer, amazing that they were able to kind of pull the comeback. The style of the game certainly went more in their advantage. They mostly have done a very good job beating the press. They really struggled on the press throughout the first and second quarter. They've been able to have a strategy to kind of bring Catholic Central out of what Catholic Central wants to be running in that press, in that trap. They've been able to move the ball pretty efficiently. Their offense is going. The main thing is Reeths-Puffer going to depth offensively. It was all Whitaker and Ambrose in the first half. E.J. Jones, Williams, Schlaff, plenty of other guys are finding the bottom of the bucket right now.
Yeah, it's been huge for them, having those scoring options that when they've been able to break the pressure or get the DCC out of showing some of that pressure, they've been able to get more guys involved. Just haven't relied strictly on Ambrose and Whitaker to continue to shoot to knock down a lot of shots and be hot for them in order to stay on pace.
2:38, fourth quarter. Reeths-Puffer 68, Detroit Catholic Central 65. Both teams are shooting 2 free throws the rest of the way regardless. And we're set to have quite the conclusion to our first of 4 today at the showcase. Unity Christian and Detroit Martin Luther King. Up next, South Christian, Detroit Edison Public School Academy, Rockford Grand Blanc also on deck. DCC upping the pressure on the inbound of the full court. Williams skips over the timeline. E.J. Jones. Jones nearly stolen from behind by Rude. Skips a slow pass, top of the key, settled down by Schlaff. Throws right side to E.J. Jones. Jones fakes a handoff to Whitaker. Drives right baseline. Up fake at the block as he stops on the spin. Free throw line, Ambrose. Dump pass, Williams. Right hand long floater, no good. And the rebound down to Amena and the Shamrocks. 2:11 in the fourth, 1-score game. Nadeau starts to dribble top of the key. Nadeau gets the screen, hands off for Amena. Amena drives left elbow, hand off, and the wing for Rude. Top of the key on to Nadeau. Jabs, launches a 3, falls short, rebound Amena. Drives to the basket, whips the hands free. Floater is short, but a foul is called, and Uchenna Amena will go to the line and shoot a couple right here.
That's 5 for Mr. Jones.
And that is foul 5 on E.J. Jones. He is done as Braden Mitchelson will come in his place. Good second half for Jones, but it's going to fall or end a little short for him as now Amena, a couple big ones at the line.
Yeah, they left E.J. Jones out there. He had 4 fouls. For a couple minutes, they left him out there, choosing to let him play it out, eventually picking up that 5th one now here just under 2 minutes.
Amena hits the first. 26 now for the junior, who has been terrific, to say the least, for DCC. Amena, second on the way, good. Able to hit that one, nothing but net, and brings it down to a 1-point game. Full court trap set up here. Mitchelson throws into the right corner to Whitaker. Behind the back dribble, defended by Root. Spins over the timeline, Whitaker. Split a pair of defenders, free throw line. No look feed, stolen straight away by Nadeau. Shamrocks down 1, on to Amena left wing. Uchenna Amena drives, spins in the lane, whips the hands free, scores off the window. Uchenna Amena puts his team up with a minute and a half in the fourth. Ambrose top of the key to the right side for Whitaker. Game going to grind down a little bit here in a 1-point game. DCC has come back to lead it. Drive, dump pass, right corner, all alone. Mitchelson, 3, rattles out, fight for the rebound, foul on the Shamrocks. Foul will be, it looks like, on Ross. That'd be his 4th, and it will send Ambrose to the line for 2. Foul is on Ross.
Number 10, Mr. Ross, that's his 4th.
So 4 on Ross now. 1:04 in the fourth, 69-68. Detroit Catholic Central leads. Suardini gets set to check in. The freshman will come in for Rude here as they go defense for offense. Ambrose first at the line. Good. We're tied. 21 now for Ambrose.
The Shamrocks welcome back number 3, Mr. Asher Suardini.
Suardini checks in, as I mentioned, as Rude takes a seat. And here's Ambrose, jersey untucked, number 21 in white. Right-hand free throw, good. Got them both, and Ambrose puts Reeths-Puffer on top with 1:04. Uchenna Amena the basketball. An unbelievable day for him. He's working on 30 points right now. He's got 29. Amena, left wing, crosses, drives in the lane, tough pull-up shot, splash, over top of a pair of defenders. 31 points for Uchenna Amena and a 71-70 DCC lead. They bring the pressure out. Mitchelson up the left side of the floor. Timeout. Reeths-Puffer will stay with you through the timeout. Uchenna Amena, I don't think, I mean, we're on game 1. Anything could happen. I don't think it's going to be tough to see a better performance than what that young man has put up. He's gone for 30-plus, and he has found a way down the stretch to put his team back on top.
He's been impressive all game long. Really, through all 4 quarters, has been a scoring threat. And now here in the under a minute to go, knowing he's got to take over in order to put his team back on top. He's had a couple tough baskets driving to the rim, had to hit some floaters. Really been knocked around a little bit, has been facing some contacts, some bigger bodies down low. His ability to finish around the rim has been impressive.
Yeah, he is. That's an impressive young man. You know, Josh Ross, TJ Nadeau been a little bit quieter than what they can be. Nadeau still with 13 points right now, but quieter than what they can be offensively, especially in a game that is 71-70 right now. And it is just Amena with an absolutely unbelievable day that he has put out there right now. But now it comes down to Reeths-Puffer. What can Coach Ardema drop? You got 40 seconds. You aren't looking for the final shot in just a 1-point game, but you want to make sure you get the right shot still.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll see if Catholic Central going to continue to run the pressure at them. You'd think they have here in the last couple of possessions, make it difficult for them even to get the basketball across the half court. But then once they get there, it's been a heavy dose of Ambrose all day long. If they can get him the basketball, of course, with the situation, both teams in the double bonus, any foul going to be resulting in some free throws here. But I think they got to try to get the basketball to Ambrose at some point during the possession.
See Brandon Guyton, head of the tournament next to us. He's got the Player of the Game trophy out, and that Player of the Game trophy is definitely very much up in the air, as is our Centennial Securities Player of the Game, which will likely go to the same guy, and it kind of depends on who wins this game. Jackson Whitaker in the backcourt, trailing by a point, 71-70. Detroit Catholic Central leading Reeths-Puffer. Final 35 seconds. Whitaker throws right side here to Mitchelson. Mitchelson in the wing, turns the back on the defender, feeds top of the key to Ambrose. Ambrose working the pivot, left side to Schlaff with 25 seconds, left side to Williams. Williams in the corner, lobs one for Ambrose, poked and stolen by Ross and given on to Amena. They try to lob it into the post, final 17 seconds. Amena, backcourt, turned off, pressure comes on. Timeout from Coach Sanawi, who calls a 30-second timeout. He was in the face of the official to call that account or that timeout. He was running almost into the backcourt to help coach his guys along right there. I always love games that Coach Sanawi does. He is always a lot of fun to watch Coach, especially we're sitting right next to him here courtside. All right, CT, 13.3. Definitely not the possession that Reeths-Puffer was looking for.
No, they tried to get the basketball down to Ambrose, but the Shamrocks fronting the post and forcing a tough entry pass. Williams had to try to lob it up over the top, and Ross able to get a hand on it, knock it free, so the basketball never got down into the painted area. And interesting, the Rockets, rather than immediately fouling, we're going to try to trap in the backcourt and cause either a turnover or a 10-second violation. With only 13 seconds left on the clock, they were selling out for the turnover. Coach now getting a timeout in, and so now we'll see the Rockets probably going to have to immediately foul.
All right, 13.3 seconds to go in the first game of the day at the 2K23 Showcase here at Aquinas. Nate Chandler with you on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. 71-70. Right to left, DCC will inbound here on the far side with TJ Nadeau. Full court pressure is on from Reeths-Puffer, trying to get a steal on the inbound. Gets it over the timeline to Ross. Ross is fouled as he handed it off to Nadeau, so it'll be Josh Ross, been good, going to the line to shoot 2 right here into the double bonus. Fouls on Mitchelson, his second on the sophomore. Josh Rude will check in again. They're going offense for defense with Rude and Swardini. But worst case for Reeths-Puffer, still a one-score game here.
Exactly, able to try to force the turnover off the inbound pass. Once they don't get that, you can right away foul, give yourself a chance on the offensive end.
First one for Ross is right down the hatch on a high arcing shot. Makes it a 2-point game. One more for Josh Ross, coming up 72-70. Detroit Catholic Central looking to go up 3. Ross, 2 dribbles, spins the ball, bends the knees, right-hand free throw, flicked up good. Good work from Ross. He's got 13. It's a 3-point game. Here's Mitchelson across the floor against the pressure. Throws over the timeline, Whitaker, and Whitaker calls the timeout the second he gets over the timeline, so Coach Artema can draw it up. 73-70, 7.1 to go. We welcome you back to the Sturrus Center right here in CT. I think this is one of those things where I think everyone in the building kind of knows what's going to happen. You're probably going to see some sort of screen set off the ball on the inbound for Jackson Whitaker, and he's probably the one that's going to be trusted with the 3 right here that you need.
Yeah, he's been the guy that's hit a couple threes for them earlier on in the game. Probably their most confident 3-point shooter, so we'll see if they're able to draw something up from him. Of course, Detroit Catholic Central going to know that's likely who's getting the basketball as well. We've seen Ambrose knock down a 3. If that option's not there, he has the ability to hit a 3 as well, but I think Whitaker's the guy you're trying to get the basketball to.
All right, it's going to be interesting. It'll be interesting also then, how does DCC defend it? Because if you're into the double bonus, I typically am still a promoter always of foul up 3 in these kind of moments. Still 7.1 on the clock, still maybe a little bit more time than normal, but I think that also is something to watch right here. What either coaching staff may be expecting here is Reeths-Puffer needs a 3, down 3, 73-70, a game of serious runs back and forth in either direction all game long. Reeths-Puffer and Braden Mitchelson, the sophomore forward, will throw it in here right side. Whitaker is all the way across the floor, defended by TJ Nadeau. Mitchelson with 7.1. Inbounds up top for Schlaff. Schlaff runs left wing, looking for a pass. Got to Mitchelson with 3. Mitchelson working against the pressure. Launches a 3 against 3 defenders. Just too strong for the sophomore. And at the horn, DCC survives. What a first game of the day. Welcome into the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency post-game show CT. Both teams are going through the handshake line at center floor right now in front of the scorer's table. My goodness, what a way to start the day.
Yeah, a great game to start things off. Back and forth throughout the whole course of the game. Each team exchanging some strong quarters to take the lead of their own, and then shot at the buzzer to potentially go to overtime. Just a little bit too strong for the Rockets.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it was not the possession the Rockets wanted, but they certainly were nearly able to get the result they wanted. That was a good shot through a lot of pressure for Braden Mitchelson, and the sophomore nearly really turned this day on its head.
Yeah, really did. Catholic Central did a good job locking down in the half court defensively, forcing the basketball away from Whitaker. Mitchelson, time running out, had to throw something up there and really got a pretty good look for as much pressure there was in his face.
All right, we're going to take a very quick break right here. When we come back, we'll have scoring. We'll have your Centennial Securities player of the game. 73-70, Detroit Catholic Central goes to 7-6. They get over 500 on the season with a showcase win. We'll be right back.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, welcome back. Nate Chandler, Centennial Securities Player of the Game, on deck in just a moment here on the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency post-game show. CT 73-70, DCC the win. Takes through your scoring recap.
All right, for the Rockets, leading scorer, Travis Ambrose, 22 points. Whitaker with 18. Jones with 11. Williams with 8. Jones with 2. And Schlaff and Mitchelson both with 4. For the Shamrocks, leading all scorers, Uchenna Amena, 31 points. 13 for Josh Ross, 13 as well for TJ Nadeau. Lee Jr. with 6, 3 for Swardini, 5 for Lee, and 2 for Howard.
All right, Chandler, Centennial Securities Player of the Game. He was also the Player of the Game for the tournament. Pretty obvious. Uchenna Amena scored 31 in this game. There's no further place to look.
No, I think especially the way he played down the stretch made it even that much easier of a decision. The way he took over, got some clutch baskets, gave his team the lead when they were battling back, but really all night long being very creative, able to get his shot up, hit some shots early on that were very difficult, some fadeaways, and then late in the game able to get in the lane and hit some shots there as well that were very difficult.
All right, Shamrocks opened the day with a win. We got a lot more coming. Detroit, Martin Luther King, Unity Christian on deck next. Do not go anywhere. We're going to reset the broadcast and be right back for Game 2 of the day here from Aquinas.
Weights have been lifted. Sprints have been run. Preparation for today's game is history. It's time to get it done. You're listening on MichiganSportsRadio.com.
Winter finals will be here before you know it, and there's still a need for registered officials. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid. Welcome to 2023 as we pick up our winter sports season already in progress. While it seems like the fall season just wrapped up, winter championships will be here soon. So let's get you caught up on the whens and wheres for each of our sports. First is the Upper Peninsula Swimming and Diving Finals for both boys and girls on February 18th. And then it's on to Team Wrestling Finals on February 24th and 25th in Kalamazoo. And that's followed by Boys and Girls Skiing Finals February 27th. March is when the schedule really heats up. The competitive cheer finals will be March 2nd and 3rd this year, and those will be held at the McGurk Arena in Mount Pleasant. Girls and boys bowling finals will be held March 3rd and 4th, the same weekend as individual wrestling finals at Ford Field. Ice hockey drops the puck March 9th through 11th for semifinals and finals at USA Hockey Arena in Plymouth. Gymnastics finals are that weekend as well. Those will be held at Lakeland High School. And the Lower Peninsula boys swimming and diving finals are also March 10th and 11th. Girls basketball invades the Breslin Center on March 16th for the start of 3 days of semifinals and finals action. Champions will be crowned on Saturday, March 18th. And then the boys move in the next weekend. Semifinal play starts March 23rd, and all 4 finals will be Saturday, March 25th. Both boys and girls basketball finals will be carried live on Bally Sports Detroit. For schedules, pairings, brackets, tickets, and streaming information, the best place to go is to the newly redesigned MHSAA.com. Everything that you need for our winter finals can be found there. Game balls this week go to Belding junior wrestler Jack Ward. He notched career win number 100 over the break, joining his older brother Mitchell and his dad/coach Art as 100-match winners at Belding. To Bedford's Victoria Gray, she scored 25 points in a 9-point win over South Lyon East in the Airport Showcase. Bedford is off to a 7-0 start this year in girls basketball. And to Montebello senior J.T. Smith. He went over the 1,000 career points mark in a win over St. Charles.
Need money for college? You need My Student Aid. My Student Aid is the go-to resource that helps Michigan families find money to pay for college. Plus, they'll guide you through the financial aid process and answer any questions you have. For grants, scholarships, and more, connect with My Student Aid, helping make college affordable for everyone. Learn more at michigan.gov/MIStudentAid.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with the MHSAA's Sam Davis.
If you've seen the movie Hoosiers, you know that a basketball rim is 10 feet above the ground. That's the same if you're in the gym at Beaver Island High School or at Little Caesars Arena. But what are the other court dimensions? To start, courts are typically 84 feet long, but can be up to 94 feet long. They're also 50 feet wide. The free throw line is 15 feet from the face of the backboard, and the high school three-point line is 19 feet 9 inches from the basket. Each hoop is a circle, 18 inches in diameter. The boys play with a basketball 29.5 inches in circumference. The girls play with one at 28.5 inches in circumference. And believe it or not, 2 girl balls will go through a standard rim at the same time.
Thanks, Sam. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you are interested, go to the MHSAA website now to register. Sticking with officiating, since 2020, the number of registered officials in Michigan has fallen from more than 9,000 to less than 8,000. It's a dip that puts extra strain on our current officials. But for the fall 2022 season, the number of registered officials is more in line with where we were pre-pandemic, and things seem to be slowly trending up. The MHSAA has increased pay for postseason games and provided membership in the National Association of Sports Officials. Membership gives officials expanded insurance coverages, access to professional services and development, and a subscription to an MHSAA-focused referee magazine. But there's still a need for more. If you are interested, go to MHSAA.com and click on Officials for more information. Because without officials, it's just practice. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll see you next week.
Lobbed ahead over the timeline to Gable. Gable straight to the basket, elevates, slams it down over top of Orbaugh. Won't get it. Ryan dribbles to the corner, 15 seconds to go. Ryan, Vanderjack, up fake, launches a three. Good! Oh my goodness! Out to the point, Rosema, innocent space, shot, scores! 2-goal lead for the Bulldogs, 4 unanswered. Line, giving on to Titus. Titus angles, pull up shot for the lead, good! Brady Titus, a scream to the heavens after he knocks it down.
All right, welcome back to Sturrus Center. Nate Chandler with you here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. It is Game 2 of the 2K23 Showcase. Unity Christian and Detroit Martin Luther King, two very, very well-respected coaches. George Ward for MLK, Scott Sudsma for Unity Christian. Both these teams down a little bit this year compared to really top-level teams the last couple years, but you still know the overall level of team they are. They've kind of been building the last couple weeks and back on track a little bit as well. Some injuries, some different things may have gotten these teams off. This is going to be, I think, one of the more fun games of the day, CT.
Yeah, I think so. And you've got these two style teams matching up head-to-head. I think you've got two tremendous coaches who really are great at games like this where you're facing against a team where you're going to have to make some adjustments as you go along throughout the course of the game. You've got maybe a different matchup than what you're used to. Having their teams prepared and coaching them throughout the course of the day, I think it's going to be a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, we normally cover Unity Christian fairly often here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. We actually have not done a Unity Christian game yet. Actually, this school year, we didn't do a football game for them either, did we? The way the schedule wound up falling after we went all the way with them last year to the state championship game in football and then quite a bit of basketball as well. We've got some other basketball games coming up, by the way. Stay tuned to our social media for what our schedule in the next couple weeks looks like here on game night. Going to be a really fun week. Next week we'll likely be back here Saturday with some stuff. There's some Granville Bulldogs basketball. There's some other stuff that we're doing throughout the week. So make sure you follow us at MI Game Night if you don't already everywhere. That is where you can follow us on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, and on YouTube, where we also are streaming these games to our YouTube and to our Twitter. Today are our 2 stream points. About 9.5 till we get this thing underway here on our Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show in this one. And, of course, just as a reminder, Scott Bates is your local Granville, Jenison, and Hudsonville Farmers Insurance agent and is a great longtime supporter of Game Night and offers business insurance, auto, homeowners coverage, and more. Give Scott a call today at 616-531-3441 or stop into the agency located at 3181 Prairie Street Southwest in downtown Granville. Like you said, Chandler, the style similar. Both these teams like to run quick. It was a different start to the year for Unity Christian. They were kind of slow to start the year. They're 7-5 now in the year after beating Fruitport last night. They're 5-2 in their tough OK Blue Conference. But it's a team that we know traditionally. Scott Sudsma, he has been here since the late 70s. He's been here for a very, very long time as the head man of Unity Christian. And during that entire time, 2-2-1 trap and 1-2-2 trap, I should say, and a lot of the same sort of things. Start of this year is more of a grinding, a little bit different style of play. Starting with Allendale a couple games ago, they brought that traditional 1-2-2 trap back. A little bit more of the team that we have traditionally seen. This is an in-your-face team that Unity Christian brings to the table and always well coached.
Yeah, exactly. Always well prepared. Such a tremendous system. I mean, it's been in place for many years, as you said, and I think now starting to get more into some of their systems that they've run. Sometimes it just takes a little bit more time to get comfortable with that to where you're ready to throw that out in a game situation. A team that's right around 500, but if they can start utilizing some of those things that we've seen from them in years past, they can really be a dangerous team.
Absolutely. For Martin Luther King, this is a team that's got some top-level talent. Chaz Lewis, the 6'2" junior, already a San Diego University commit, very, very talented player. Of course, we know the talent this team had on the football field as they won the state championship with one of the top quarterbacks in the country that went to Oregon, and then he went to UCLA, and then maybe he was going to go to Oregon, and then he did go to UCLA in the end, Dante Moore, but, unbelievable talent, Dante Moore. That's on the football field, though. Mm-hmm. On the basketball court, just as much talent right here. Lewis leads the way as a true on-off-ball scorer, a floor general, and a sniper.
Yeah, he's a guy that can lead the offense, both handling the basketball, can create his own shot, but also does a tremendous job scoring elsewhere, moving off the ball when that presents itself. Really all-around guy that can score the basketball.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've got a lot of depth besides it. They're going to go a little bit smaller with a lot of their lineup in terms of essentially playing kind of almost a lineup that's kind of like 4 guards and then a center in the middle. Unity Christian, kind of similar, but they'll have a little bit more size, and it's got some interesting pieces, including a really, really terrific sophomore in Jake Chapman, and a lot more that we can get to as we go. We're going to quick step aside, and when we come back, we got a lot more to break down here on the Bates Agency pregame show.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FIN.
Rather than just always relying on one player.
Yeah, Scott Bates Agency pregame show continues here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. CT, I think the next thing that you have to mention most notably in this contest
It breaks me every time still. Every single time that happens, it gets me. The winners still go to the Heartland student section last year at the Breslin Center. Those guys win every time.
Season, and we'll wrap up our broadcast with the Heinz Orthodontics smile of the game.
Drive. Hi, I'm Chandler.
Oh, wow.
We're going to leave this in.
All right.
This is staying in the show. He is Chandler Timmer. I am Nate Dreyer. This is what happens when you work together for 6 years. The names are one.
We're just one, yeah.
Chandler Timmer, Nate Dreyer. Chandler Timmer, Nate Dreyer. Michigan game night, tailgate report. We clearly have to stop talking. I do at least. I will see you all. I see you too. Friday night, Grandville, Wyoming. I think 6:30. We're on the air for that. Goodbye.
And Cam Regner's has scoring report for the Panthers. 4 points thrown at that point guard position. Tough backcourt in general. Getting to some of those other pieces that we have out there. After 3 years, it finally almost came down on me. Good catch. I don't know what kid caught that, but that was a good catch. But regardless, a tough back.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car.
Hey, my car!
And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
And welcome back. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here. Welcome you back in courtside at the Sturrus Center. Game 2 of the 2K23 Showcase. MLK and Unity Christian about 2 minutes away from tip-off here, CT. Let's go through some of the keys to the game, I think, in this one. I think it's certainly limiting turnovers, getting the ball in your big-time playmakers. We talked about Chas Lewis, of course, for MLK. You know, Unity Christian have got a lot of guys that are terrific defenders. Where do they find some of the scoring? Jake Chapman, their 6'6" sophomore center, certainly has been growing into that role. You know, Dylan Shaban comes back, second-year guard. Colin Neuenhuis, a terrific guard as well in this system for Coach Sudsma. It's going to be a lot of Lewis and a lot of team effort then on the other side for Unity.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting watching those two matchups, really. I mean, when you're talking about single player and also a couple guys on the Unity Christian side going back and forth and how they fit into the flow of the game. I think when you've got two teams that are pretty comfortable running and we've seen them be able to go at a quick pace, throughout the course of the season, then when you get them head-to-head, who's going to fall into more forced errors and unforced errors for that matter. When you're talking about teams that can travel or can go quickly but might turn the basketball over, who can avoid those the most. We saw it in the previous game where, you're running back and forth going quickly, but you start to see more turnovers from each side, and who's able to stay more composed in a situation like that.
Again, two teams that are fairly quick. Where are the differences? Unity Christian is going to have a length advantage at just about every single position, as they always do. Unity Christian is Unity Christian. It is exclusively Dutch kids in this lineup each and every time. They're always the tallest team, just about, period, in the area, and that's exactly what it's going to come down to. They have that length. MLK, very athletic team, maybe looking to attack a little bit quicker while Unity's looking to trap more. It's a similar system, but it's just slightly different.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at the MLK side with the speed that they've got, able to try to quickly maybe try to break some of the pressure looks that Unity Christian, they're going to do everything they can to try to use their length to jump passing lanes and make things difficult on the defensive end.
All right, I think that'll do it for the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show. Detroit MLK, Unity Christian up next after this. We'll be right back here on Game Night.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
To everyone who loves great food, let us make you a meal the Wisconsin way.
We cook each butter burger to order for you and the people you love, so it's the best part of your day.
The best.
The best.
And every creamy scoop of fresh frozen custard, pure happiness.
Pure happiness.
Pure happiness. Because where Culver's comes from.
And the heart of America's Dairyland.
Our love.
Our love for fresh food is as strong as our love for all of you.
From Wisconsin with love.
Welcome to Delicious.
And welcome back to the Sturrus Center. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here. Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. No national anthem for the second or for the later games of the day, but starting lineups are being introduced for these two teams. Detroit King, traveling team in uniform and on the scoreboard in the traveling black uniforms with yellow numbers, lettering, and trimming. Under head coach George Ward, they'll be starting the junior wing, Kenneth King Jr., along with the senior guard, Thomas McTire. The junior guard, Chas Lewis, gets the start, along with the senior guard, Daniel Hayes, and the senior forward, Jonathan Coffey, gets the start for the Crusaders of Detroit, Martin Luther King. For the Crusaders of Unity Christian in a Crusader battle under head coach Scott Studzma, it'll be the junior guard, Colin Neuenhuis, in the backcourt alongside the junior guard, Dylan Shaban. The senior guard, Mitch Tibby, who also plays quarterback for this team in the fall, will get the start. And up front, they will have the senior forward, David Portinga, and the sophomore center at 6'6", Jake Chapman, highly athletic center and power forward Chapman, what he brings to the table for Unity Christian as the Crusaders of UC. Introductions begin right now. All right, Chandler, you can see the lineups, you can see the size differential. I'm excited and interested to see the first couple minutes in particular of this one because I think we're going to learn a lot right there on the direction this thing may go.
Yeah, I think you'll be able to see right away where these teams are going to be comfortable playing. They're both going to run really quickly and get into some pressure looks that we've seen from them, or if they're going to ease into it a little bit. I think looking at the sizes, the introductions lineup as well as the guys in the middle. You're looking at Jonathan Coffey for MLK and Jake Chapman. See if those two guys going head-to-head, both the tallest players on their respective teams in the starting lineup, what that battle is going to look like.
The Unity Christian home white uniforms. Unity and numbers are in gray, trimmed in blue. And they have kind of some of the Jordan print, as it's called, down the side of the Jordan branded uniforms as well in gray. Introductions continuing for UC. By the way, one change to that lineup that I initially said. David Portinga, the senior forward who started the last couple games, he is not starting. It's the junior guard TJ Fisher at 6'3" starting as well. So 4 guards, long guards, and then the big man Chapman in the middle for Coach Studzma, who is year after year, if you know West Michigan basketball, as good as it gets, and he's been as good as it gets for a very long time. The same, though, can be said for George King and Detroit, Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King out of the Public School League blue, Unity Christian out of the OK blue. They're both Crusaders. They both want to run, and this will be fun. Chapman, the jump on Coffey, give about an inch, let's say, in terms of what they're listed to Coffey, the senior over top of the sophomore for UC. Unity Christian moves right to left across the radio dial. in the home whites, traveling black uniforms. It will be left to right for Martin Luther King. Chapman wins the tip. Back in Unity Christian, gets the initial control as King brings a little bit of token pressure. Shaban stopped over the timeline. Handoff for Colin Neuenhuis, the second-year junior point guard. Tight defense on him from Daniel Hayes. Throws left side to Shaban. Angle drive. Right corner for Chapman. Swung right wing Neuenhuis. Back to the corner for TJ Fisher. Fisher enters the lane. Cut off up top for Shaban, or for Mitch Tibby. Tibby right side. TJ Fisher. Jabs, drives in the lane, dump pass, Chapman, mid-range jumper, good. Jake Chapman skies over top of the defender, able to score. It's 2-0, Unity Christian, first 30 seconds gone.
Good possession from the Unity Christian Crusaders, able to get it set up. A couple dribble handoffs, eventually getting Chapman a look in the low post area.
Lewis throws top of the key to McTire. Back right side to Lewis, the San Diego University commit. Defended here by Tibby to the top of the key. Chapman now switches on to him. Driving, jump stop, leaning shot off the window. Good for Lewis. And we're tied at 2 with the first minute gone. Both teams kind of slow in half court to begin. Martin Luther King brings some token full court man pressures. Lewis is shadowing TJ Fisher over the timeline. Fisher bounces over the timeline, feeds to Chapman, who's able to settle it down. The sophomore gives to Shaban, top of the key. Shaban, left side, Neuenhuis. Neuenhuis steps around a defender, Fisher steps around a defender, gives to Neuenhuis, back to Fisher, left wing. Fisher, behind the back dribble, free throw line, off the right foot, in rhythm from the free throw line, no good off the front rim for Fisher. Rebound to Martin Luther King, 6.5 in the first, tied at 2. Lewis feeds left side here, swung to the corner for Daniel Hayes. Hayes up top for Lewis again to run the offense, 6:15 in the first. Lewis to back it out. Both teams going half court right now to start the basketball game. Lewis all the way across the floor. Tibby defending him, switch on him. Top of the key is Chapman. Feeds left corner onto McTire. Pulls up a mid-range jumper, strong. Rebound down to Shaban. First 2 minutes gone, tied at 2. Right corner, TJ Neuenhuis drives the basket. Floater, good. Tough shot over top. A couple of defenders to Colin Neuenhuis. And Unity Christian takes the lead back 4-2. Coach Ward up from his bench to get some coaching in here on his team defensively.
Neuenhuis able to quickly attack with the basketball. Nice steal from Chapman. In the right block, able to create some separation for Neuenhuis to get that shot up.
Daniel Hayes, top of the key with it. Feeds top on to Lewis. Lewis, catch and shoot three, strong off the window. Coffee spikes the ball off the backboard. Rebound secured by Colin Neuenhuis. Left side of Shaban. 4-2 lead early for Unity Christian. Shaban, right side for TJ Fisher. Fisher defended by McTire. Angles into the lane, feeds right corner to Shaban, curls free throw line, give on to Tibby, drives, reverse layup, good. Tough shot from Mitch Tibby. 6-2 Unity Christian, first 3 minutes are gone.
Tibby able to go underhand with the right hand on the left-handed side. Tough to get that shot up, but able to do so.
Lewis, right wing, defended by Chapman. Jump stop, dump pass, Coffee scores. Nice find off the jump stop as a lot of pressure was drawn right there by Lewis, and he's able to bring MLK back within 2, 6-4. Neither team really pressuring the full court very much right now. Fisher, right side for Shaban in the wing. Shaban dumps down low looking for Chapman, poked out of bounds, last touch by Coffee. It will stay with Unity Christian. Coach Sidsma going to mass changes right here. Hugo Vanderwall, Micah Arrow Smith, and Jacob Veldhuis all in for UC right here. No changes for King yet. Fisher to throw in, baseline right. Got a right corner to Aerosmith, the junior. Up top, Veldhuis, swung left wing for Tibby. Tibby, give and go. Feed up top for TJ Fisher again, the junior guard. Jabs around a screen. Hands off up top for Mitch Tibby. Right side of the lane, bouncing in. Reverse right-hand layup, no good. Rebound down to Micah Aerosmith. To the free throw line. Pull-up jumper off the mark. Jacob Veldhuis. Rebound ripped down by Lewis and King. Lewis throwing the length of the floor, looking for Coffee. Jumped up and poked away by Veldhuis. Unity Christian takes it out of there one more time. First half of the first quarter gone, 6-4 Unity Christian. TJ Fisher, handoff, left wing, Mitch Tibby. Tibby defended by Daniel Hayes, and a foul called on Hayes as he pushes into Tibby right there. 3:53 first quarter, 6-4 Unity Christian, the early lead. Tibby throws in from the right side. Terrence Martin Jr., the junior shooting guard, will come in for Detroit King as McTire, the senior guard, takes a seat. Tibby to throw in here. Tibby trying to find Fisher, overthrew his target. Terrence Martin Jr. the steal, and King down 2 will take it the other way. Here's up top for Lewis, the San Diego commit. Lewis defended by Fisher. Right corner for Terrence Martin Jr. Drives baseline, whips the hands free, right-hand shot, blocked at the basket by Hugo Vanderwall. TJ Fisher near side, right to left over the timeline for Unity. 3.5 in the first. Crusaders of Unity Christian by 2. Left side, Hugo Vanderwall all alone, launches a 3 off the right side of the rim, no good. Follow on the putback from Velthaus falls short. And on the second effort, King grabs the rebound. It's thrown on to Daniel Hayes, the senior, up the left side of the floor. Hayes up top for Lewis. Lewis tries a deep 3 over top of Tibby. Strong off the connector, no. Long rebound in the arms of Daniel Hayes. Throws right wing Martin. Hayes takes it again up top, defended loosely here by Micah Aerosmith. 3 minutes to go in the first. A lot slower game than what you may have expected early, as both teams have been very much in the half court right now. Drive from Daniel Hayes, jump pass, poked and stolen nearly by UC, but on the second effort, grabbed by Lewis. Lewis drives in the lane, tough leaner to tie, no. Coffey the follow, can't get the friendly touch, and the board down to Unity Christian and Hugo Vanderwall. 2:40 and less. UC pushing the pace to Tibby into the paint. Right corner, Fisher launches a 3, rattles out, no good. Rebound down to Velthaus. He's fouled on the floor. Second foul of the game on MLK. 2.5 in the first. 6-4 Unity Christian.
Foul number 2, Mr. Kenneth.
Crusaders trying to, Unity Christian, I got to quit saying Crusaders in this matchup, but Unity Christian running down the floor trying to get a basket in transition, but MLK able to get back, forced to kick out to the corner.
Shaban and Neuenhuis in, Fisher and Tibby take a seat. Baseline left inbound. Neuenhuis, the second-year junior point guard, to throw in. Got it Vanderwall left corner. Hugo Vanderwall defended by Jonathan Coffey to the top of the key. Got it there to Velthaus. Velthaus, nice skip pass, trying to find the cutting Shaban. It winds up just evading his fingertips, and Lewis is back the other way for MLK. 2:22 in the first, 6-4 Unity Christian in a grind here. Second game of the day at the showcase. Lewis defended by Vanderwall left wing. Feeds right corner for Kenneth King Jr. the wing. Back up top, Lewis. Up fake. Dribble drive, jump stop, leaner in the lane, strong, high leaping rebound down to Neuenhuis and UC. Neuenhuis weaves through the defense over the timeline, final 2 minutes, lobs a tough floater, strong, rebound ripped down by Kenneth King Jr., and King again to set it up, this time Daniel Hayes to run the offense left wing. 1:51 of the first. Hayes, top of the key, defended by Vanderwall, swings right side for Lewis. He's got Shaban on him defensively. Unity Christian, this kind of swinging zone that they like to utilize with a matchup zone. Foul off the ball on Detroit King and Terrence Martin Jr. Unity Christian takes it. Third team foul on MLK. Thomas McTire will check in, and Chas Lewis will get a seat.
King trying to get the basketball down low to Coffey, who had the size advantage. But as the pass being lobbed down there, Coffey rather, shoving off to try to create some separation.
King, some full court man pressure. Shaban throws left side to Neuenhuis, who throws it back over to Shaban up the right side of the floor over the timeline. Shaban, the senior guard, drives to the basket, up fake at the block into a double team. And a travel on Dylan Shaban. It'll go Detroit Martin Luther King's way. 1:26 in the first, 6-4, as she continues to go steady as she goes in this one early on in a grind. Daniel Hayes to work slowly inside, 1:15 in the first. Neuenhuis the defense up top on him. Right wing Terrence Martin Jr. drives on Vanderwall. Pulls up and fakes out of the shot and throws right wing to Daniel Hayes. 1 minute in the first. Working slowly, MLK McTire. Right side to Daniel Hayes. Hayes crossing, bouncing into the lane. Reaching pass, hits Coffey. Good off the window and one. Jonathan Coffey in his big 6'7" body, a very muscular kid as well in the post, able to go through the pressure. The foul on Shaban is the first on Unity Christian, and MLK can take the lead here. Chapman checks in for Velthaus for UC.
Set up by Hayes' ability to handle the basketball in some traffic. He drove to the basket, had to use the crossover, able to get to the right side of the basket and then just drop it off for Coffey for the lay-in.
TJ Fisher in as well here for Coach Sudsma. Coffey at the line, bends the knees, right hand free throw, rattles out. We're tied at 6. By the way, if you're curious, Coach Sudsma from West Michigan, you know about the famous blue towel that he's had his entire career on the sideline. It is with him here today. Doesn't have the full suit on tonight, just the kind of team sweats or whatever, but he does have the very famous baby blue towel. MLK gets a steal away from Unity Christian, and King will work it around. Left wing, Terrence Martin Jr. up top for Daniel Hayes, who is running the offense with Lewis on the bench. Final 30 seconds of the first. We're tied at 6 here between MLK and Unity Christian. Satyrs will hold for the final shot. That's the Satyrs of MLK, by the way. Traveling black uniforms for King, home whites for Unity Christian. Final 16 seconds. Working on first to 20 wins this game is wiping the bottom of his shoes. Daniel Hayes will set up the offense. Runs to the left wing with it. Throws up top for McTire. 6 seconds, McTire. Defended by the lanky Jake Chapman. Right side, catch and shoot 3. Off the mark for Terrence Martin Jr. Rebound to Unity Christian at the buzzer. No shot attempt is off. And we've reached the end of the first. 6-6 after one. A real grinder between the two Crusaders sides. Right back here on game night.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
A sense of purpose, a higher calling. At Dean Transportation, we call it our passion. It's simply who we are. 60 years of pioneering the best health and safety standards because safe student transportation is essential. We are hard-working folks, connecting children to learning, schools to our communities, and you to a better career. Want to make your community a better place? We'll put you in the driver's seat. Join the Dean family today and help to connect our kids to brighter futures.
All right, second frame of the Crusader battle here at the 2K23 Showcase. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here on MGN. It's 6-6 after one between Unity and MLK. You know, we were talking off the air. I could see there was maybe a chance this thing would turn more into a half-court grind. That's exactly what happened. Looks like Unity Christian, though, is going to set up more of kind of their matchup 2-3 zone. Now they will break more into the man defenses. MLK gets the ball to start the half, and we'll go to work here with Terrence Martin Jr. Swings left wing to McTire. McTire bouncing into the lane, right side for Martin Jr. Back left side to McTire. McTire lobs, look for the big guy Coffee. Got it left block, skips it, and it's stolen on the skip by Chapman and Unity Christian. It'll be set up here by Colin Neuenhuis up the right side of the floor. Left-hand dribble, able to stutter step over the timeline as he's tightly defended over the timeline by McTire. Neuenhuis, stop, feeds to Vanderwall, left wing. Vanderwall poked and stolen. MLK opening up the pressure a little bit. Daniel Hayes stops right wing. High jump pass left side to Martin Jr. Martin Jr., big screen set by Coffee. Up fake on a 3, throws right side to Hayes. Hayes lobs, looking for Coffee, able to sky above the defense, put it back up off the window, and score. 5 for Coffee, 8-6 MLK, their first lead. Hard foul on Hugo Vanderwall as King brings the trap, and it's Kenneth King Jr. with a slap across Vanderwall, and Vanderwall will take a seat as Veldhuis comes in, but MLK right on cue, up in the pressure a little bit, CT.
Yeah, turning up a little bit, able to try to get in the face of the Unity Christian offense a little bit more, force them into some turnovers.
Crusaders get it in here to TJ Fisher. Fisher blows down the right side, stops at the block in the right side, feeds right wing to the reaching Jacob Veldhuis. Up top for Shaban, the senior guard. Hands off left wing for a curling Neuenhuis. Stops free throw line. Neuenhuis up top Veldhuis. Swung right corner TJ Fisher. Fisher stops in the corner, feeds free throw line to Shaban. Lobs for Chapman and the sophomore. Puts it in nicely with a touch. 4 for Jake Chapman. We're tied back up at 8. Nice long possession by UC there to get 2.
That good play call offensively. Able to get Shaban right at the free throw line. Quick touch in motion. Flips it to Chapman. All in one motion there as well, able to put it up and in.
Thriller in the first game of the day was just a 3-point win for DCC over Reeths-Puffer. Left wing Daniel Hayes with it. Gets a screen set by Coffee. Hayes taking his time, rocks in the lane, jump stop, feeds right corner for McTire. McTire up top, Hayes. Hayes against a pair of Unity Christian defenders, probing into the lane, now pulls back out with a left-hand dribble. Hayes, 22 in black, crosses into the lane, tough fading runner, short rebound, poked up, hit the top of the backboard, and fell. And they're going to count the points for MLK. So they give Coffee the points right there. It looked like that one should have hit the top and potentially should have been out of play, but they'll count it for 2 for Detroit Martin Luther King. Middle of the lane, shot off the mark for Veldhuis, and the rebound is batted out of bounds by Unity Christian. MLK takes it, 5.5 in the second, as Lewis will check back in here for the Crusaders of MLK, and the Crusaders of Unity Christian bring Mitch Tibby back in.
Mid-range shot for Veldhuis. Got open on the right elbow. A little bit short on the shot, though. Chapman not a chance to try to chase that one down as it bounced out of bounds.
Lewis getting that jersey tucked back in and reacquainted as he dribbles over the timeline. Watched defensively by TJ Fisher. Man-to-man defense here from Unity Christian. Aggressive man defense like they like to run on the half court. Left corner, Terrence Martin Jr. catch and shoot three. Strong off the back rim. Rebound TJ Fisher. He's set to run. The 6'3 junior leaves for Shaban. Shaban trying to enter the paint to Chapman. Poked and stolen from behind by King and Thomas McTire. McTire trying to feed Coffee. Goes off the foot of a Unity Christian Crusader. King keeps it. Micah Aerosmith checks in for Neuenhuis. You know, this is a big staple of what Coach Sudsma likes to do. Deep rotation and rotate early and often. 10-8 game. As King will have a baseline right inbound here with McTire. 5'8 senior guard McTire. There's black short sleeves underneath the black uniform and lobs on to Lewis right elbow. Lewis backs out behind the arc, right corner McTire, looks at the basket, drives, tough pull-up shot, splashes down. Tough one for McTire. And MLK goes up 2 scores, 12-8. Here's Shaban, run into by Lewis, no foul called, and it's stolen by MLK and Lewis. Lobs on here to the driving Mackenzie Canty, and Canty fresh on the floor, able to score. Coach Sudsman wants a timeout, 14-8. MLK will be right back.
Bowling is a great time that combines great friends, football, and bowling. Compete against your friends or family, throwing a football at 10 real bowling pins. You can bring in your own food, or they have a pair of 45-foot bars featuring soft drinks and adult beverages. Visit bowlingwarehouse.com, Grand Rapids, to reserve your lanes.
Founded in 1969, J&H Family Stores has grown from a single tank truck to over 50 convenience store locations in West Michigan. Our locations offer a variety of fuel options ranging from Exxon, Mobil, Marathon, and Citgo. At many of our stores, you'll also be pleased to find a Tim Hortons or Subway. Find the location near you by visiting myjhfamilystores.com. There's one in your neighborhood.
All right, welcome back here to Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. Good little run here for Detroit Martin Luther King, and they will set up some full-court man-to-man pressure out of it. Right to left, Unity Christian trailing 14-8. Shaban to run the baseline. Throws in the right side to Tibby, back on to Shaban, running full speed over the timeline. Tic-tac-toe pass to the cutting Chapman. The sophomore turns the back, right-hand shot blocked to the basket by Coffey. On the floor, saved and going back to the way with Canty and MLK. He'll give it on to Lewis. 4:16 in the second, 14-8 MLK. Lobs down for Coffey. Able to grab it over top of a couple defenders. Turn, leaning shot, no good. Rebound ripped out of there by Shaban. He's set to run. Shaban crosses over the timeline. Lobs for Fisher left wing. Defended by Lewis. Fisher to the top of the key, behind the back dribble. Angles in, comes back out behind the arc. Handoff for Shaban. Throws across Fisher left wing. Swings to Chapman short left corner. The sophomore blows through a couple defenders. Nice finish. Chapman has 8 of his team's 10, and UC back within 4. A 6'6" sophomore Chapman. This kid is going to be a problem for years to come. You can already see it.
Yeah, the size at his age impressive, and then the ability to finish already. Catching that one along the baseline. Able to go through some contact and still get that one up on the left side.
It's quite the matchup on the 6'7" Coffey as well. Drive from Lewis, stops free throw line, fades away from defender, shot deflected by Chapman, out of bounds, poked out by King. Unity Christian will take it. Luke Bryant, the 6'7" senior, will check in here for King as Coffey gets a seat. Also, Lewis takes a seat as Hayes will come in. Kind of low minutes for Lewis tonight. He's been off the floor quite often for Detroit King, as Neuenhuis checks back in for Unity Christian. 3:14 second quarter, 14-10. Unity Christian trailing, but with the ball. TJ Fisher turning his back on the defender. Pressure comes and a foul. Now on to Daniel Hayes.
Mr. Hayes picks up his second.
3:08 second quarter, 14-10 MLK. As they pick up their 15th foul here. Just in the backcourt, it will be Mitch Tibby to throw in right here. Tibby throws in the backcourt to TJ Fisher. Fisher, short white sleeves underneath the white uniform, crosses over the timeline, defended here by McTire. Skips with two hands, left side to Nieuwenhuis. Nieuwenhuis escapes the defender, floater in the lane, off the window and good. 4 for Nieuwenhuis. Great shot making right there to bring his team back within 2, CT.
A couple times now, Nieuwenhuis has been able to attack to the side Chapman is on, where he's getting some positioning, and then use Chapman almost as a screen, even though that's not what it is, to create some open looks for himself.
Hayes to the top of the key. Big size differentials. He's defended by Chapman. Swings left wing to Terrence Martin Jr. Martin Jr. drives and is fouled on the floor. They'll get Micah Aerosmith for his first and the team's second on UC. Baseline left inbound coming up here for King with 2:33 in the second. Baseline left inbound here for King. Lobbed up to the junior guard, Terrence Martin Jr. He's got Aerosmith on him. Drives in the lane. Tough leaner will not go. Tough rebound grab by Martin Jr. Put back no good, but a foul. And Martin Jr. will go to the line and shoot a couple right here. Third team foul on UC. And they'll get Aerosmith for back-to-back fouls right here. He's got 2. 14-12 MLK over Unity Christian here. Second game of the day at the Showcase. First one good for Terrence Martin Jr. He's on the score sheet. Hugo Vanderwall, the lanky junior wing, will check in here for Micah Aerosmith. If nothing else, as usual, Coach Sidsma just has length to burn on this team. Everyone he brings in seemingly is 6'3" and longer than the last. One more here for Terrence Martin Jr. Right-hand free throw. Too short, and the rebound down to Vanderwall. 3-point lead for MLK. King continues to show a little bit of token full court pressure. Right to left over the timeline. TJ Fisher able to take it up as he got a bit of a screen from Vanderwall as well. Trying to hit a cutting Mitch Tibby. Unable to hit him there, and it'll go back the other way on an out-of-bounds pass. Kenneth King Jr., the long, tough junior wing, will come in for Detroit King. You want to talk about a guy that can match up with some of the size of Unity Christian. He's got all of the size of Vanderwall and Chapman, but a very tough, well-built kid as well. Kenneth King Jr. 2:11 to go, second quarter, 15-12 MLK in a game that is the exact opposite of the last one we saw here today. Man-to-man defense for both teams in a grinding fashion. Right wing, McTire. Up top, King Jr. King to Martin Jr. in the wing. Martin defended by Fisher. Skips for Bryant. Bryant to Hayes. Hayes defended by Fisher. King going to slow it down here. 1:45 in the second. They lead by 3. Hayes dribbles to the right wing. Sticking with him defensively is Fisher. Now the screen comes on and Tibby follows him. Throws left wing to Martin. Martin drives baseline. Pull-up shot from 8. Got it. Good job by Martin. He's got 3. Able just kind of to attack the defense. Got the defense on the back foot. Stops and scores. 17-12.
Yeah, we'll step inside the arc and then find that middle range where he doesn't have to deal with some of the size down low for Unity Christian and able to get a shot up.
TJ Fisher to the short right corner for Vanderwall, who takes it out behind the arc. Vanderwall dribbles top of the key, handoff on the weave to a cutting Nieuwenhuis. Nieuwenhuis, tough shot from mid-range, climbs the defender, and Nieuwenhuis scores with nothing but net on that one from mid-range. He has 6, and it's 17-14, final minute, first half. Slow grind continues, first of 40 type of contest for Sherton. Daniel Hayes, senior guard, run the offense, left wing, defended here by Tibby. Throws right wing for Martin, stutter step, inside the arc, long 2, got it. Martin over top of the defender, he's got 5, 19-14. Fisher over the timeline. Screen from Vanderwall all the way up top, he'll go to the right side. Feeds it right corner for Nieuwenhuis. Nieuwenhuis for Vanderwall up top, stops right elbow. Skips it left wing, Nieuwenhuis. Quick feeds it to the corner. Feed left wing to Vanderwall. Vanderwall up top, Nieuwenhuis around the screen to the left elbow. Left side for Fisher. 20 seconds in the quarter. Step back 3. Fisher rattles out. Rebound secured by Daniel Hayes. King by 5, final 12 seconds. Hayes, pull-up shot, free throw line, got it. He got some space, and Daniel Hayes gets on the score sheet. 21-14 MLK with a good run. 5 seconds to go. Right side of the floor, Nieuwenhuis with 2, poked out of bounds. Last touch by King with .3. Kind of a confusing final possession. I'm not sure if Nieuwenhuis knew the time right there as he was working up the floor.
It looked like he saw the clock at the last second, was going to try to make a move to get past the defender and got poked free.
They got .3, don't have time to get off as Nieuwenhuis misses anyway at the buzzer. 21-14 at the half as Detroit King is able to come back and take the lead into the locker room. Welcome into the Centennial Securities halftime show at CT. So, first 2 frames of play, interesting. We wondered how fast this game would be. We had our answer. It's very slow, very grinding, and King seemed to be a little bit more comfortable with some of the play than what even Unity was, as they really were able to find a little bit more shot, making a few more open looks.
Yeah, they were able to create a little bit better in the half court. Had some opportunities to get into the mid-range where they were able to hit some of those pull-ups, and for the most part, just continue to keep it at a grinding style. They were sending a bit of a trap at times throughout the first half. As soon as Unity Christian would get in the half court, they were setting that up just a little bit, giving them a different look, but for the most part, just a very slow style game, ending in a lot of missed shots.
All right, 21-14, MLK leads Unity Christian, the Battle of the Crusaders at the half in this one. We'll be right back here from the Sturrus Center. A lot more to break down. We'll get your scoring recap from the first half in just a minute.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
you've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring.
And it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Michigan Sports Academies offers quality youth sports in Grand Rapids, Holland, and Muskegon. With a wide variety of programming, MSA has something for new athletes who are just starting out to experienced athletes looking to take their game to the next level. Year-round programming is offered in basketball, lacrosse, soccer, and volleyball. Your athlete will love the quality of instruction from experienced coaches and state-of-the-art facilities conveniently located in Grand Rapids and along the lakeshore. Check us out at MichiganSportsAcademies.com.
Don't just find yourself, make yourself. Start businesses, build bridges, save lives, raise a whole city. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
And welcome back here to the Sturrus Center. Nate and Chandler with you here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. It is the Centennial Securities halftime show. 21-14, MLK leading at the half over Unity Christian. CT, get us our scoring recap from the first half, please.
All right, for our Unity Christian, just 3 scores, totaling 14 points. Neuenhuis with 6, Chapman with 6, and Tibby with 2. For Detroit and MLK, leading all scores, Coffey with 8, 5 for Martin Jr., 2 then for Canty, McTire, and Lewis, as well as Hayes.
Yeah, so balanced across the board for that scoring, and really not much scoring in general, especially compared to some of what you think these teams can do. Now, the thing is, they're traditionally seen as faster teams, but these are both teams that are playing right in the midst of, 54 to 52 type games. And you look at their season averages. So I think it's one of those things where both teams are traditionally one thing, but they both have untraditionally moved to a different style of play this year, and they've taken that to the fullest extent in this game.
Yeah, neither one really showing that the up-tempo style that we were potentially looking at. I think both teams, maybe it's just the style that they've got this year with the kind of players that they have and what they're comfortable doing, but definitely choosing to go more into the half court and try to slow things down more than what we potentially saw.
Yeah, if you want to see things sped up next, Detroit, Edison, and South Christian, I can much more probably promise that game's going to be up-tempo and wild. We saw an Edison game at the showcase last year against Benton Harbor, so that was part of it, but they played at a breakneck, ridiculous pace in that game. And then also, we've seen South Christian play this year as well. That's a fast team. They like to trap quite a bit. Interesting for Unity Christian, we mentioned it. Scott Sidsma has been willing to break out more of their 1-2-2 trap in the last few games that they haven't been utilizing as much in the early part of the year. Certainly not there in this game. Not even really much of the quarter-court zones and 2-3s and 1-2-2 shifting defenses that they do. It's been pretty much straight-up man for Unity all game long. MLK, some full-court pressure, some trapping for the most part, same for them.
Yeah, I think we'll see if Unity, if that's something they're going to break out here in the second half as we go along in this game, or if that's something they're just going to continue to try to lock it down and man and see if they can take care of things that way. But they do have that in their back pocket at some point, whether they break it out here today or not.
It's a quick word from the Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame. The Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the city's rich sports history by honoring prominent West Michigan athletes and those who have contributed greatly to sports on a local, state, or national level. The GRS HOF also presents annual events in support of West Michigan athletics and raises funds to support local youth organizations and charities. Follow the Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame on Facebook and check out pictures and biographies of all 181 inductees at GRSHOF.com. One more quick break. We'll be right back here on the Centennial Securities Halftime Show.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car. And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Need to replace that worn-out carpet or floor? Floor Coverings International makes it easy. They bring their mobile showroom to you. Save yourself the trip and gas shopping around. See a wide selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, and vinyl in the lighting of your own home. Go to floorcoveringsinternational.com today for your free consultation. Work with one team for a hassle-free experience from the quote to installation. And each Floor Coverings International business is independently owned and operated, so they are local business owners in our community. Floor Coverings International, the flooring store at your door.
Are you looking for a new career? Aetna Supply is hiring. Aetna Supply is Michigan's #1 plumber wholesaler, servicing local customers for over 50 years. They offer great benefits, a 401k with company match, quarterly bonuses, and no Sundays. Once again, check them out at aetnasupply.com/careers or click on their logo on the Michigan Sports Radio homepage.
All right, welcome back. Nate Chandler with you at CT. Second half, this is coming up. MLK leads Unity Christian 21-14 here on the Centennial Securities Halftime Show. And I guess let's take a look towards the second half. Give us kind of some of the keys to the second half, what Coach Sudsma was working on, and what Coach Ward was working on in the halftime break. By the way, Unity Christian not back yet, so Coach Sudsma still working on things right now.
Yeah, I think Unity Christian, they're trying to come up with something offensively. They really nothing coming easy from them. They got Chapman involved early on, got a couple baskets down low, but for the most part, everything very contested from the Martin Luther King defense. So they're going to have to try to come up, if they're going to try to run a little bit and try to get out in front of some of that defense, got the playmakers to do so, but they're going to have to come up with something offensively and with some backdoor cuts potentially to open things up.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you look at King then on the other side of things. That's what Union wants to do. And I think King is probably pretty happy if they can find a way to continue what they're doing. But the problem is you have to probably know those changes are coming from Coach Sudsma.
Yeah, exactly. I think you look at up and down the lineup for Martin Luther King in the first half, and they're scoring most of it coming from Coffey down low in the paint, able to get some looks for him down low, but also Lewis, a pretty quiet first half for the talent that he has. I think trying to get him to create a shot a little bit more and be active with the basketball. You saw him force a couple pretty deep threes early in the first half of this game, and he can hit those shots, but I think try to get him dribbling the basketball and getting downhill a little bit more.
Yeah, somewhat limited minutes for Lewis as well, the junior San Diego commit. I don't know, maybe if there's some sort of minutes restriction he's on tonight or what his situation may be. But yeah, I was certainly expecting to see a little bit more of him than what we did ultimately see in that first half. So it'll be interesting to see just minutes-wise and shot-wise if we do see more come out of him. Both teams wrapping up the warm-ups, and we are about ready to go for the second half. Unity Christian in the home white uniforms. Numbers are in gray, along with Unity across the chest in gray, trimmed in navy blue, and they've got some gray trimming down the side. For Detroit, Martin Luther King in the traveling black uniforms, numbers, lettering, and trimming, all in Detroit King yellow and gold. They've got MLK written on the right short leg across those uniforms. Same lineups that open the game will open the second half of play. That's King, McTire, Lewis, Hayes, and Coffee for MLK, and that's Neuenhuis, Shaban, Tibby, Fisher, and Chapman for UC. All right, second half or second game of the day. Hopefully it is near as good as that first one, which was 73-70 and a thriller down the stretch. This one looking way more like first to 40, but I think it still could be just as close and just as interesting. Unity Christian will get the ball moving left to right across the radio dial out of the break right here.
There is a bus, a chartered bus that is parked in the student parking lot, and I'm not sure if it's Unity Christians or Detroit Minor Luther King.
Lobbed into the backcourt. Colin Neuenhuis in the traveling white uniform starts it up, gets a screen from Tibby, drives left baseline. Neuenhuis to the basket, quick, easy two, scores off the window with the right. Good first cut to the basket right there. A couple of screens and a drive from Neuenhuis.
Yeah, Neuenhuis, that was one of the best things working for Unity Christian in the first half offensively. Neuenhuis off the dribble, able to get along the baseline, and an open look for him.
Hayes for Lewis, swings right wing Terrence Martin Jr., steps back into a long two with his foot on the line, rebound ripped down out of there by Coffee off the miss, and Coffee able to hook one in himself. He's got 9, and immediately after the make, Coach Ward for King calls a 30-second timeout. 23-16, 7.5 to go in the third quarter. Interesting timeout there immediately off the make, calling the timeout.
Yeah, definitely something Coach Ward must have seen that right away he wanted to address. Only 33 seconds into the second half.
Maybe even going back to the defensive side of the ball, Unity Christian got that good drive from Colin Neuenhuis. I think Neuenhuis and Chapman, they led the way for you offensively, of course, in the first. Mitch Tibby with 2, the other 2 handling the rest of the load. I think number 1 in white, number 32 in white will have to continue to be the main thought.
Yeah, I think they can play well off of each other. With the look you want offensively, get Neuenhuis handling the basketball where he can try to turn the corner, and then have Chapman down on the blocks where he can try to set up shop there as well and get him the basketball with his size.
All right, Unity Christian left to right across the radio dial. Work against a full court press right here from MLK. They'll set up in a 2-2-1 full court trap. Right side, Neuenhuis in the backcourt. The right-hand dribble, throws over the timeline to Mitch Tibby. Tibby lobs for Chapman, broken up from behind by Lewis, but Chapman able to settle it down. Gave a shoulder to Coffee. Right-hand hook shot misses, out of bounds. It will stay with Unity Christian. So, Martin Luther King is the team to set up our first trap of the game. It's 2-2-1 in the full court. TJ Fisher to throw in, baseline right with 7:10 in the third. Lobs up top, Neuenhuis all alone, launches a 3, splash. 11 for Neuenhuis, 23-19 MLK.
And Neuenhuis just gets lost in the traffic off the inbounds pass. Wide open, top of the key, and knocks it down.
Daniel Hayes working top of the key, loosely watched defensively by Neuenhuis, who leads all scorers with 11. Swung left wing to McTire. Now it's Lewis, the San Diego commit. Right side, deep catch and shoot 3. Terrence Martin Jr. high off the connector, no. Leaping rebound ripped out of there by Mitch Tibby. 6:39 in the third. Full court pressure brought on again. Swung over the timeline nicely to Neuenhuis. Gets it to Shaban, who settles it down behind his back. Right side for Fisher. Fisher working against Daniel Hayes. Drives into the lane. Underhand handoff. Right side for Tibby. Tibby, dump pass. Got Chapman, the sophomore. Goes up. Fouled on a block shot. He'll go to the line for 2. We'll see if they get Coffee or Lewis on the foul. They will get Chas Lewis. 6:21 in the third, 23-19. Unity coming out of the break very well right now.
The entry pass to Chapman there in a much better position to where Chapman can catch and turn right to the basket, forcing Coffee to have to slip around and try and get in front of that pass.
Chapman unable to hit the first of the line. 6'6", sophomore center. Coach Ward, a very commanding presence coaching his team right now and happy with some of his defensive unit. Here's Chapman one more at the line, unable to hit either of them, and the rebound down to Daniel Hayes. So Chapman 0 of 2 at the line, 6:18 in the third, 23-19 MLK. King up top with space, catch and shoot 3. McTire rolls it home good.
TJ heard the coach. TJ scored 3.
5 for McTire. 6:02 to go. Nice pass over the timeline to a sprinting TJ Fisher. Got it right corner. Catch and shoot 3. Tibby down the hatch. Good. 5 for Tibby. Unity keeps pace for the last triple. 26-22.
Teams exchanging open threes. Starting to see a little bit more scoring here in the second half.
Lewis up top here, man-to-man defense for Unity Christian. Lewis drives down the right side, cut off the elbow, jump stop, feeds with 2 hands overhead pass to Martin. Martin curls top of the key, tight defense all over him from Shaban. Left corner, McTire up fake, drives baseline and able to get an escape pass left wing to Martin Jr. On to Lewis. Lewis backs it out from the timeline with 5:20 in the third to reset the offense. 26-22, the MLK lead. Behind the back dribble. Left corner on to Martin Jr. Up fake, bounces into the lane. Leaner off the window, no good. Grabs his own rebound. Left side, catch and shoot 3. McTire splash.
Scores 3.
29-22, back-to-back triples for McTire.
Get some open looks from beyond the arc. That one created second chance points off the offensive rebound, able to kick it back out.
Right wing, TJ Fisher finds Tibby, throws a hard pass down right block to Chapman. Up fake, feed to Shaban in the corner. Shaban exit pass right wing to Fisher. Down low to Chapman. The sophomore turns, lobs for a cutting Shaban, goes up with an underhand shot, blocked. Rebound on to Tibby, throws a reverse layup, hacked and fouled. Mitch Tibby to the line for 2.
Before the shot,
We'll see if, it looks like the foul going to be on the floor. Tibby was pretty well wrapped up underneath the basket.
Number 12, Mr. Hugo Vanderwall.
Vanderwall will check in for Unity Christian, along with Jacob Veldhaus. 4.5 to go in the third, 29-22. Baseline left inbound here for the Crusaders of Unity Christian. Tibby, left corner, left side for Vanderwall. Jabs, works free throw line. Underhand handoff for Nieuwenhuis, who leads his team in scoring with 11. So leads all scorers with 11. Left corner for Veldhaus. Handoff Vanderwall, trapped up by the big man Coffey. Left corner, catch and shoot 3. Strong off the back rim for Tibby. Rebound to Lewis, sent down to the floor and a foul call. He got kind of run into at the end of the play by Tibby, and MLK will keep it. First foul on Tibby, first on the team. 4:12 in the third. And Micah Aerosmith will come on the floor for Fisher for the first time this half for Coach Sudsma. Chas Lewis to slowly run the offense for Detroit King. Traveling black uniforms, numbers, lettering, and trimming all in gold for MLK. 2-5 officially on the year, 1-2 in the public school league, but they have played a very, very difficult schedule. Lewis, top of the key, defended by Vanderwall. Big size advantage to Vanderwall. Feeds right corner to Hayes and back to Lewis. Bounces into the lane. Tough leaner away from the defender. Strong. Rebound chased down by Vanderwall along the baseline. Vanderwall throws a exit pass up the floor, but a foul on King, who was pressuring in the backcourt. Third foul of the half on MLK. And they will...
12, Mr. Vanderwall.
I check that. Fouls him on Vanderwall and Unity Christian on the fight for the ball. I beg your pardon. It stays with MLK. 2 on either team.
Yeah, Vanderwall trying to put it on the floor, make something happen there, but Hayes, smaller guard, able to move his feet and get in front of him, draw the contact, and the offensive foul.
Lewis, left wing, peering and looking for a pass. Throws with 2 hands, right side to McTire. McTire, chest pass, left wing to Daniel Hayes. Hayes, defended by Mitch Tibby. Starts the right-hand dribble and backs it out right here with 3.5 in the third. 29-22, Detroit Martin Luther King leading Unity Christian. Across the floor, Hayes, angling and crossing down into the right elbow. Throws across the floor, Lewis left wing, stares at the basket, drives, kicks up top, catch and shoot 3. Martin Jr. falls short off the front rim, and the rebound down to Unity Christian and Nieuwenhuis to run. Nieuwenhuis angles past a couple of defenders over the timeline. Handoff right wing, Aerosmith. Aerosmith looking to force feed Chapman down low, poked and stolen by King, running up the right side of the floor with Daniel Hayes. Hayes to the free throw line. Defended by Tibby and forced out behind the arc. 2:56 in the third. Left side, Lewis, whole bunch of space. 3, good. Chas Lewis with 5, and the San Diego University commit hits his first triple of the game, and MLK goes up 10, 32-22. Timeout from the Unity Christian benches. They're working it up the floor with Nieuwenhuis, as Coach Sudsma needs to settle things down a little bit right here with a full timeout. 2:41 in the third, 32-22. UC trailing MLK. Centennial Securities is a community service-focused, locally owned investment firm with strong Midwestern values. Since the day they opened their doors in 1978, they have and will continue to recognize that it's not prudent to take a one-size-fits-all approach to investing. Check out Centennial Securities online at centennialscc.com. Martin Luther King CT able to put together a couple good possessions, got some knockdown triples out of it, and they extend the lead to double digits for the first time.
Yeah, the three ball starting to fall for MLK. A couple from McTire earlier, and then Lewis getting an open look there as he was left free on the outside in the left wing. Unity Christian defense not able to keep an eye on him. It's his best look from three on the night, and he cashes in.
Really could not draw more of a differentiator between the first game and the second game with the way that this one has been played at the showcase here this afternoon. Reset the game with Detroit Edison Public School Academy and South Christian on deck after this today. Some of the Edison kids are starting to find their way into the gym right now. 2:41 in the third quarter, 32-22. MLK leads Unity Christian. And the Crusaders will have it out of the break. Micah Aerosmith to throw in. Near side, left to right in the backcourt. Got it here to Neuenhuis, who has 11 to lead UC in scoring. Neuenhuis over the timeline. Big screen set from Veldhuis. Drives along the baseline. Feeds left corner Vanderwall. Veldhuis left wing. Dump pass looking to the free throw line for Aerosmith. Poked and stolen away by Daniel Hayes, who runs the length of the floor. Kicks it right corner. Catch and shoot three. Off the front rim, no good for Thomas McTire. Shaban the rebound for UC. He'll work with some pace on Aerosmith. Aerosmith, Vanderwall with space. Left wing three. No good, front rim. Rebound went in between a whole bunch of bodies, and Veldhuis rips it away out of there to the corner for Shaban. Jump pass right wing for Neuenhuis. Feeds across the floor. Veldhuis, left wing three. Rolls out, no good. A rebound, Aerosmith, and a left-hand putback is good. Micah Aerosmith on the board for the first time for Unity Christian, 32-24.
A big possession there as Crusaders were facing a double-digit deficit, able to get a couple opportunities there. Aerosmith finally the putback off the offensive rebound.
Daniel Hayes again to run the offense, throws right side. Unity Christian right now has moved into a half-court zone defense. Left side for Lewis with some space. Up top here for Hayes. Left side Hayes skips to the corner for Lewis. Up fake, trying to drive against the zone. Throws all the way across the floor, right corner with space. Catch and shoot three, McTire rolls out, no good. Coffey, the rebound, slips out of his hands, and Vanderwall saves it. Kind of a 1-3-1 type look right there in the half court defensively. Unity Christian throws it away center court to Lewis. Lewis gives on to Coffey, who clutches behind his back and jams it down, 34-24.
The zone worked initially for Unity Christian, but then immediately turning the basketball over leads to a fast break and an easy dunk.
Final minute of the third. MLK by 10 up top for Neuenhuis. Swung to the corner for a driving Daniel Hayes. Hayes, right block. Lob now left wing for Neuenhuis. To the free throw line, cutting Veldhuis. Floater no. Rebound poked into the hands of Vanderwall. Possession continues up top. Neuenhuis with space. Three. Rolls out. Hard rebound grab by Kenneth King Jr. Final 39 of the third. 34-24 MLK. Hayes to the free throw line. Left side McTire. Swung across to Lewis. Launches a three. Splash. Lewis with three. 37-24. King with the final 22 seconds of the third. Neuenhuis over the timeline to Vanderwall. Now Shaban. Handoff Neuenhuis in front of the timeline. Final 12 seconds. Neuenhuis for Shaban in front of the timeline. Pressure coming on to Dylan Shaban. Final 6. Neuenhuis drives left corner. Pass is blocked away. Stolen by Coffey. Half-court shot at the buzzer. Hayes falls short. And we've reached the end of three. 37-24. MLK over UC. We'll be right back here from Aquinas.
Looking for a great place to buy a used truck or car? Check out Extreme Truck and Auto Center, located at 1098 O'Malley Drive in Coopersville. They have a huge selection of trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Stop by their lot or give them a call at 616-384-3777. You can check out their inventory at xtacenter.com.
And welcome back. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio from day one of the 2K23 showcase here at Aquinas College. 37-24, MLK leading Unity Christian at the end of three. Good start for Unity Christian in the third quarter, but offensively things broke down and MLK started knocking down a lot of threes, especially a couple after Unity brought their zone out.
Yeah, MLK able to create some separation there, finally getting some open threes. They're knocking them down. Lewis a couple of them, McTire a couple of them as well in the third quarter there. building up their lead, now going to try to hold on.
DeJuan Miles Jones, the senior guard, checks in for the first time for Detroit Martin Luther King.
Mr. DeJuan Miles Jones is in for Detroit Martin Luther King.
Only change from the end of the third quarter. Right to left over the timeline, traveling black uniforms. King gets it with Thomas McTire here. McTire drives left wing, defended by TJ Fisher, skips up top. Lewis with space, catch and shoot three, rattles out, Coffee the board, knocked away from the big man out of bounds by Fisher, and MLK will keep it. 15 seconds off the fourth quarter clock, 37-24, Detroit King. Baseline left, McTire to throw in. Got it inside for the big man. Coffee rises and scores over top of the defender. He's got 13. Pressure on here from King. Left to right, Shaban throws far side to Fisher. Back near side, Shaban. He'll angle over the timeline. Crossover dribble by Shaban. Picks up the dribble. Tries to throw it two hands the other way. Jumped and stolen by Coffee. Coffee to the basket. Right hand layup. Good. 15 for Coffee. And the big man working with some pace right there. 39-24. Neuenhuis beats the pressure, looking to lob for his own big man. Chapman, who settles it down on the put up, cannot score with the right, too strong. King the rebound, 41-24.
I think Neuenhuis a chance there to try to dribble that one out a little bit further down the floor, lofted it up for Chapman, but Coffey's still lurking there enough to go up and cause some issues on that pass.
Lewis, left wing McTire to the corner for Miles Jones, back left side to McTire. Chess Lewis, deep right wing with it. Loosely watched defensively here by the lanky Chapman. Lewis, angle drive, pull up with a floater for the free throw line. Good. Very, very difficult. I don't want to say impossible to try to defend that one. He's got 10. 43-24. Shaban beats the pressure on his own. Kicks corner. Catch and shoot three. Tibby, good. Mitch Tibby finally stops the bleeding. And the senior guard and quarterback has 8. 43-27.
Yeah, Tibby's second triple of the night. Trying to keep Unity Christian in it at corner three.
Right wing, McTire throws across to Miles Jones. Now right wing for Lewis again. The San Diego University commit junior. Pull-up shot, right baseline, misses it all short. Skying over top of TJ Fisher. And Unity Christian and Neuenhuis to run the length of the floor. Neuenhuis, floater in the lane. Got the friendly touch. Hangs on the front rim and falls. 13 for Neuenhuis. 43-29 MLK. Here is McTire, the 5'8" senior point guard to run the offense again, slowing it down for King. Where's number 4 in the black uniform? Around the Coffee screen, down the right side of the lane, stops at the elbow, feet up top for Lewis. He'll try a three, over top of Chapman, got the 360 roll, good. And a timeout. So Lewis starting to heat up, full timeout called by the MLK bench, 46-29 with 5:34 in the fourth. Centennial Securities is a community service-focused, locally owned investment firm with strong Midwestern values. Since the day they opened their doors in 1978, they have and will continue to recognize that it's not prudent to take a one-size-fits-all approach to investing. Check out Centennial Securities online at centennialsec.com. 46-29, 5.5 to go in the fourth. Chandler here at the Sturrus Center. And again, Unity, whenever they make a play, it seems like MLK is able to answer with just one more. In a game that was slow in general, the possessions were grinding and so forth. It's remained that way, just more shots going, it's tougher to come back at that pace.
Yeah, it sure is. Right now, the Martin Luther King offense red hot, knocking down everything. Lewis especially had hit his third triple there just a couple seconds ago and starting to feel it. You knew he had the scoring potential. It was a little bit quiet in the first half, but starting to take over. Unity Christian, in response, having to try to run a little bit and get out and move because they know if they're going to have any chance to come back in this one, they're going to have to go a little bit quicker. But that's also resulted in more points for MLK as well.
All right, both teams will break out of this full timeout now that King calls. With 5.5 to go in the game, 46-29. MLK is going to set up the full court press here. It's a 2-2-1 trap. They had a little bit of confusion right there. Shaban throws right side here for Neuenhuis. And Neuenhuis, as the pressure backs off, will take it over the timeline. Lewis will pick him up defensively. Screen set by Aerosmith. Neuenhuis denies, goes left side. Two-hand skip feed, left corner for Shaban, all the way across the floor on to Tibby, reaching on, found Chapman. Chapman goes up with a two-hand reverse layup that's blocked away out of bounds. It'll stay with Unity Christian. 5:13, fourth quarter, 46-29. King, baseline right inbound for Neuenhuis. UC's leading scorer with 13. right corner for Tibby. Tibby right side, Chapman into the corner for Nieuwenhuis. Nieuwenhuis, low left-hand dribbles, chased defensively up top by McTire. Nieuwenhuis angles into the lane, tough floater, good over top of the defender. Nieuwenhuis with 15, skying and scoring. He's got that reach over McTire, able to score in the lane, 46-31, down to 15.
It's been the best offense all night for Unity Christian. Nieuwenhuis with the basketball in his hand, able to try to drive into the lane, either get to that floater all the way to the basket.
Unity Christian going half court, man-to-man defensively here. McTire to slow the game down under 4:41 to go in a 15-point lead. Races across to the right wing. McTire up top for Lewis. Lewis working with the left pivot foot, throws with two hands right side to McTire. McTire thought about a deep three, lobs left side for Lewis. Up fake, tough drive to the free throw line. Leaner from 14 feet, got it. 15 for Lewis, that was a tough one. 4:20 in the fourth.
4 minutes, 15 seconds left in the game.
Shaban over the timeline, pressure closes in after he got there. It was poked by McTire, regathered by Shaban. On for Tibby, back Shaban left corner. Working baseline, feeds left elbow, now out left wing to Tibby. Lobbing for Chapman, poked out of there by Coffey, stolen by Lewis. Lewis pulls up, deep three, left wing, rolls out. Rebound to Shaban and a foul as he was grabbed from all angles by DeJuan Miles-Jones on the reach for the ball. First foul on Miles-Jones, third on King. Not many fouls at all in this game. And UC is clearing the bench with 3:55 in the fourth. I don't know if it's maybe a statement from Coach Sudsma. He's known for trying to make statements to his team quite often, but he's going to clear the bench with just under 4 minutes to go. So the whole bench clears for Unity Christian, down 48-31 with 3:55 in the fourth. I think a little bit of a statement from a very unhappy Coach Scott Sudsma.
Yeah, they're just unhappy with the way things have snowballed a little bit in the second half, and down 17 points, an opportunity here on a Saturday non-conference game to try to get some playing time for some of his bench players.
Right wing, Tyler Mulder, the junior, launches a three, no good off the mark. Rebound down to Portinga. His right-hand shot is no good as well and deflected. Fight for the ball. Goes out of bounds. Last touch by King, and it will stay with Unity Christian. 3:39 in the fourth, 48-31. Left corner inbound will be Tyler Mulder, the junior guard, to throw it in. Mulder faking one pass in, now lobs just in front of the timeline to Eppinga, who's poked nearly over and back, able to secure it. Feeds right corner for Oosterhout. Up top, Eppinga. Eppinga, reaching skip pass onto Tyler Mulder. On to Vanderzwag. Vanderzwag, left corner for Oosterhout. Drives baseline, feeds down low. Left-hand hook shot, no for Vanderzwag. Rebound, Detroit King. And McTire with 3:13 in the fourth, 48-31. Turned into a game to kind of throw away for Unity. Down low, McTire lobs for Coffey, and Coffey lobs it in off the window. Good. He's got 17. It's 50-31. So King is going to start to empty their bench as well a little bit right here. Eppinga right wing. Up top for Mulder. Mulder trying to feed the cutting Oosterhout. Unable to get it to him, and it bounces back into the hands of Vanderzwag, who hooks one from down low too strong. Rebound down to King. 2:40 in the second, 50-31. So far, the game we thought was maybe going to be a little bit of the blowout, more blowout tendency game. And the first one comes down to a thriller down the stretch. One we thought would be unreal winds up being a pretty well-controlled game by Detroit King. They get a steal on the fight at the floor on a Coffey. Fires up a mid-range jumper, misses short. And Mulder the board here for UC. Tyler Mulder over the timeline with 2:16. Kicks corner for Eppinga. Back right corner for Mulder. Drives, underhand feed. Turning the back, right-hand hook shot. Eppinga blocked and no good. Rebound down to Coffey and King. McTire to have it. Final 2 minutes of the fourth. 19-point lead. Pull-up shot, free throw line. Falls short, no good. Fight for the rebound. Ripped out of there by Kenneth King Jr. Held the ball. Alternating possession goes UC's way. And now the Martin Luther King bench will clear as well, as Coach Ward feels comfortable with this one, as he's got a 19-point lead of the 156.
Mr. Knott, we have number 15, Mr. Singletary.
King to bring the full court pressure here with 156 in the fourth, up 20. Inbound here to Portinga. Kind of a token pressure pulls off as Portinga alternates hand to the dribble over the timeline. David Portinga drives, looking for a pass, lost the handle out of bounds, and it goes Detroit King's way. 1:44 of the fourth, 50-31.
all night long. Unity Christian offense struggling, whether that's been with turnovers or just unable to get into their offense and really ever feel comfortable. We've had a lot of times where they try to get the basketball and make some passes, but the King defense always there, making things difficult. A lot of basketball is kicked and rolling out of bounds. That Unity trying to get the basketball down low, and that extra pass, and it's just not there.
Jason Hopkins lobs down low for Luke Bryant. Jumped and stolen away by Vander Zwaag and Mulder to take it. Mulder, center court, pocketed by Hopkins. Here's the 5'7" guard jumping into the lane. Right-hand layup strong, and over the back foul on Caleb Singletary, not for MLK. Singletary, 6'3" junior on the foul. No fouls really at all in this game, and really, despite some physicality, I don't think in the second half there really been many missed fouls either. It's just been a fair amount of good, tough defensive play on either side, in particular, of course, from the MLK side of things. Eppinga spins top of the key, feeds right corner for Portinga. Up fake, dribble drive, cut off right block. Portinga, right side for Oosterheer. Right corner, Mulder with some space, stares at the basket, dribbles out of it to the right wing. 51 seconds to go in the fourth. Pass to the middle of the floor, jumped and stolen by Canty and King. Final 46 seconds, 50-31. Hopkins left wing with it. Hopkins lobs, right corner for Singletary. Handoff behind his back. In rhythm jumper. Off the mark. And it will go back the other way with Unity Christian. 32.2 in the fourth, 50-31. Portinga, right side of the floor, beat the full court pressure that continues to stay on here, in a foul on Singletary. So 20-point game, 19-point game to be official down the stretch. Both benches in. King continuing to press right now as Mulder will throw it in to the backcourt to Portinga. Portinga, jump stop, left block, spins on the pivot. Nice right-hand shot is good. Good work by Portinga. 50-33, final 15 seconds, and King will be able to dribble this one out and pull off a game they really controlled, start to finish, when it's all said and done in this one. Drive from the junior Hopkins. Given, right side, catch and shoot three. Good at the buzzer for 24, which is not a number on our score sheet. And that will do it. So, MLK shoots at the buzzer to make it a 20-point game. 53-33 your final. And Detroit King picks up the win. Welcome into the Centennial Securities halftime show. And CT, well-executed game from King. I think a game that Coach Sudsma and company will maybe kind of want to throw away a little bit.
Yeah, I think one that got away from them a little bit. They were able to keep it very grinding and slow in the first half, stay within striking distance, but then in the second half, as things opened up, MLK able to hit enough shots, and the Crusaders of Unity just not having the offensive firepower to keep pace.
All right, be right back here on the Bates Agency postgame show of our Centennial Securities Player of the Game. We'll go over scoring recap and much more. MLK wins the second game of the day at the Showcase.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car. Hey, my car! And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
All right, welcome back. Nate Chandler with you here on the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agents Post-Game Show. ICT MLK picking up a 20-point win, 53-33 in this one. Hand over to you for our scoring, then we'll get to our Centennial Securities Player of the Game.
All right, on the Union Christian side, Neuenhuis with 15, Tibby with 8, Chapman with 6, and then both Portinga and Aerosmith with 2 apiece. For Detroit, Martin Luther King, leading scorer, Jonathan Coffey with 18, Chaz Lulis with 15, McTire with 8, Martin with 5, and then Canty and Hayes both with 2.
All right, quickly, Centennial Securities Player of the Game. I mean, Jonathan Coffey, the big man, also had the play of the day with the back-scratching dunk. He was, oftentimes doubled. Unity had the size. Of course, Jake Chapman a little bit smaller as a sophomore against him in terms of more wiry, but, he had a lot of pressure faced on him, and he was able to jam in the lane a few times, and it really was impressive. Yeah, Lulis had 15 too, but I think Coffey, the one that really stood out, made this offense work, especially early when it was more grinding.
Yeah, I think throughout the course of the game was an offensive threat taking over in the post area, getting him the basketball. I think defensively too, what he did to shut down Chapman. Chapman, one of the leading scorers and one of the threats that Unity Christian was trying to get the basketball to Coffey. His ability on the defensive end to shut him down, all part of his impressive game today.
All right, we're going to quick step aside one more time, reset the broadcast. When we come back, it's Edison and South Christian. Do not go anywhere.
Weights have been lifted. Sprints have been run. Preparation for today's game is history. It's time to get it done. You're listening on MichiganSportsRadio.com.
Winter finals will be here before you know it, and there's still a need for registered officials. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid. Welcome to 2023 as we pick up our winter sports season already in progress. While it seems like the fall season just wrapped up, winter championships will be here soon. So let's get you caught up on the whens and wheres for each of our sports. First is the Upper Peninsula Swimming and Diving Finals for both boys and girls on February 18th. And then it's on to Team Wrestling Finals on February 24th and 25th in Kalamazoo. And that's followed by Boys and Girls Skiing Finals February 27th. March is when the schedule really heats up. The competitive cheer finals will be March 2nd and 3rd this year, and those will be held at the McGurk Arena in Mount Pleasant. Girls and boys bowling finals will be held March 3rd and 4th, the same weekend as individual wrestling finals at Ford Field. Ice hockey drops the puck March 9th through 11th for semifinals and finals at USA Hockey Arena in Plymouth. Gymnastics finals are that weekend as well. Those will be held at Lakeland High School. And the Lower Peninsula boys swimming and diving finals are also March 10th and 11th. Girls basketball invades the Breslin Center on March 16th for the start of 3 days of semifinals and finals action. Champions will be crowned on Saturday, March 18th. And then the boys move in the next weekend. Semifinal play starts March 23rd, and all 4 finals will be Saturday, March 25th. Both boys and girls basketball finals will be carried live on Bally Sports Detroit. For schedules, pairings, brackets, tickets, and streaming information, the best place to go is to the newly redesigned MHSAA.com. Everything that you need for our winter finals can be found there. Game balls this week go to Belding Junior Wrestler Jack Ward, He notched career win number 100 over the break, joining his older brother Mitchell and his dad/coach Art as 100 match winners at Belding. To Bedford's Victoria Gray, she scored 25 points in a 9-point win over South Lyon East in the Airport Showcase. Bedford is off to a 7-0 start this year in girls basketball. And to Montebello senior J.T. Smith, he went over the 1,000 career points mark in a win over St. Charles.
Need money for college? You need My Student Aid. My Student Aid is the go-to resource that helps Michigan families find money to pay for college. Plus, they'll guide you through the financial aid process and answer any questions you have. For grants, scholarships, and more, connect with My Student Aid, helping make college affordable for everyone. Learn more at michigan.gov/MIStudentAid.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with the MHSAA's Sam Davis.
If you've seen the movie Hoosiers, you know that a basketball rim is 10 feet above the ground. That's the same if you're in the gym at Beaver Island High School or at Little Caesars Arena. But what are the other court dimensions? To start, courts are typically 84 feet long, but can be up to 94 feet long. They're also 50 feet wide. The free throw line is 15 feet from the face of the backboard, and the high school three-point line is 19 feet 9 inches from the basket. Each hoop is a circle, 18 inches in diameter. The boys play with a basketball 29.5 inches in circumference. The girls play with one that's 28.5 inches in circumference. And believe it or not, 2 girl balls will go through a standard rim at the same time.
Thanks, Sam. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you are interested, go to the MHSAA website now to register. Sticking with officiating, since 2020, the number of registered officials in Michigan has fallen from more than 9,000 to less than 8,000. It's a dip that puts extra strain on our current officials. But for the fall 2022 season, the number of registered officials is more in line with where we were pre-pandemic, and things seem to be slowly trending up. The MHSAA has increased pay for postseason games and provided membership in the National Association of Sports Officials. Membership gives officials expanded insurance coverages, access to professional services and development, and a subscription to an MHSAA-focused referee magazine. But there's still a need for more. If you are interested, go to MHSAA.com and click on Officials for more information. Because without officials, it's just practice. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll see you next week.
To head over the timeline to Gable. Gable straight to the basket, elevates, slams it down over top of Orbaugh. Won't get it. Ryans dribbles to the corner, 15 seconds to go. Ryans, Vanderjack, up fake, launches a three. Good! Oh my goodness! Out to the point, Rosema, innocent space, shot, scores! 2-goal lead for the Bulldogs, 4 unanswered. Giving on to Titus. Titus angles, pull-up shot for the lead. Good! Brady Titus, a scream to the heavens after he knocks it down.
All right, and welcome back, everyone, to the Sturrus Center. Nate Chandler. Why? I'm following the screen. I'm pointing the wrong way. Nate Chandler with you here. It's been a long day. We're only halfway done. South Christian Edison up next in this one, CT. This is, I think in terms of matchup, probably the one I was looking forward to maybe the most out of today. These are two teams that they like to play a similar style. I think there's a lot of high-level talent out there. Two teams have had a ton of success this year as well. Two teams that are thinking really big picture when it comes to championships this year, certainly as well, not just districts and regional championships, but I think beyond that, maybe statewide even as well. Bryce Eaton, a Central Michigan D1 level commit. We know the names for Unity Christian. Carson Viss is going to be, he's a sophomore, he's going to be a D1 commit. I'll tell you that right now. I don't know what sport it's going to be, but he's going to be a D1 commit. This is going to be, I think, the most fun game of the day. Now, we said that last time, and that was a 20-point game. The first one we weren't sure about, and it was a 3-point game. But I do think this is going to be one of the most, if not the most interesting matchup of the day.
Yeah, I think so. And you've got multiple pieces like that are coming together here for this matchup. I think Got a lot of talent on both ends of the floor. Both teams, I think, going to be a really good matchup here, and we'll see if this one goes to our plan, or if this one's going to be a little bit different like the first couple games were, but either way, it's going to be exciting.
Also, this game, of course, will be presented by a lot of the normal South Christian on Michigan Sports Radio sponsors. Of course, a lot of times Bob Sack and company are on the call for South Christian here, so we filling in tonight with that, and we'll be thanking all those great Michigan Sports Radio partners, along with our own Scott Bates and Scott Bates Agency and Centennial Securities for their partnership. All right, this game, CT, as we go through this Bates Agency pregame show, just a little bit more. You look at some of what to expect in this game. It's going to start with Bryce Eaton. If you're, of course, from this side of the state, maybe you haven't seen this Edison team as much. Eaton, a Central Michigan commit, a senior, hyper-athletic, dynamic scorer, and creator at point guard, really runs the gamut for Edison.
Yeah, the guy that really can do everything for the offense. I think when you're looking for a guy that can be your leader, this is the type of guy you're looking for, a guy that is willing to pass off to his teammates, can create shots for them, but also is an elite scorer for himself, can create his own shot, and really can do just about anything.
Really good coaching matchup as well in this one. Brandon Neely and Taylor Johnson. Of course, we've talked to Taylor Johnson, or I have on interview here on Game Night. Very, very bright young coach, a former longtime assistant at Grand Valley State. He was even the fill-in last year for periods. So South Christian made a very good hire. You knew they were going to, of course, make a good hire. I mean, you have a former Mr. Basketball and one of the greatest players in the history of your team. That's your athletic director, so of course you're going to make a very good decision in Mr. Cool there. So I think that was well known how good of a hire they were going to make, and that's where this comes into. South Christian, we've said it before. If you're talking about talent, yeah, they've got it. Carson Viss is unbelievable. Maidendorf's got great size. We know Vermont. We know the talent. But the one thing we do is we know the names, because these kids are simply a group of winners. They just won a football state championship. They've won a lot in basketball. They'd love to go back-to-back, and I think they have a chance to go back-to-back. They just recently played a thriller that they barely lost to Catholic Central, and I think they'll have a very good chance to get them next time and the time after that they play. This is a team of winners. That is the first way to talk about it. We can talk about the talent. We can talk about the X's and O's. This team just wins, though, at everything they do, this group with this nucleus.
There definitely is something to that. I mean, you can have a lot of individual talent and a lot of different things on a team, but when you've got a team that just finds a way to win and does that a lot, and I mean, there's something to that. That's not just a happenstance that they're winning on the football field that much, that they're transitioning to the basketball season and they continue to win that much. It requires a group of guys and athletes that are willing to play together and utilize their own skill set as a team, and this team has it.
Similar to Unity Christian, a lot of length, a lot of athleticism to go along with it for South Christian, except for maybe a little bit even more to the next level. I mean, this is a team, their backcourt, Vermas, Brinks, Dahan, 6 foot, 6'2", good size for positions. Then you look at the wing. Viss at 6'4", Maidendorf 6'6" in the post, and on and on and on, and more 6'4", 6'5" guys. And they're very long, they're very athletic, they're very tough. That's their matchup. Edison brings speed. They're going to run at you in the full court. Essentially a 4-guard lineup a lot of the times as well that they're going to bring. But South Christian has the ability to get hands in passing. They'll go fast too. They get hands in passing lanes, great length, great advantage to shot block and to close out inside as well.
Yeah, I think when you're talking about the South Christian lineup, similar to the Unity team that we just saw, where a lot of length, a lot of guards that are 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", that area, but maybe a little bit more star power and scoring ability on this South Christian team. I think definitely the same strengths that the previous Unity Christian team had, they're going to try to utilize on the defensive end, but definitely they play together as an offensive team and have a lot of weapons that way. For Detroit Edison, they've got a lot of speed, as you said. They've got lots of guys that can handle the basketball. They can get out and run and do so very effectively.
All right, we're going to step aside, and we'll be right back here on Game Night, where we'll be able to start to wrap this thing up here on the Bates Agency pregame show.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FIN.
Rather than just always relying on one player.
Yeah, Scott Bates Agency pregame show continues here on game night on Michigan Sports Radio. CT, I think the next thing that you have to mention most notably in this contest is break me every time still. Every single time that happens, it gets me. The winners still go to the Heartland student section last year at the Breslin Center. Those guys win every time.
Season, and we'll wrap up our broadcast with the Heinz Orthodontics smile of the game.
Driver. I'm Chandler.
Oh, wow.
We're going to leave this in.
All right.
This is staying in the show. He is Chandler Timmer. I am Nate Dreyer. This is what happens when you work together for 6 years. The names are one.
We're just one, yeah.
Chandler Timmer, Nate Dreyer. Chandler Timmer, Nate Dreyer. Michigan game night, tailgate report. We clearly have to stop talking. I do at least. I will see you all. I see you too. Friday night, Grandville, Wyoming. I think 6:30. We're on the air for that. Goodbye.
And Cam Regner's has scoring report for the Panthers. 4 points thrown at that point guard position. Tough backcourt in general. Getting to some of those other pieces that we have out there. After 3 years, it finally almost came down on me. Good catch. I don't know what kid caught that, but that was a good catch. But regardless, a tough back.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car.
Hey, my car!
And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
All right, and welcome back. Nate and Chandler with you here, courtside at the Sturrus Center. We got a good one coming up here. Next, it is South Christian and Detroit Edison. All right, CT, I think the one thing to look forward to in this game is going to be pace. I think this is the one game. The first game, of course, got a lot of control. I'm curious to see if South Christian might try to slow it down more. We know Edison wants to run like crazy at their core, though.
Yeah, I think that will be interesting to see South Christian rather. We have seen them run in the past, but in this matchup where you're going against a team that is their strength, do they try to slow it down? I think that's going to be kind of the give and take as we go throughout the course of this game, and we'll see what pace that we ultimately end up at.
All right, we're going to quick step aside. I know there's a quick little segment. That'll do it for the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show. Let's get back for the action.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you gotta get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
To everyone who loves great food, let us make you a meal the Wisconsin way.
We cook each butter burger to order for you and the people you love, so it's the best part of your day.
The best.
The best.
And every creamy scoop of fresh frozen custard, pure happiness.
Pure happiness.
Pure happiness. Because where Culver's comes from.
And the heart of America's Dairyland.
Our love.
Our love for fresh food is as strong as our love for all of you.
From Wisconsin with love.
Welcome to Delicious. Please join me in thanking our
All right, welcome back here to Aquinas and the Sturrus Center. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Tim with you. South Christian, Detroit, Edison up next. And let's meet your starters. Starting lineups on South Christian Basketball and Michigan Sports Radio are presented by Cherry Valley Concrete, foundations of excellence and trust for over 35 years in commercial and residential construction. For Detroit, Edison PSA, 9-4 overall on the year under head coach Brandon Neely. They will start their senior guard, Bryce Eaton, a Central Michigan University commit. They also start the 6'2" junior guard, Jay Tiggs. The junior wing, Karan Williams, gets the start. The 6'3" junior, Khalil McCree, gets the start. And in the middle, they'll have the big senior center, Dorian Walker Berry. For South Christian under head coach Taylor Johnson, the former Grand Valley assistant in his first season. The Sailors 10-3 overall on the season. They'll be going with a 3-guard lineup today. The 6'2" junior guard, Jake Vermas, gets the start, along with the 6' junior guard, Nate Brinks, and the senior guard, Jake DeHaan at 6'2" starts. Up front now, the 6'4" sophomore wing, Carson Viss, and in the middle, it's the 6'6" senior center, Sam Maidendart. 8 minutes up on the board. Detroit Edison in the traveling red uniforms, numbers, trimming, and lettering all in white. For South Christian, they're in the home white, top and bottom uniforms, numbers, trimming, and lettering all in navy blue. So you can see these teams, the way they're going to try to match up each other. Sorry, quick correction actually to that Edison starting lineup. Jace Petrie, the sophomore, last minute, actually will be getting the start. There's a late change from the book that we had. Jace Petrie will be in the lineup for the Pioneers of Detroit. All right, CT, look at this game. We say it a lot. We said it last game. You know, first minutes, again, going to be interesting to watch the pace. Do they feel each other out, or do we see that each team jump into this one?
Yeah, the first couple matchups we saw, both teams come out pretty slowly. We saw some long possessions, teams kind of feeling it out, and then eventually settling into what the pace of the game was. In the previous matchup, that was even slower than what it was initially. But I think in this one, definitely you're going to see the tempo turned up at some point. It's just a matter of when.
All right, here we go.
Good luck to both teams. Let's play 2K23.
Detroit Edison is out of the charter school East Conference, and South Christian out of the always tough OK Gold Conference, where their only loss in conference was to Catholic Central so far this year. Catholic Central, of course, will be in action next week here at the Showcase. Also on Michigan Sports Radio, Eric Wells will have coverage of that game. Maidendart to jump on Walker Berry. Give about an inch to the big guy, Walker Berry, on this matchup right here. South Christian home white jerseys move right to left across the radio dial, and Maidendorf wins the tip, and Jake Vermas will start it up here. Vermas, 0 in white. Low dribbles defended by the sophomore Jace Petrie, the top of the key. Blows down the left side of the lane, and an easy reverse right-hand layup is good. South Christian the first lead. Made it look easy right there, Vermas.
Yeah, very easy. I think the South Christian offense drawing up there play for Vermas, where he was going to eventually hit the big down low or kick it out, but the lane wide open for the left-handed lay-in.
Right wing, Khalil McCree, reaching and looking, kicks up top to Petrie. Swung left wing to Karan Williams. To the corner for Bryce Eaton, the Central Michigan commit.
Short red sleeves underneath the red uniform. Throws right side to McCree. 7:17 of the first. 2-0 South Christian. Back left side here. Swung to the left corner for Karan Williams. Williams to the short left corner for the big guy, Dorian Walker-Berry. Spinning into the lane, and a travel is called to go back the other way. 7:05 first quarter, 2-0. And Detroit Edison will bring the full court pressure on right here. Inbounded right side to Carson Viss, the sophomore. Kicks on to Jake DeHaan, the senior quarterback and guard. Will take it over the timeline to throw with two hands to Nate Brinks, the junior, who's found his way the last few games back into the starting lineup. Left wing for Jake Vermas, the junior. Defended by Petrie, the sophomore. Kicks with two hands, right wing for DeHaan. DeHaan swings across, left corner for Brinks. Back up top for Vermas. Up fake, drive. Kicks right wing, catch and shoot three. DeHaan falls straight down, no good off the front rim. Rebound to Maidendorp. Hits the cutting DeHaan. Underhand layup, blocked, but a foul called. And South Christian goes to the line of the senior guard, Jake DeHaan.
DeHaan's cutting strong to the basket. Off the offensive rebound, missed the three, but then as soon as he saw Maidendorp get the offensive rebound, cutting back through the middle of the lane and gets himself to the free throw line.
DeHaan, first free throw good. He had 9 points, 4 rebounds against Catholic Central a few games back. And, of course, DeHaan, the combo guard, was the Grand Rapids MLK Player of the Year for his contributions on the football field. Free throw up and good for Jake DeHaan. So DeHaan able to go 2 of 2 at the line. That makes it 4-0. Right side of the floor, Bryce Eaton are on the offense. Lobs to Walker-Berry, top of the key. Walker-Berry throws left wing for McCree. McCree back across to Eaton. Stutter step, drives in, pull up from the right elbow. Strong off the back rim, high-reaching rebound to Nate Brinks. South Christian to run, left side to Jake DeHaan. DeHaan lobs from Maidendorp, tipped away from Maidendorp, able to momentarily secure, and then Karan Williams able to poke it one more time and take it away for Edison. They're working quickly, throwing left side to McCree, drives baseline, and it's poked out of bounds by the Sailors. Couple slower field out possessions, and now both teams running CT.
Yeah, both. As soon as they get the basketball, that turnover on the South Christian side, and Edison getting out and moving the fastest we've seen them.
Walker-Berry, right elbow, blows his way into the lane, gave a shoulder, right-hand floater, rattles home good. You see what Walker-Berry can do. A big guy giving the shoulder. Good work from Jake Vermas, beats the press all on his own. Left side for Carson Viss, the sophomore, drives, jump stop, right-hand layup. Short, but a foul, and that will send Viss to the line. Carson Viss, the lefty, a 6'4" sophomore wing, wears white short sleeves underneath the white jersey, and this is a kid that is as talented as it comes. A few games back, Grand Rapids Christian in the non-conference season, he had 20 points in that game, and really can do it all. Left-hand free throw is good for Viss. By the way, the first quarter of South Christian basketball on Michigan Sports Radio is presented by West Michigan Wellness Group, providing premarital, marital, and family counseling for our community. Second one good for Viss as well. He has 2, and South Christian has a 6-2 lead with 5:45 in the first. South Christian bringing a 2-2-1 trap of their own. Eaton lobs over the timeline to McCree. McCree lost it right wing, but got run into and fouled by Carson Viss for his first foul. 5:39 first quarter, 6-2 South Christian.
11, Carson Viss. That is his team's first half.
Bryce Eaton again to run the offense from in front of the timeline. Defended here by Nate Brinks. Throws left side to Williams. Williams, right wing to McCree. McCree will back it out here. Defended by Vermas. Drives, and a travel is called on the junior guard, Khalil McCree. South Christian takes over. So far, the Edison offense, Chandler's, they're going to bring Gerald Smith in right here. The Edison offense looks a little stagnant, a little slowed against South Christian. They're trying to get something going to the full court to get their offense jump-started. They'll go full court press here. Inbounded to Viss, skip back on to Vermas, who was run into hard by Karan Williams, and that'll be a foul on Detroit Edison. Third team foul on the Pioneers. 5:19 in the first, 6-2 South Christian again. Full court pressure is on. Throwing right side with a whole bunch of space to Jake DeHaan. DeHaan stops just before he got over the timeline. Throws left side to Vermas, who carries over the timeline. Left-hand dribble. Double team pressure came on. Poked away. Stolen on by Williams. Williams tries to take to the basket. He lost the handle underneath the hoop. Steps out of bounds. And South Christian takes over. So a turnover force, but then an unforced error as getting a little too quick. Karan Williams turns it over.
Yeah, Williams, I think, just trying to look behind him just a little bit and see if there was any defensive pressure, and instead lost the basketball.
Nice passing over the timeline. South Christian beats the pressure, but Viss throws it away into the feet of the defender, trying to find Maidendorp. and quickly back the other way. Lob up for Karan Williams, and Williams able to finish the alley-oop with a high touch off the glass. 6-4, South Christian. You see the pace Edison works with if they can. If they get the steals to run to the full court. Viss, left wing, defended by a leaping Jace Petrie. Feeds Maidendorp all alone, and Maidendorp scores off the window for his first points of the game off a nice feed. 8-4 South Christian.
Maidendorp able to roll to the basket and get the pass elevated and into him in a good spot.
Maidendorp reaches for a steal. Walker Berry spins around him, drives to the basket, and lays it in nicely with two hands. 8-6. 4 now for Walker Berry, 4:17 in the first. Dahan facing up against the defense, blows over the timeline, left-hand dribble. Two-hand feed left wing for Vermas. Vermas backs it out top of the key. Vermas right side for Viss. Viss walks around a screen. Right wing three from the lefty. Good. Right down the hatch, Carson Viss makes it 11-6. Nice one from the sophomore. Right wing Gerald Smith, skipping top of the key for Walker Berry. On to Eaton. Eaton puts on the brakes, launches a three off the connector, a high rebound as it's no good, is down to Jake Vermas. 3:37 in the first, 11-6 South Christian. Right to left over the timeline, here's Jake Dahan. Dahan, left wing, Vermas. Vermas will back it out in front of the timeline, goes behind the back, bumping bodies with Gerald Smith. Right side to Brink, stutter step, stops free throw line, kicks left corner to Hahn, dribble drive, reaching pass, hit Maidendorp nicely, and Maidendorp scores off the window. 3:12 in the first, timeout Edison. What a nice find of the big guy, and South Christian extends their advantage. We'll be right back.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
A sense of purpose, a higher calling. At Dean Transportation, we call it our passion. It's simply who we are. 60 years of pioneering the best health and safety standards because safe student transportation is essential. We are hard-working folks, connecting children to learning, schools to our communities, and you to a better career. Want to make your community a better place? We'll put you in the driver's seat. Join the Dean family today and help to connect our kids to brighter futures.
Welcome back to the Sturrus Center in Aquinas College. Coach Bo Court, courtside, Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you. 13-6 South Christian leading Detroit Edison with 3:12 to go in the first quarter. Third game of the day. Detroit Catholic Central and MLK, pair of Eastside teams already winners in this one. Gerald Smith with it, feeds on to Bryce Eaton, the Central Michigan commit who has not scored so far. Up top for the big guy, Walker Berry. Walker Berry, skip pass, right wing for Smith. Smith faced up defensively against Viss. On to Eaton, top of the key. Two-hand feed, left corner for Karan Williams. Launches a three. Off the back iron, no good. High leaping rebound down to Viss. Viss finds finds Vermas here against the pressure. Vermas, right side for Viss. They've got the pressure beat over the timeline. Cam Post out there for the first time, along with Sam Weiss right now for South Christian. Foul called on Karan Williams. He runs into the ball carrier for South Christian. 2:42 in the first. That's the fourth foul on the Pioneers and the first on Williams.
Even off the miss there, Edison trying to get the double team off the offensive rebound in the corner.
Here is Vermas. Kicks left corner. Dahan drives. Right-hand floater blocked. Rebound down to the corner for the Sailors. Lobbed all the way up top from Weiss to a racing Jake Vermas. Vermas, number 0 in white. Bounces around a screen, top of the key. Two-hand pass to Viss. Right wing, three. Viss, splash! Carson Viss with 8 and a pair of triples. 16-6. 10-point lead for South Christian.
Defense off enough that Viss can catch it in the wing there and quickly get a shot up. Already his second triple, and we know he can go off in a big way if he's going to get open looks like that.
Jamar Browner Jr. on the floor for the first time for Edison. Had it. Swung right wing for Karan Williams. Williams for Eaton, defended by Vermas. Eaton will back it out, number 1 in red. To the top of the key, got a switch. Feeds right side to a high pass to Williams. Williams drives, left-hand tough floater, no good. Rebound ripped down on the second effort by Cam Post. A big guy post, 6'3", a whole bunch of muscle down low for South Christian, and Vermas will slow it down a little bit. Vermas defended by Karan Williams, top of the key, bounces around a hard screen, pull-up triple. No good, back iron, long rebound secured by DeHaan, left wing. Possession continues for South. 1:25 in the first, 16-6 South Christian Sailors leading Detroit Edison. Viss around a screen, drives basket, left-hand layup, falls short. Rebound down to Walker Berry, and Edison set to run is Bryce Eaton, right side of the floor. Eaton angles into the lane, left corner, all alone, triple try. Browner Jr. rattles out, no good. A rebound down to post. Final 1:05 of the first. Now Vermas running on to Viss, fakes a pass, launches a three, rattles out. Rebound is fought for in both directions. Eventually Gerald Smith takes it out of there with 56 seconds. 10-point lead for South Christian. Pace is being upped. Gerald Smith drives, feeds left wing for Jamar Browner. Got it left corner on to Williams, drives baseline, and a whistle on the foul is called.
Number 33, Bolden Jr. in for the Pioneers of Detroit.
Actually, he stepped out of bounds. Out of bounds called against Edison, and a few changes here. Kemper checks in for South Christian. Keith Bolden Jr. checks in for Detroit Edison. Kemper throws in for Vermas. Kemper, a 6'5" sophomore. He'll handle the ball here. Stopped in front of the timeline. Throws on to Vermas. Vermas backs over the timeline. Defended and faced up here by Gerald Smith. Vermas drives, kicks a pass, left corner, catch and shoot three. Sam Weiss, splash! Right down the hatch again. 19-6 South Christian. Sailors lighten it up with 23 seconds in the first.
But able to knock down a high percentage of the three-point looks. Weiss open in the corner and able to hit it.
Right corner, Jamar Browner Jr. Defended by Sam Weiss to the top of the key. Throws left side here to McCree. McCree for Bryce Eaton. Eaton held off the score sheet so far. Defended by Vermas. Pull-up triple. Misses it all. Forced that one right before the buzzer. And we've reached the end of one. 19-6. South Christian leading Edison after one. We'll be right back.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
you've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring.
And it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, welcome back. Second quarter. Big start in this one for South Christian. They lead Edison 19-6 after one in the third game of the day. It's the 2K23 Showcase. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you. We're ready to roll for the second quarter of play right here, CT. Edison gets the ball out of the break. They move left to right. Bryce Eaton will start up the offense. The second quarter of South Christian basketball on Michigan Sports Radio is presented by Jamie Reinbrandt, your professional for 15 years with 5-Star Realty and Crosstown Appraisals. Feed to the top of the key to Heath Bolden, the big guy. The junior turns and hands off for a curling Khalil McCree. Throwing left side for Bryce Eaton. Eaton defended by Vermas with a hand in his face. Screen set. Eaton stutter step around it. Kicks right corner for Gerald Smith. Smith will back it out right wing. Defense on him from Nate Brinks. Back right side for Eaton in the wing. Eaton jabbing, loosely watched defensively. Bounces around a screen down the left side. Dumps a pass to the big guy, and Bolden able to lay it in off the window with a right. 19-8 with 7:20 in the second.
And Bolden open underneath the basket on the right block. Eaton able to dribble the basketball to the left side and allow that space to open up and find him down low.
Tomaso back in here against Bryce Eaton. Rolls around a Maidendorp screen. Kicks up top, a little bit of space. Stutter step DeHaan. A whistle and a foul is called on Khalil McCree on the reach. A 15 foul on Edison.
Of the Pioneers, that is his first.
And that is the first on McCree. 7:04 second quarter, 19-8, the South Christian lead.
The Sailors utilize that shot fake very well across the board. DeHaan using it there, able to get McCree elevated and then committing the foul as he was jumping on the closeout.
Eaton defending Vermas here at the top of the key. Vermas down the right side trying to bounce around a Viss screen. It was broken up by Jamar Browner Jr. He steals it, but a foul is called on Vermas on the reach up the floor. That'll be foul number 2 of the half on the Sailors and foul 1 on Jake Vermas. 6:54, second quarter, 19-8 South Christian over Edison. And again, Bryce Eaton, who's been held completely quiet off the score sheet, will start with the offense. Throws with 2 hands, right wing for Gerald Smith. Smith starts left-hand dribble, bounces around a Heath Bolden screen. Left wing for Eaton. Eaton launches a deep 3 over top of Vermas, no good. High-reaching rebound secured by Maidendorp, and a tie-up is called as Jamar Browner Jr. locks in on him. Alternating possession will stay with South Christian. 6:41 in the second, 19-8 South.
Bryce Eaton taking another deep 3. That's about the only shots he's been able to get up. A couple of threes, one right at the end of the first quarter on that one right there.
Pass forced to Maidendorp, loses it center court. Edison's got it, left corner. Cleo McCree puts the ball on the floor, calls out the defense, and rolls onto the left side. Throws right wing on to Eaton, lobs it top of the key to Bolden. The big guy starts a big left-hand dribble, bouncing into the wing, picks up the dribble, kicks left corner for Gerald Smith. Smith defended by Vermas, pull-up shot, left elbow, strong off the connector. Vermas the reaching rebound. 6:15 second quarter, 19-8 South Christian. Near side, right to left, Jake DeHaan over the timeline. DeHaan defended by McCree, throws to Vermas in front of the timeline, poked and stolen by Gerald Smith. Smith to the basket, poked out of bounds nicely by Jake Vermas. Talk about recovering there by Vermas to somehow take away what should have been easy points.
Yeah, Vermas has been playing a one-man defense in the transition a little bit. He had a turnover, committed the foul. It really wasn't a bad foul. It was going to be an easy bucket going the other way, and then they're just able to poke it free and live to fight on the inbounds.
Plune and Wyson, Viss high points the inbound pass, steals it away, runs the length of the floor, and a right-hand clutching layup is good for Carson Viss. He's got 10. Right corner, Gerald Smith, 21-8. South Christian throws right wing for Bryce Eaton, defended here by the big guy Maidendorp. Eaton looking for a passing lane. Fires left side to McCree. Handoff on the curl to Eaton. Right-hand pass, right wing for Smith. Right corner, McCree. Or Browner, I should say. Browner pass into the lane, poked and stolen away by the Sailors. Viss throws left side to a racing Jake DeHaan. He'll stop left wing with it. Kicks up top for Plune. Plune, triple try. Off the connector, no good. A rebound down to Browner and Edison. 5:20 second quarter, 21-8. Edison to run. Eaton all the way to the basket. Dumps a pass, left corner. Catch and shoot 3. Rattles out, no good for McCree. And the rebound down to the Sailors again. Good work by Viss to split the double team on his own up the middle of the floor. Throws over the timeline to DeHaan. DeHaan, top of the key, Viss spins. Free throw line, left-hand shot. Right side of the iron, no good. Rebound Edison. The run out back the other way with Gerald Smith up the right side of the floor. Smith with 4:55 in the second. Give and go back to Smith, right wing. Angle drive, runner, blocked, came on to Heath Bolden. Bolden in the lane, hook shot off the right side of the glass, no good. South Christian the basketball. Sam Weiss throws right side for Plune. Plune over the timeline, trying to reach a pass that's poked and stolen by McCree. McCree hits the outletting Gerald Smith to the basket, right-hand layup, good. Working in the full court, 21-10, 4.5 in the second. Viss, right side, loose pressure on him, crossover. Ingles right side and a skip pass to Jake DeHaan, and DeHaan is fouled in the backcourt by reaching Jamar Browner Jr. Big changes for both teams coming up right here. Will be 3 aside, swapping in Petrie, Dorian Walker-Berry, and Tiggs in for Edison. See Post back in for South Christian, along with Brinks. And Vermas will take it up the right side of the floor here on the floor. Vermas racing around Eaton, left corner, all alone. Catch and shoot 3. Weiss, front iron, no good. Rebound is ripped down by Petrie, and Edison to run here with Bryce Eaton up the middle of the floor. Eaton, top of the key, sizing up the defender, throws with 2 hands left wing to Smith. Smith, step back move at the elbow, whips the hands free, left-hand layup, strong. Rebound down to Brinks, South Christian to run. On here to Weiss. Weiss, handoff Vermas at the top of the key. 3:45 in the second, 21-10 South Christian. Vermas up top, DeHaan drives in the lane, cut off left block, working the pivot. Up top, catch and shoot 3, splashes down again. This time Nate Brinks. 24-10 South Christian.
Yeah, 4-3 already in the first half for the Sailors. First one for Brinks. Top of the key, open look, and able to hit it.
Walker Berry dribbles once, throws right side to Petrie. Petrie launches a left-handed three, and that one is as pure as it gets over top of Vermas, 24-13. Right side of the floor, racing with it is DeHaan on the right-hand dribble. Two-man double team came on, throws the left side to Vermas. He'll lower the shoulder on Eaton and blow over the timeline, keeping a left-hand dribble. Vermas turns away from the defender, drives to the basket, falling layup, misses strong, rebound out of bounds, last touched by Cam Post. Coach Johnson does not like the call. It looked like it may have been last off of Walker Berry, but Edison will take the possession. Off a short rest, Carson Viss is in. Also Davis Kemper comes into the game. Pair of sophomores, left wing three for Petrie. Another one as pure as it gets. He's got back-to-back threes. This one from the left wing, and it's 24-16.
Just able to quickly get the basketball up the floor. Petrie catching the left wing and quickly up with the shot.
Timeout from Coach Johnson. He's not happy with those couple of quick possessions and threes given up. 2:35, second quarter, 24-16, South Christian.
Bowling is a great time that combines great friends, football, and bowling. Compete against your friends or family, throwing a football at 10 real bowling pins. You can bring in your own food, or they have a pair of 45-foot bars featuring soft drinks and adult beverages. Visit foldingwarehouse.com, Grand Rapids, to reserve your lanes.
Founded in 1969, J&H Family Stores has grown from a single tank truck to over 50 convenience store locations in West Michigan. Our locations offer a variety of fuel options ranging from Exxon, Mobil, Marathon, and Citgo. At many of our stores, you'll also be pleased to find a Tim Hortons or Subway. Find the location near you by visiting myjhfamilystores.com. There's one in your neighborhood.
All right, welcome back. Game 3 here of the showcase, reaching halftime shortly, 2:35 in the second, 24-16 South Christian. Back-to-back triples from Jace Petrie, the sophomore guard for Edison Chandler, helping close it down a little bit. Because of that, Coach Johnson wanted a timeout to reset things here out of the break.
Yeah, best offensive possessions coming from Petrie there, the couple threes to get 6 quick points. It's been a struggle for Edison in the half court to try to create something offensively. Those couple triples there, though, going to help, hopefully, for the Pioneers to get something started.
Jake Vermas, right wing, defended here by Eaton. Vermas throws a right wing to Brinks, now left wing to Viss. Viss, defended by Jay Tiggs, drives down the right side of the lane, put the ball on the floor, in the corner, initially taken by Brinks, poked away from Brinks by Smith, rolls a long outlet pass onto Jace Petrie, tries to chase it down in the corner, cannot save it along the baseline, and it'll go South Christian's way. 2:12, second quarter, 24-16. This Edison team, we said it last year when we saw them too, I'm not sure there's a faster team in the full court than this team when they get running. Here's Vermas in the backcourt, sizing things up, throws right side to Viss, over the timeline, pass out of the reach of the outstretched arm of Nate Brinks. It'll go back the other way. 2:04 second quarter, turnover, and Edison ball, 24-16.
Either back-to-back possessions from either offense where both teams trying to go fast, trying to get a longer pass down the floor, and both of them turning the basketball over with an errant pass.
Smith throws two hands top of the key to Petrie. Gives free throw line on a skip to Walker Berry. Turning the back on Cam Post. This is muscle on muscle right here. Walker Berry into a double team. Throws left corner. Tiggs, catch and shoot three. Back iron, no. Another rebound for Jake Vermas, who's been all over the boards. He's got in the backcourt. Vermas defended here by Petrie. Throws right side for Brinks. Brinks able to rip it away from the defender and curl over the timeline. Right corner, catch and shoot three. Davis Kemper misses everything strong. Rebound down to Gerald Smith. He's set to run for Edison. Final 90 seconds, second quarter. Smith all the way to the basket, fouled on the floor by Nate Brinks. Third foul of the half on South Christian. And that is foul one on Brinks.
And for the Sailors, number 3, Jacob DeHaan.
Jake DeHaan back in. Along with Maidendorf for South Christian. Left corner, here's Jace Petrie. Petrie, double team, left corner. Feeds free throw line here to Walker Berry. Walker Berry, exit pass, left wing here for Smith to back it out. Smith, Walker Berry, top of the key. Picks up the dribble, works the pivot foot, handoff for Bryce Eaton. Eaton thinks about the deep three, steps around the defender, pull-up shot, right elbow, rolls out. He is still not scored in this game. Fight for the rebound, foul on Detroit Edison. But the struggles for Bryce Eaton, the way they have targeted him, Jake Vermas has done unbelievably good job defensively on him. Very impressive. That's the 7th team foul. That will be a 1-and-1 here for
South Christian fouls on Walker Berry, his second.
A lot of attention being paid to Bryce Eaton, holding him scoreless. The double team, multiple Sailors having their eye on Eaton, forcing him to step inside the arc. Mid-range shot didn't go for him.
Jake Vermas at the line, able to hit the first. He was pure on that one, Vermas. Wears number 0. Long white compression pants and short white sleeves underneath the white jersey. Wears number 2 into that white. Bends the knees, right-hand free throw. Strong off the connector. Extended fight for the rebound, right corner, chased down by Maidendorf. Viss hits cutting DeHaan, rolls off his hands. DeHaan regathers, floater in the lane is pure. 52 seconds in the second. Edison trying to beat the pressure down the floor, on to Smith. Smith right-hand shot, blocked hard by Maidendorf. South Christian now to run. In the backcourt, DeHaan throws left side to Brinks. 40 seconds, back up top for DeHaan. DeHaan left wing, Vermas looking back towards Coach Johnson, defended here by Jay Tiggs. 32 seconds, second quarter. Vermas around the screen, down the right side of the lane, kicks right corner, catch and shoot 3 with space. Nate Brinks, yes!
3-point basket for the Sailors.
30-16, final 22 seconds. Eaton to up the pace of his own. Eaton to the free throw line, jump pass, left wing, catch and shoot 3. Gerald Smith falls straight down, rebound Vermas with 15 seconds. Vermas to slow it down a little bit, stutter step. Angles up the left side of the floor, beats the pressure with his back turned on Eaton. Vermas skips right side for DeHaan, running too hard, no foul call, bodies on the floor. Brinks had it, launches a 3 at the horn, off the left side, no good. Put back Maidendorf was at the buzzer and will not fall as well. 30-16 at the half, South Christian leading a frantic one. Welcome in to the Centennial Securities and also today the Sobey halftime show as the Sobey Company presents halftime coverage on South Christian basketball and Michigan Sports Radio. Known in the construction industry for quality work and interior finishing needs, Sobey Company is only limited to the imagination itself. And of course, we thank them and thank all of the great supporters of South Christian basketball on Michigan Sports Radio, of course, our sponsors as well. All right, CT, it was as frantic as we thought, but South Christian handled it really well. Yeah, they did. They stayed comfortable the entire time, able to find some open shooters in the corners and in the wings, knocking down multiple threes, not turning the basketball over too much and allowing Detroit Edison to run in the full court and get easy baskets. Yeah, absolutely. 30-16, South Christian leads Edison at the half. We'll be right back. We'll have some scoring recap and a lot more to get to in this one.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
you've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring.
And it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Michigan Sports Academies offers quality youth sports in Grand Rapids, Holland, and Muskegon. With a wide variety of programming, MSA has something for new athletes who are just starting out to experienced athletes looking to take their game to the next level. Year-round programming is offered in basketball, lacrosse, soccer, and volleyball. Your athlete will love the quality of instruction from experienced coaches and state-of-the-art facilities conveniently located in Grand Rapids and along the lakeshore. Check us out at MichiganSportsAcademies.com.
Don't just find yourself, make yourself. Start businesses, build bridges, save lives, raise a whole city. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
And welcome back, Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with a halftime of game number 3 of the day here at the 2K23 Showcase. Day 1, Blanc and Rockford both out warming up. They will close the day CT. And we got 7 minutes here to go through things some more on the Centennial Securities and Sobey Company halftime show. Take us through the scoring from this really solid first half play for the Sailors of South Christian.
Yeah, on the Pioneers side, leading scorer is Petrie with 6. Walker-Berry with 4, and then 2 for Smith, Williams, as well as Bolden Jr. For the South Christian Sailors, leading all scorers at the half, Carson Viss with 10 points, 6 for Nate Brinks, 4 for Maidendorp, and then 3 for Vermas as well as Weiss.
First half of play, like we said in the first segment here, the game had all the speed that we were really expecting to see, but when you are playing at speed, the question is who has more composure. I was really impressed with South Christian, even when Edison really started turning up the wick at the end of the half. This is a team that really can just play with that speed, and South Christian didn't really throw the ball away in many occasions. They were able to stay smart despite it. They will be just smart enough to get the extra pass, to get the wide open shot. They weren't forcing anything. I was really impressed with how Coach Johnson's team worked with speed in that first half.
Yeah, it was impressive. I mean, a couple turnovers, but you're always going to have a few of those. But I think for the most part did a good job of finding the open spaces, getting their shooters in spots to where they could quickly get the ball outletted to them and turn around and get some open looks from it and ultimately benefit their offense.
For Edison, Bryce Eaton was such a storyline coming in. A D1, a Central Michigan commit, the senior, held completely off the score sheet. What did South Christian do so well defensively that kept guys and kept guards like Eaton just completely out of their game?
Yeah, they really, stayed right in his hip pocket the entire time. Didn't allow him to drive to the basket. For the most part, the only looks he was getting was well outside, a couple feet outside the arc. And I think the Sailors are going to live with that. Of course, Eaton has shown the ability. He can hit shots like that, but I think you're going to force him to take looks like that more than driving to the basket and get to the mid-range game. Being very active, shutting down those driving lanes, and making sure that he's not the one that beats you offensively.
Second half, I think we can probably expect the pace to pick up even more. I think you saw Edison started pushing things to where they want it. They are willing to take things to an insane level that very few teams are willing to, especially if they're trailing and trying to make something happen. I think Coach Johnson and company have to be ready for Edison and Coach Neely to throw at them some crazy speed.
Yeah, I think they're going to do everything they can. Right now, the offense in the half court just not clicking for the Pioneers. They're going to try to turn it up, get as many turnovers, and it's going to be instantly pushing it, trying to get numbers going the other direction, get out in the fast break, and avoid those slower possessions.
All right, 30-16, South Christian leading Edison at the half. A lot more to get to here. We'll be right back.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car. And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Need to replace that worn-out carpet or floor? Floor Coverings International makes it easy. They bring their mobile showroom to you. Save yourself the trip and gas shopping around. See a wide selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, and vinyl in the lighting of your own home. Go to floorcoveringsinternational.com today for your free consultation. Work with one team for a hassle-free experience from the quote to installation. And each Floor Coverings International business is independently owned and operated, so they are local business owners in our community. Floor Coverings International, the flooring store at your door.
Are you looking for a new career? Aetna Supply is hiring. Aetna Supply is Michigan's #1 plumber wholesaler, servicing local customers for over 50 years. They offer great benefits, a 401k with company match, quarterly bonuses, and no Sundays. Once again, check them out at aetnasupply.com/careers or click on their logo on the Michigan Sports Radio homepage.
All right, welcome back. Nate and Chandler with you here courtside at Aquinas and the showcase, 30-16 at the half. South Christian leading Edison in a game that I've really been impressed by the South Christian team, in particular Carson Viss. He's got 10 to lead all scorers.
we know what this kid is, skill-wise, of course, but you see it in this game, the way that he's athletically handling the matchup across from him. This is the kind of game that I think really a player like Viss starts to stand out even more, even just as a sophomore.
Yeah, I think his composure early on was pretty evident. His ability to be aggressive, knowing when he can attack, and knocking down some big shots, leading us all scorers here at the half. I think playing some big minutes and showing why he's got so much potential.
And by the way, you look at the South Christian team, and you want to talk about youth. You want to talk about a team that's going to come back next year. I mean, you lose DeHaan and you lose Maidendorp from the main rotation, but besides that, I mean, you have a guy like Kemper going to grow even more as a 6'5 sophomore. He'll be back for his junior year. Pretty much everyone else as part of this rotation back for their senior. Like, I mean, Coach Johnson's got some, special this year. They got big plans this year. They got big plans, I think, for the year that follows based on what they are bringing back. You know, for Edison again, no. I mean, it still revolves around Bryce Eaton. I think the second half is really going to come down to if Eaton continues to be slowed as much as he is, they will not have a chance to make a comeback. If we see Eaton and the pace of the game starting to break out a little bit, Edison has a chance to turn things around quickly with how quick they can go.
Yeah, they have to find a way to get Eaton involved. If that's, maybe just a bucket in the fast break, something to get him on the score sheet. Then hopefully some of the shots start to fall from the floor for him if you're Eaton, get some of that confidence and really open things up. I also think if they get more into the half court, if things are slowing down and South Christian's able to keep them more at that style, I'm looking for them to get the basketball to Walkerberry a little bit. He established himself in the post a little bit early on, but they kind of got away from it as things were getting a little more out of control for them. And I mean, part of that is by nature, but I also think if they're forced into more of that, they have to try to get him the basketball and use some of that size down low.
No, totally agree. It's going to be a fascinating second half. Thanks for tuning into the Centennial Securities and Sobey Company halftime show here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. Edison, traveling red uniforms, numbers, trimming, and lettering all in white. Home white jerseys, numbers, trimming, lettering all in blue for South Christian. 30-16, Sailors the lead over the Pioneers at the break in this one. And we are just about ready to go. Game 3 of the day. Of course, Rockford, Grand Blanc, a really, really good one to close the day. Grand Blanc is looking as good as ever this year under R.J. Taylor and company. And Rockford, after a ridiculously good win last night and how they beat Granville, holding the Bulldogs to 21 in the contest, are ready to rock and roll once again here tonight later on. We have 3 or 4 basketballs right now that are all not the game ball. They're being turned into the official. We have another ball from behind from official. We aren't sure if it's the game ball. We're ready to go, though. We got it all sorted out. We're ready to rock and roll. Edison and South Christian, second half. Pioneers do get the ball to start the second half play. They go right to left across your radio, your computer, your phone, your tablet, your whatever. TV, I guess you can probably watch it on, too. I mean, you can pull up the YouTube app on your phone as well to tune into the Game Night broadcast through our Michigan Game Night YouTube page. And we are rocking and rolling. Right wing, Karan Williams throws left side to a sprinting Jace Petrie to the top of the key. He's watched defensively by fellow sophomore Carson Viss. Into the right corner, two-hand feed for Karan Williams. Williams jabbing and working on the right. Feeds into the post, diving onto the floor. It's taken and ripped down out of there by South Christian and Brinks. Then Brinks is crashed into. Held ball is called, and South Christian takes it on the alternating possession. 7:38, third quarter. Kind of just a lackadaisical pass down into the post right there. Turns into a turnover after the held ball.
Trying to get it into the middle of the lane. We got poked free immediately. Brinks able to fall on top of it. Kind of got trapped there. Couldn't find anywhere to get the basketball out and eventually tied up.
Viss in the backcourt, full court pressure on, hits Vermas, angles right side, throws around his back to DeHaan over the timeline. DeHaan hits a cutting Brinks. Brinks tries to throw it off the legs of Walkerberry, taken by Khalil McCree. He's going to run. McCree, left corner, catch and shoot 3 from the lefty. Petrie, off the front rim, no good. Rebound to Maidendorp, throws it behind the defense onto Viss. Viss, one-on-one with Eaton. Euro step, right-hand shot, no good. I think the backboard was hit there on the block attempt from Williams. Maybe should have been a goaltend. Out of there, South Christian gets the rebound, and a foul is called down low on Edison on the scramble for the ball. It is a foul on Eaton, his first, the team's first of the half. 7-11 third quarter, 30-16 South.
Coach Johnson for South Christian definitely asking the officials there if that's a goaltend. That as Viss went up for the shot, it looked like backboard slapped, and maybe the shot altered by that.
Brinks with space, top of the key 3, back iron no good, race to the rebound in the corner, bodies crashing together. Held ball is called as McCree gets tied up with Maidendorp, and this time Edison takes it as the arrow will flip back the other way. 7:05 third quarter, 30-16.
Edison pushes it, right corner, 3. Petrie blocked by Maidendorp. Rebound secured baseline by DeHaan. DeHaan double team, left-hand dribble, blows over the timeline nicely. DeHaan into the paint, turns his back, kicks up top. Vermas, whole bunch of space, triple try, yes. 6 for Vermas. And a 33-16 lead. Top of the key, Karan Williams, defended here by DeHaan. Williams probing in, two-hand feed right wing for Petrie, the sophomore. 6.5, third quarter, 33-16 South Christian. Game slowing down a little bit, handoff on the weave, triple try, Bryce Eaton rattles out, no good, got a clean look, can't knock it down from deep. And South Christian run out with Vermas over the timeline, beating the pressure. Vermas, right wing, defended by Eaton, bounces around Eaton, tries to feed Maidendorp, stripped and stolen by Eaton. Here's Bryce up the right side of the floor. Stutter step inside the key, dumps a pass, left corner onto McCree, left wing for Petrie. Jabs, angles free throw line, cut off there by Brinks. Left side for Eaton to slow it down. 5:54 third quarter, 33-16 South Christian. Eaton holding left wing, defended here by Maidendorp. Lobs in front of the timeline for Walker Berry. The big guy starts to dribble. He's got DeHaan all over him. Able to get away from DeHaan, throw a two-hand pass left side to Eaton. Faced up defensively by Maidendorp. Step back, long two. Too strong, forcing it there, and the rebound down to Brinks, and Brinks is fouled along the baseline as Williams tried to tie him up. Second foul of the half on Edison. 5.5 to go third quarter, 33-16.
Pioneers got the switch they wanted. Maidendorp guarding Eaton. Eaton able to probe into the lane and then step back right at the elbow and try to get that mid-range shot, but Maidendorp enough with the length, able to get a hand in his face yet.
Edison going to the Havoc diamond in one press. Pressure beaten, all alone. Right side to the basket. Brinks, shot pinned on the backboard, and a foul is called on Walker Berry as he tries to block that one away. It was an emphatic block, but he got a little bit of the body along with pinning the ball.
Yeah, the shot was well up by the time Walker Berry got there. Got all of the basketball, but in the process, threw his body into Brinks.
Free throw good for Brinks. He's got 7. 5:24 in the third, 34-16. One more here for the 6-foot junior, Nate Brinks. Bends the knees, quick flick of the right, and he hit them both. 8 now for Brinks.
Nate Brinks knocks down the
Sam Weiss will check in for Brinks after the made free throw.
Back in for the Sailors of
South Christian goes 2-2-1 trap of their own right here in the full court. Whistle cuts the air, and a huge mistake for Bryce Eaton. He stepped over the end line after the ball was in play. It's a turnover and a baseline right inbound here for South Christian. Just a mental lapse right there for Eaton, and South takes it again. Skips right corner for Viss. Viss right wing to Hahn. Up top for Weiss, poked and stolen by Cleo McCree. McCree able to somehow get a pass left corner through a bit of contact onto Bryce Eaton. Eaton across the floor, throws right wing for Karan Williams. Williams drives into the lane, working a wide pivot at the free throw line. Right side, catch and shoot 3. Eaton barely hits the rim, straight down, rebound down to Cleo McCree. McCree races right corner with it. Maidendorp to defense. 5 minutes to go, third quarter, 35-16 South Christian. Left corner for Eaton, lobs for Walker Berry. Walker Berry got the ball, spins in the lane, hook shot good. A lot of moves right there from Walker Berry. He's got 6, and the Havoc presses on. Trapped in his own corners to Hahn, throws Viss. Viss races up the left side of the floor. Right corner, Vermas with space. 3, off the back rim, no good. Walker Berry rebound. Here's Bryce Eaton on the run out. Edison with some pace. Eaton, left side, Petrie, deep left wing 3. No good front rim, race to the rebound. Eaton's got it, top of the key. Eaton throws right corner for McCree. Back on to Eaton right wing. 4:22 third quarter. Now Edison to slow it down to the half court. Down 35-18. Dorian Walker Berry, the big guy, spinning left block. Working the pivot foot. Skip pass, left wing Karan Williams. Williams jabs, angles, pull up shot, free throw line. Dumps a pass to Walker Berry out of the shot. Walker Berry goes to the rack, blocked by South Christian, and a mass of bodies. And now Vermas to slow it down as Edison goes half court defensively. 3:59 third quarter, 35-18. Here's Vermas right wing, defended by Eaton. Vermas crossover. Eaton staying with him the whole time. Gives up top for DeHaan. In front of that AQ logo at center court, right wing for Viss. Viss around a Maidendorp screen, top of the key. Left-hand pass, left wing for DeHaan. He'll fake a pass to the corner. Now start a dribble. Lobs free throw line, Maidendorp onto the cutting man, giving him left corner. Catch and shoot 3. Sam Weiss up and rattles it home. Nice ball movement. Oyce able to rattle. 38-18, 20-point lead for South. Williams handoff, left wing, Bryce Eaton. Finally, the game slows down a little bit. Vermont the defense. Up top for Williams. Left wing, Eaton. Eaton feeds short left corner. Walker Berry with his back turned, left wing for Petrie. Petrie crossing into the left corner. Defense on him from Carson Viss. Tough pull-up Jay from mid-range, misses it all short. Rebound down to Vermont. 2:58 in the third, 38-18. Lobbed over the timeline, Maidendorf. Extra pass, right corner, all alone. Viss, triple try, yes! 13 for Viss. I mean, beautiful ball movement, breaking the press, finding an open man every time. It's 41-18, South Christian making a statement.
Yeah, precise passing all the way down the floor. Great awareness of where your shooters are. Right in the corners, back-to-back, a couple of open shots and some big threes being made as they're finding some open space in the fast break after breaking the pressure.
Bryce Eaton with it, right corner. He is still scoreless, the Central Michigan commit. Left-hand dribble, angles into the lane, left-hand pass to the corner. Catch and shoot three, Karan Williams. He's fouled, shot is strong. He'll go to the line for 3. Fouls on Sam Weiss. That's his first, team's first of the half. 2:18, third quarter, 41-18, and Williams will go to work at the line, the junior wing. Got the first one. Going to be a few changes coming out here for Edison as Coach Neely's going to get a slightly different look out on the floor. Second one for Williams, bends the knees, right hand free throw, good, able to hit it. Williams 2 of 2 so far at the line. Kemper checks in for South Christian along with Plune as Gerald Smith comes in for Edison along with Jamar Browner Jr. 2:18, third quarter, 41-20. One more at the line here, looking to complete all 3 for Karan Williams. He hit it. Good work at the line for Williams. He's got 5 points now, and again, Edison will set up a press. This time it's a 2-2-1 press. So they were going diamond 1, now they go 2-2-1. Inbound left side to Hahn. DeHaan stop, throws right side to Vermont, bumped into defensively by Jamar Browner. Double team comes, throws left side over the timeline to DeHaan. DeHaan lobs for a cutting Kemper. Kemper feeds with a skip free throw line to Plune. Plune back to Kemper, short left corner. Pull up, left-hand shot, rolls out. Rebound out of a crashing massive bodies, comes on to Gerald Smith in the backcourt. Maidendorf up a little slow behind the play. Right wing, here's Eaton. Eaton drives, floater, strong off the connector, still scoreless. Plune the rebound. Here's Vermont to slow it down a little bit. Vermont around a screen, left-hand dribble over the timeline. 1:39 in the third, 41-21 South Christian. Jake DeHaan, right wing. Throws to Plune in the corner. Plune around a Maidendorf screen to the top of the key. Give and go on a Maidendorf to the basket. Right-hand shot strong, but a foul. And the foul is on Maidendorf. Offensive foul as he charged into the lane. And Detroit Edison takes over. Second foul on Edison. Maidendorf will take a seat off that foul. 41-21 South.
So was trying to run the pick and roll with Maidendorf. They get it to Maidendorf, but Edison able to read it and get set. Maidendorf had to go over the Pioneers' defensive player in order to try to go up with that shot, and picks up the charge.
Bryce Eaton up top with it here. 1:14 to go. Defended in the left wing by Jake DeHaan. Now Vermont picks it up. Throws it 2 hands right side to Smith. Smith working a left-hand dribble. Crosses between the legs. Right wing, DeHaan the loose defense. 2-hand feed up top for Browner Jr. Browner turns the back on Vermont. No look feed to the free throw line for Gerald Smith. Smith throws short left corner. Williams drives baseline, cut off the block. Left corner, catch and shoot 3. Browner Jr. No good, front rim. Leaping rebound, Cam Post. Post able to get it on here to DeHaan. DeHaan throws left side to Vermont. Vermont back onto DeHaan over the right side of the timeline. Post in the wing, or Kemper in the wing. Up top for Vermont, nice spin move. Vermont feeding, Post, turning away from the defender. Blocked and stolen quickly back the other way with Gerald Smith. On for Eaton. Eaton toes the line, right wing 3, good. Finally on the board, Bryce Eaton. 41-24, timeout Edison, 26.7 in the third. We'll be right back.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car.
Hey, my car!
And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates.
And welcome back here to Aquinas Couch. Remember, the third quarter of South Christian basketball on Michigan Sports Radio is presented by Sturrus Cleaning, experts in commercial, residential, upholstery, and air duct cleaning. Left to right, South Christian with some full court man-to-man pressure on them. DeHaan stopped in a double team in the backcourt. Lobs to Viss, who's fresh back on the floor. He'll bounce over the timeline with a right-hand dribble to the corner. Viss stops right corner, double team, throws all the way across to Weiss. Weiss launches a three, now in short with some late defense coming from Eaton. Fight for the rebound, foul on the floor. Stays with South with 9.8 in the third. 41-24 Sailors. Foul's going to be on Jamar Browner Jr.
Post working hard on the offensive glass, trying to get one last chance for his team before the end of the third quarter. Battling down low. Got the foul called against the Pioneers.
Jordan Anderson will check in for Dorian Walker-Berry here. Vermas lobs to Viss in the paint. Goes up with the right hand and scores on the floater. 15 now for Viss. 4 seconds in the third. 43-24. Eaton blowing all the way to the basket. Wild shot. Foul called through some light contact. I think they're going to get Vermas. Actually, they're going to get DeHaan, but Vermas not thrilled with it as he walked away from that right there. And with 0.3 on the clock, it'll send Bryce Eaton to the line here.
Eaton quickly up the court trying to get something done right there, but it looked like he might have been losing the basketball already as he was going up for it, but the foul called regardless.
Eaton hits the first. He can get to 5 points on the game right here. He's certainly got speed to burn up the floor. We saw right there. Got them both. 5 now for Eaton. 43-26 game. Inbound to Vermas. That'll do it for the third quarter. All right, 1 to go. 43-26 South Christian lead. We'll be right back.
Looking for a great place to buy a used truck or car? Check out Extreme Truck and Auto Center, located at 1098 O'Malley Drive in Coopersville. They have a huge selection of trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Stop by their lot or give them a call at 616-384-3777. You can check out their inventory at xtacenter.com.
Welcome back, Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here. Game night on Michigan Sports Radio. Final frame, 8 minutes on the board, 43-26. South Christian leading Edison CT. It's been all South Christian doing this one. Such an impressive performance so far for Coach Johnson's squad.
Yeah, really from the start, and the South Christian team has looked ready to roll. They've came out, handled the press and the pressure that Detroit Edison has thrown at them, built themselves a big lead going into the fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter of South Christian basketball on Michigan Sports Radio is presented by Alex and Rachel DeHaan, congratulating South Christian senior class on an outstanding year of academic and athletic achievements. And I think they have a lot more of those athletic achievements still coming as well, especially the performance like this against a team like this. Left to right, South Christian gets the ball to start the final frame. Jake Vermas in a double team as Edison's bringing all up the pressure big time. Throws top of the key to DeHaan. DeHaan to the free throw line for post, fouled from behind by Karan Williams. 7:47 fourth quarter. That's the 6th team foul on the Pioneers and the 3rd on Karan, 15 foul, and the 3rd on Karan Williams. Vermas to throw in baseline left here underneath the offensive hoop. Vermas looking, chases one up top, and it's grabbed by Jake DeHaan. Left cornerback for Vermas. Now DeHaan in between the rings, right wing for Viss. Viss, angle drive, top of the key, handoff for DeHaan. DeHaan in rhythm, got it on Vermas, got it in rhythm onto DeHaan, and DeHaan takes to the rack and scores with a floater along the baseline, 45-26. Free throw line, Karan Williams on the other side. Pull up Jay over top of 3 Sailors. Will not go. Rebound to DeHaan. A little bit of pressure on. Diving at him is Jamar Browner. And a double dribble is called on Jake DeHaan, trying to save the basketball. Walker Berry will check in here for Jordan Anderson. Also, Jace Petrie back on the floor for Karan Williams. Right side, it'll be Gerald Smith to throw it in for Edison in the front court. 7:18, fourth quarter, 45-26 South Christian. Eaton starts the left-hand dribble. Defended arms spread wide by Sam Weiss. Back on to Eaton after he gave it off. Eaton skips top of the key for Walker Berry. Hand off to a curling Eaton across the floor to the left wing. Viss picks him up defensively. Pounding with the right, feeds 2 hands top of the key, Browner Jr. Browner Jr. for Gerald Smith in between the circles. On for Eaton. Eaton jump pass. Right wing Browner Jr. to the free throw line, pull up shot. Short for Petrie, rebound down to South Christian off a rush shot from the sophomore. 6:44 fourth quarter, 45-26. Here's Vermas entering the lane, behind the back dribble to stop. He'll pull it out behind the arc. Number 0 in white, Vermas, defended here by Gerald Smith. Vermas going low, such great handles on the junior. Feeds top of the key to DeHaan, up fake, dribble drive, the senior, floater, no good front rim. Rebound down to Walker Berry, giving on to Eaton a run. Up the right side of the floor, Bryce Eaton. Underhand, no look feed, right corner for Petrie. Petrie drives, kicks left corner, catch and shoot 3. Gerald Smith, no good front rim. Leaping, reaching, rebound down to Vermas. DeHaan on the offense. Edison setting back on a half-court defense right now. Left wing for Viss. Viss around a post screen. Foul called on Edison. I think they're going to get Dorian Walker, or sorry, they're going to get Jace Petrie on the reach right there. 6:06, fourth quarter, 45-26.
Vermas going around the screen from post. Forced the foul. Post doing a nice job setting a big screen for Vermas to go around, forcing Petrie to try to go through him in order to stay with him defensively.
Viss up top for Vermas. Just 6 points for Vermas, but it's amazing how much he has the ball in his hands, how much he creates as the point guard. Right corner to DeHaan, back onto Vermas, holding the ball in the right hand. Starts the dribble, bouncing around the defender, Gerald Smith. Stops, feeds down low for Maidendorf. Turns the back right block, feed onto a cutting DeHaan, right hand shot, good. 8 now for DeHaan, nice feed, nice finish. 47-26 with 5:43. South Christian all over Edison. Gerald Smith in the wing will back it out. Jake DeHaan, arms spread wide to defend him. Skips short left corner. Walker Berry turns the back on Maidendorf. Now faces up, spins into the lane, picks up the dribble, and a foul called on the floor. They will get Jake DeHaan. 5:26, fourth quarter. Caleb Plume checks in. Fourth team foul is Viss will take a seat for Coach Johnson.
DeHaan reaching in there as Maidendorf had the defense on Walker Berry, trying to prevent him from making a move in the post. DeHaan reaching in there, trying to help him out, and got a piece of the arm.
Petrie looking to throw in, lobs left wing for Eaton. Eaton defended here by Plume. Around the Walker Berry screen, steps back, throws left side for Petrie, back up top for Eaton. Eaton tries a deep 3 with Plume, closing off the connector, no good. Rebound at the free throw line to Walker Berry. Walker Berry holding there, starts to dribble. Low feed, right corner, secured by Browner Jr. Jabs, angles into the lane. Tough floater over top of a pair of defenders, will not fall strong. Rebound Maidendorf, push left side onto DeHaan. He'll give it over to Vermas. Vermas blows up the right side of the floor over the timeline. Double team came on. Dump pass, top of the key. DeHaan, left wing, Plume, catch and shoot 3, spins it home. Caleb Plume, the triple, 50-26 South Christian. Sailors continue to make a statement in this one. Scott Bates is your local Granville, Jenison, Hudsonville Farmers Insurance agent, is a great longtime supporter of Game Night and offers business insurance, auto, homeowners coverage, and more. Give Scott a call today at 616-531-3441 or stop at the agency located at 3181 Prairie Street Southwest in Granville. All right, welcome back to the Sturrus Center, where it continues to be a statement made for South Christian right now.
Yeah, they've looked fantastic here from start to finish, really showing their ability to handle the pressure from Detroit Edison. They've been able to control the paces when they've been able to, and then all night long finding open shooters and knocking down a lot of shots. You see the depth on this team in terms of scoring. They've got multiple guys that are comfortable with the basketball. They've been able to get it to them, and they've been getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, it's so impressive that this team's good. I mean, Jake Vermas is as good of a ball handler as you're going to see. He has got that ball in the string. We've seen what Brinks has been able to do, along with DeHaan offensively, pretty balanced. Carson Viss, of course, incredible 15
Weiss, Maidendorf, Plune, they've got so many guys scoring, so many guys beating the pressure and showing that they really can kind of play and win at just about any style, and that's what's been so impressive. They've gone up against as fast and as athletic of a team as you're going to find. They've currently held them to 26, and they have been all over things offensively as well in this one. Up top, here's Bryce Eaton. Goes left wing to Gerald Smith as South Christian is bringing a 2-3 zone out of the timeout. To the free throw line, Browner Jr. reaching past Dorian Walker-Berry into the lane. Some pressure on him. Two-hand shot, no good. Jake DeHaan dribbles off his foot, center court, stolen away by Gerald Smith. Smith to the basket, right-hand layup short. Foul on Davis Kemper, who crashes into him on the block attempt. 4:23, fourth quarter, 50-26. And 2 at the line here for Gerald Smith.
The Sailors, that is his first.
First foul on Kemper, by the way, team's 5th. First free throw, good. Interesting, though, as Smith puts up his 3rd point of the game, that's the first time South Christian has gone to this 2-3 zone as they're changing up their look, even as Eaton is going to find his way to the bench.
Yeah, good opportunity in this game as final 4 minutes to try to get some use and get some practice in that zone.
Smith hits them both. He's got 4. And Edison going to bring back the diamond one press. Left side inbounded to Jake DeHaan. Exit pass along the baseline to Plune, and Plune is fouled on the grab by Jamar Browner. 4:18, fourth quarter, and that will be a 1-and-1 for Caleb Plune coming up, 50-28. Third foul on Browner, by the way. So into the bonus, 1-and-1 here for Caleb Plune, the 6'3 sophomore. So if you're keeping score at home, that's a sophomore Plune. That's a sophomore Kemper, of course, as we know. Of course, a sophomore Viss, junior Vermas, junior Brinks, junior Weiss. They're going to be good for a while, Chandler.
Yeah, definitely lose a couple of those guys from the starting lineup, but they bring a lot of pieces back. A lot of guys that are playing some serious minutes here today. Going to be back next year.
Free throw up and good. It was banked in right there from Plune as well. We'll have another one coming. He's got 4. 51-28 game. Tanner Rock, the junior wing, 6'5", is in again. So that's yet another long wing that South Christian has to work with. That one's good. Plune with 5. 4:16 to go in the fourth, and South Christian is going to bring out a 2-2-1 trap of their own right here. Petrie. Stopped in the backcourt, throws over the timeline to McCree. McCree angles into the lane, reaching, nice pass. Dorian Walker-Berry met at the rim, blocked, but a foul on Davis Kemper, the sophomore, getting up there off a really nice feed, but able to, at minimum, send Walker-Berry to the line rather than the easy 2 on what was going to just about be a jam.
Yeah, nice slip pass down low to Walker-Berry, who was on the right side. He's going to have a good opportunity to try to score there. Kemper going all out, making sure that wasn't going to be an easy bucket.
Walker-Berry. Extended right-hand free throw motion with a lot of velocity off the connector, no good. He's got one more coming up at 4:02 in the fourth. Walker-Berry was 6. Bends the knees, right-hand free throw, too strong of connector. High reaching rebound down to Carson Viss. Under 4 to go. On to Brinks. Brinks turns over the timeline, beat the pressure, throws left block to Kemper. Up fake, left-hand hook shot, no. Fight for the rebound down to Edison. They'll sprint it back the other way, thrown over the timeline on to Jace Petrie. Petrie backs it out right corner. To the right wing for Gerald Smith. Smith hits a cutting Walker-Berry, who scores off the window. 3:40 in the fourth. Pressure is on. Brinks working the pivot foot, double teamed, and a held ball was about to be called, but first they're able to get Coach Johnson his timeout. It was bang bang. Was it going to be the timeout? Was it going to be the head ball or held ball? Instead, it is Coach Johnson able to get that timeout signaled in. 3.5 to go, fourth quarter, 52-30. And this South Christian team, though, I mean, you look at what they did today against a good team, obviously, in Edison, but when you think about it, the one tight loss where they kind of blew a lead they had throughout the game against Catholic Central, they certainly want that second chance back. This is a team that is definitely really special. We talked about, of course, how young they are for future years as well, but for this year in particular also, I mean, they're going to be hungry that second time they see Catholic Central. They may see Catholic Central a third time, which, by the way, I think the way it sets up, they may wind up seeing Catholic Central like deep deep in the playoffs if they see him again. I don't think they're in the same region, so it may even be they see each other at the Breslin based on how things exactly may work out. That'll be the matchup of the year, but
yeah, it would.
Before that, I mean, this is a hungry team that is, they made a statement to me. I mean, we saw them play with Northview the entire way and lose by just a possession of that one. They've made the same sort of statement to me, a bigger statement, I should say, today. Plume to inbound, full court pressure on, throws left side to DeHaan. DeHaan put it on the floor. Plume diving after it, able to throw a pass up that Viss corrals. Viss throws it the length of the floor, 3/4 on to Tanner Rock. It's out of Rock's grasp and out of bounds along the baseline. Edison takes over 3.5 in the fourth. Gerald Smith with it. Defended right wing by Nate Brinks. 3.5, 3:20 in the fourth. Right wing for Smith. Walker Berry came out to set that screen momentarily. Now he cuts towards the basket, throwing left wing for Jamar Browner Jr. Browner Jr. drives, runner, right-hand shot, short foul called. And Browner will go to the line and shoot a couple here. The junior has not scored yet in this one, and he's got his chance at the line. 7 fouls on either team, so shooting free throws the rest of the way as Rock picks up his first foul. 3:11 in the fourth.
Spin move at the free throw line from Browner to get back to the right-handed side. Got his legs taken out from underneath him as he was trying to go up for the lay-in.
Right-hand free throw up and good as Browner's on the board. Weiss and Post will check in for DeHaan and Kemper for Coach Johnson and South Christian. 3:11 in the fourth.
Browner on the line for the Pioneers, shooting a 1.
Second one falls short at the line for Browner. Rebound to Viss. Viss, triple team in the backcourt, throws left side on to Weiss. Weiss lobs back right side to Viss. He's double teamed. Hard pass to the half-court line to Plume. Throws over the timeline to a sprinting Rock. Rock got it on to Viss. Viss into the lane, offhand, right hand, floater no good. Touches back another one, that will not go. Half-court pass from Jamar Browner Jr. picked off at half-court by Plume. Thrown left corner on to Viss. Viss will lob up top for Weiss. Right wing for Rock, and now Weiss again up top. Weiss handoff for Viss with 2.5 in the fourth. 31-52-31. Viss around the defender. Left-hand layup. Good off the window.
2-point basket for the Sailors.
17 for Viss. 54-31.
Yeah, Viss with those a long stride, able to get a quick first step and attack very quickly. Able to get to his offhand.
Smith left side for Petrie. Petrie between the legs, defended up, faced up here by Plume. Drives, tough, little hook shot outside the lane, will not go. Rebound, Walker Berry off the front rim, no. And a tie-up off the rebound as McCree got locked in with Cam Post. Alternating possession stays with Edison. Cron Williams and Davis Kemper in for their respective teams as Viss and Browner takes a seat. Nate Brinks also checking back in as Plume will take a seat for South Christian. 2:03 in the fourth, 54-31, South the lead. Cron Williams gets the inbound in the paint. Fed out left wing for Gerald Smith. Smith, quick stutter step, drives to the free throw line, cut off by Brinks. Underhand feed for Petrie, deep three, right wing, got it. Petrie from, nearly 30 it looked like, able to knock that one down. He's got 9, 1:45 in the fourth. 2-2-1 trap is on. Kemper throws over the timeline to Rock up the right side of the floor. Rock back to Kemper. Kemper, left wing Weiss. Kemper swung around back to him and kicks up top for Brinks. Brinks fakes to the left, drives up the middle, cut off free throw line, exit pass right wing for Kemper. Big sophomore throws left block to Post, left corner, catch and shoot 3 for Rock. Misses it all strong, rebound straight down to Kemper. Able to get free, and Davis Kemper scores a little left-hand putback, 56-34, final 1:15.
Kemper able to get that rebound down off the air ball on the weak side. Just catch it, quickly get positioning to go back up.
Here's Gerald Smith, top of the key, throws left corner for Clue McCree. McCree defended by Kemper. Blows to the free throw line. Right wing, catch and shoot 3, falls short for Cron Williams. Rebound to Rock, he's fouled from behind by McCree. It'll be a 1-and-1 for Tanner Rock, the 6'5" junior for South Christian. 54.3 in the fourth, 56-34, South.
That is his second, team's 8. Sailors at the line, 1-and-1, bonus arrow line. Number 10, Tanner Rock.
inside the final minute. Another academic game, back-to-back games that were academic, quite a bit to go. West Side going to finally get on the board today. We'll see if Rockford, as Rock hits the first, if Rockford is able to get the win and knot things up on the day, or if Grand Blanc will make it a 3-1 decision for the east side. Noah Myers, junior guard, checks in for the first time today as Cleo McCree takes a seat. One more for Rock here at the stripe. Bends the knees, right hand free throw in front of the face. Turns the net inside out. He got it. 58-34. Gerald Smith to run the Edison offense. Defended to the left wing by Nate Brinks. Blowing into the lane, Smith cut off. Pick up top for Myers, working the pivot foot. Starts the left-hand dribble. Myers bouncing into the lane. Tough left-hand fader. Rattles off the glass, no good. Rebound down to Brinks. 30 seconds to go. Left side, Weiss. Back on to Brinks in the backcourt. Weiss again, over to Brinks. Still in the backcourt, starter step over the line. Poked and stolen away by Jace Petrie. Petrie to the basket. Elevates and jams for 11. That's quite the dunk, down 20 points. And he'll go back the other way here for South Christian. Kemper tied up in the backcourt, and a travel is called on South Christian. So 11.6 to go. Taking our time to close this game out, and it'll go back the other way. Quite the dunk, though, for Petrie. The moment was not exactly what he would have maybe wanted to be, but he got quite the jam off regardless.
They've been 3 triples for Petrie, so getting involved there, a big dunk off the steal.
Walker Berry, short left corner. Clock hits 0. That will do it. 58-36. South Christian picks up a very, very impressive win, to say the least, in this one. We'll transition on over to our Scott Bates Farm Insurance Agency and Westhouse Home Improvement postgame show, a family-owned operation for 52 years, specializing in sunrooms, screen rooms, replacement windows, decks, and other exterior remodeling. Visit them at westhousehome.com. So coming up, we'll have the Buste Electric player of the game, along, of course, with the Centennial Securities player of the game. We'll see if those wind up being any different, potentially, as well. We'll welcome you in here to the Sturrus Center. Statement made by South Christian. That's probably the biggest statement of the day. Yeah, the MLK win was good, with kind of 2 500 teams. These are 2 top of the conference, top of their conference, top of the state type teams, and South Christian made themselves a statement with a 58-36 win.
Yeah, essentially start to finish, dominating this game, controlling it, feeling like they were playing at the style that they wanted and able to maintain that throughout the full course of the game, and looking comfortable doing so.
All right, quick break. We'll come back. We'll have scoring, and we'll hand out some awards. Be right back here on Game Night.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, welcome back, Nate and Chandler. All right, final game. Rockford and Grand Blanc getting ready to start their warm-ups right here. South Christian, big 22-point win over Detroit Edison. We do welcome you back to the Westhouse Home Improvement and Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency post-game show. CT, take us through scoring recap.
All right, on the Pioneers side for Detroit Edison, Petrie led their scores with 11 points, Walker Berry with 8, Eaton and Williams both with 5, 4 for Smith, and then 2 for Bolden, 1 for Browner. For the Sailors, pretty deep scoring report. Leading the way, Carson Viss, 18 points. Then 8 for Brinks. DeHaan with 8 as well. 6 for Weiss. 5 for Ploon. 6 for Vermas as well. 2 for Rock. 4 for Maidendorp. 2 for Kemper.
All right, we're going to combine the Centennial Securities Player of the Game and the Buste Electric Player of the Game, because Carson Viss was electric and he was the Player of the Game.
Yeah, from start to finish as well. There, he was he was a scoring threat for this team, hitting some shots from beyond the arc, then able to attack as well, handling some of the pressure, and a little bit of ball handling duties as well.
All right, Grand Blanc Rockford closes the night here at the Showcase. South Christian gets the west side on the board with a 22-point win. Let's reset the broadcast. We'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes or so, whatever it is, and we'll be back for another Bait Stages pregame show. After that, South Christian 58 and Detroit Edison 36. See y'all in a minute.
Weights have been lifted. Sprints have been run. Preparation for today's game is history. It's time to get it done. You're listening on MichiganSportsRadio.com.
Winter finals will be here before you know it, and there's still a need for registered officials. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid. Welcome to 2023 as we pick up our winter sports season already in progress. While it seems like the fall season just wrapped up, winter championships will be here soon. So let's get you caught up on the whens and wheres for each of our sports. First is the Upper Peninsula Swimming and Diving Finals for both boys and girls on February 18th. And then it's on to Team Wrestling Finals on February 24th and 25th in Kalamazoo. And that's followed by Boys and Girls Skiing Finals February 27th. March is when the schedule really heats up. The competitive cheer finals will be March 2nd and 3rd this year, and those will be held at the McGurk Arena in Mount Pleasant. Girls and boys bowling finals will be held March 3rd and 4th, the same weekend as individual wrestling finals at Ford Field. Ice hockey drops the puck March 9th through 11th for semifinals and finals at USA Hockey Arena in Plymouth. Gymnastics finals are that weekend as well. Those will be held at Lakeland High School. And the Lower Peninsula Boys Swimming and Diving finals are also March 10th and 11th. Girls basketball invades the Breslin Center on March 16th for the start of 3 days of semifinals and finals action. Champions will be crowned on Saturday, March 18th. And then the boys move in the next weekend. Semifinal play starts March 23rd, and all 4 finals will be Saturday, March 25th. Both boys and girls basketball finals will be carried live on Bally Sports Detroit. For schedules, pairings, brackets, tickets, and streaming information, the best place to go is to the newly redesigned MHSAA.com. Everything that you need for our winter finals can be found there. Game balls this week go to Belding junior wrestler Jack Ward. He notched career win number 100 over the break, joining his older brother Mitchell and his dad/coach Art as 100-match winners at Belding. To Bedford's Victoria Gray, she scored 25 points in a 9-point win over South Lyon East in the Airport Showcase. Bedford is off to a 7-0 start this year in girls basketball. And to Montebello senior J.T. Smith. He went over the 1,000 career points mark in a win over St. Charles.
Need money for college? You need My Student Aid. My Student Aid is the go-to resource that helps Michigan families find money to pay for college. Plus, they'll guide you through the financial aid process and answer any questions you have. For grants, scholarships, and more, connect with My Student Aid, helping make college affordable for everyone. Learn more at michigan.gov/MIStudentAid.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with the MHSAA's Sam Davis.
If you've seen the movie Hoosiers, you know that a basketball rim is 10 feet above the ground. That's the same if you're in the gym at Beaver Island High School or at Little Caesars Arena. But what are the other court dimensions? To start, courts are typically 84 feet long, but can be up to 94 feet long. They're also 50 feet wide. The free throw line is 15 feet from the face of the backboard, and the high school three-point line is 19 feet 9 inches from the basket. Each hoop is a circle, 18 inches in diameter. The boys play with a basketball 29.5 inches in circumference. The girls play with one at 28.5 inches in circumference. And believe it or not, 2 girl balls will go through a standard rim at the same time.
Thanks, Sam. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you are interested, go to the MHSAA website now to register. Sticking with officiating, since 2020, the number of registered officials in Michigan has fallen from more than 9,000 to less than 8,000. It's a dip that puts extra strain on our current officials. But for the fall 2022 season, the number of registered officials is more in line with where we were pre-pandemic, and things seem to be slowly trending up. The MHSAA has increased pay for postseason games and provided membership in the National Association of Sports Officials. Membership gives officials expanded insurance coverages, access to professional services and development, and a subscription to an MHSAA-focused referee magazine. But there's still a need for more. If you are interested, go to MHSAA.com and click on Officials for more information. Because without officials, it's just practice. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll see you next week.
To head over the timeline to Gable. Gable straight to the basket, elevates, slams it down over top of Orbaugh. Won't get it. Ryan dribbles to the corner, 15 seconds to go. Ryan's Vanderjack up fake, launches a three. Good! Oh my goodness! Out to the point, Rosema, innocent space, shot, scores! 2-goal lead for the Bulldogs, 4 unanswered. Line, giving on to Titus. Titus angles, pull-up shot for the lead. Good! Brady Titus, a scream to the heavens after he knocks it down.
And welcome back. Nate Chandler with you here. Game night Michigan Sports Radio. It's another Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show CT, and it's our last one of the day. And one of my least favorite little broadcast tropes to use. The weather may be cooling down, maybe a tough snowy day outside, but heating up inside the Sturrus Center for the last one. And this is going to be a really fun one between Grand Blanc and Rockford to close the day. Westside finally picked up their first win of the day with South Christian in the last one. Now we go to the game that you've got Rockford as red hot as it comes after they really kicked Granville's tail last night on both ends of the floor, 57-21 in that game. Grand Blanc did the same to Lapeer, but they've got a very impressive unbeaten streak right now in the Saginaw Valley Conference that they put together to a 6-0 mark on the season. A lot of talent there, D1 talent there. Rockford incredibly deep. This is, I think, the last game of the day for good reason.
Yeah, I think so. Tremendous build-up to what's going to be tremendous final game of the day. I think when you look at the history of Grand Blanc the last couple seasons, what they've been able to do, the amount of talent that they've had there, and on pace to do that once again. And Rockford, again, one of the better teams on the west side of the state and in the OK Red Conference, putting it all together as we reach the midpoint of the season.
Yeah, it's been back-to-back trips to the Breslin Center. They won one state championship, runner-up last year at De La Salle. Now the one note for Grand Blanc is things are a little different. Torrey Jackson, their first-year head coach, because Mike Thomas, of course, now at East Kentwood, is most of West Michigan knows, was there the last couple of years, but Grand Blanc has got a lot of talent. Now, a couple years removed from having Ty Rogers, who of course is now playing a bigger and bigger role game by game off the bench at Illinois, they have a lot of other pieces. It's going to be led by R.J. Taylor. 5'11 guard. He's Grand Blanc's all-time leading scorer and assist leader. He's a Northern Iowa commit, but also don't look past Tay Boyd, 6'4", hyper-athletic senior, committed to Ferris State as both a basketball and a football star. So when it comes to big-time talent on one team, Grand Blanc probably leads the day in a lot of regards.
Yeah, they've got multiple guys that really can stuff the stat sheet. When you look at can score, can rebound, they also rack up the assists and helping each other out on the offensive end, and just guys that are very athletic.
Rockford on the other end of things is as good of a team as they're going to find. They're able to go 9-10 deep with guys that can shoot, smart guys that can handle. They defend the heck out of the basketball. There's no other way to put it. They can give you a 2-3 zone. They can give us some stifling man looks. They really have an ability to do it all. Coach Clough is willing to mix things up, and that's really what's impressive about him.
Yeah, I've got tremendous individual defenders that when you put it together, defense really well as a team. I think they can do, as you said, a little bit of everything. We've seen them use the zone effectively. We've seen them just be very suffocating in a man-to-man defense, really allowing nothing. They can mix and match a little bit, but all around, great defensive team.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to be what creates a fascinating game. I think you look at Rockford, probably their marquee win of the year was at the Invite that we had partial coverage of at Calvin back in December. They beat Grand Rapids Catholic Central in that matchup. So they've been able to rise to the occasion against big talent type teams like what Grand Blanc brings to the table, and that's what's certainly going to make this one a lot of fun. Step aside here quickly on the Bait Station's pregame show. When we come back, let's look into things a little bit more, get deeper into these lineups, some of what we can expect in terms of those big names we talked about, as well as some of the depth that'll really help determine this one. Rockford Grand Blanc wraps up the day in just a few minutes.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FIN.
Rather than just always relying on one player.
Yeah, Scott Bates Agency pregame show continues here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. CT, I think the next thing that you have to mention most notably in this contest is break me every time still. Every single time that happens, it gets me. The winners still go to the Heartland student section last year at the Breslin Center. Those guys win every time. Season. And we'll wrap up our broadcast with the Heinz Orthodontics smile of the game.
Drive. I am Chandler.
Oh, wow.
We're going to leave this in.
All right.
This is staying in the show. He is Chandler Timmer. I am Nate Dreyer. This is what happens when you work together for 6 years. The names are one.
We're just one, yeah.
Chandler Timmer, Nate Dreyer. Chandler Timmer, Nate Dreyer. Michigan Game Night, Tailgate Report. We clearly have to stop talking. I do at least. I will see you all. I see you too. Friday night, Grandville, Wyoming. I think 6:30. We're on the air for that. Goodbye.
And Cam Regner's has scoring report for the Panthers. 4 points thrown at that point guard position. Tough backcourt in general. Getting to some of those other pieces that we have out there. After 3 years, it finally almost came down on me. Good catch. I don't know what kid caught that, but that was a good catch. But regardless, a tough back.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car.
Hey, my car!
And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Hey, welcome back. Nate and Chandler with you here. About 3:49 till tip-off. Final game of the day. And this is the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show. Grand Blanc and Rockford. Head coaches Kyle Clough, Tori Jackson have got their teams and they're going through final warm-ups, ready to rock and roll. Looked at some of the talent of Grand Blanc. What does Rockford bring to the table? First off, another young team. We talked about South Christian being young. A lot of juniors, a lot of sophomores on this team. But a lot of guys, like we said, that do everything. Michael DeKuyper, sniper, floor general as a sophomore. Very big part of what they want to do. And then guys that can play inside now. We've got Deutsch as a 6'4" senior. Pokerzinski, 6'5" senior. They can handle the ball. They can play inside. They can out. It's the number one thing about Rockford is everyone is a little bit positionless. They, of course, are going to have their certain roles, but they can all handle the ball a little. They can all defend multiple positions. They can switch into different spots. That's what makes them so tough. Is it's very difficult to game plan for a team on both ends of the floor that can have everyone do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, they're very flexible. I mean, you've got players that are very comfortable in their roles. They know what they are, but at the same time, they're also able to move around and be able to fit different utilization is the word I'm looking for there within the offense and the defense when they've got multiple positions that they can play, and they've got guys like that.
Yeah, and you look at them defensively. You mentioned it. This is a team that they are a bit faster. They score about 58 points per game themselves a game, but they only go up right around 50, and actually that's even down after last night. That's actually a sub-50 mark now after they only gave up 21 to Granville last night, and that's what amazes me about them. Despite the fact they play with pace, they play with, or play with more pace than other teams may do, or they're opportunistic on runouts and so forth. They absolutely lock you down defensively. You come in, you're going to shoot a very low percentage, and it's going to make what they do to guys like R.J. Taylor, Tay Boyd, Bryce O'Mara that much more interesting.
Yeah, I think exactly. If they're going to be able to try to lock them down one-on-one defensively, if they're going to have to go to more of the zone defense that we saw them play against East Kentwood, or what they're going to do in order to try to neutralize some of these elite scorers that Grand Blanc has.
Absolutely. That is all what you got to look forward to in this. About a minute and a half still left on warm-ups. Give us some of the keys you think you're looking to for either of these coaching staffs.
Yeah, I think for Grand Blanc, it's try to get your offense flowing early. I think they've got multiple guys that can score the basketball. The longer the Rockford's able to keep you lower scoring and lock you down defensively, the more pressure you start to put on yourself to try to get some of those shots. So try to get some of your elite scorers going early on, get them some easy baskets. For Rockford, I think for the most part, it's play their style of basketball. Don't try to chase and run with Grand Blanc too much. You've seen them be able to lock it down defensively and then just execute their offense and get their guys involved. And I think they don't want to change too much from that in a matchup like this.
It's going to be definitely a fun one. We are doing a national anthem before the nightcap of the evening, so we'll turn over to that in just a minute. Thanks for tuning in to our final Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show of the day on show number 4 of that. We've almost finally reached the end, and this is certainly going to be a fun one as Rockford and Grand Blanc get ready to take to the floor to close out the night here at Aquinas. All right, step aside. When we come back, it is time to wrap up the night with what very likely might be the best day of the games, or best game of the day. We're getting to the end of the day. The best game of the day so far. Right back here on Game Night.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
To everyone who loves great food, let us make you a meal the Wisconsin way.
We cook each butter burger to order for you and the people you love, so it's the best part of your day.
The best.
The best.
And every creamy scoop of fresh frozen custard, pure happiness.
Pure happiness.
Pure happiness. Because where Culver's comes from.
And the heart of America's Dairyland.
Our love.
Our love for fresh food is as strong as our love for all of you.
From Wisconsin with love.
Welcome to Delicious.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
You've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring.
and it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, Nate Chandler back with you. Time to get going on our final game of this day. Grand Blanc under head coach Tori Jackson. They're traveling black uniforms, white and red trimming down the side. Numbers are in red, trimmed in white. For Rockford, they're in their home white uniforms, orange and black trimming, numbers in black, trimmed in orange under head coach Kyle Clough. For Grand Blanc, they will be starting the 6'4" senior guard Tay Boyd, along with the 6'3" junior Anthony Perdue. They also will be starting the senior guard R.J. Taylor, the junior forward Bryce O'Mara, and the senior guard Nathan Richardson. For Rockford in those home white uniforms, they'll be starting the sophomore guard Michael DeKuyper, the senior forward Caden Pokerzinski. The junior guard Andrew Landis gets the start, and then up front it'll be the senior forward Joey Pitts and the senior wing Charlie Deutsch getting the start for the Rams of Rockford. Again, first head coach Tori Jackson taking over a Bobcats team that has been to back-to-back state championship games in Division I, and a Rockford team now 10-3 on the season and tied for the top spot in their OK Red Conference. Grand Blanc 10-2 on the year and unbeaten in the Saginaw Valley Conference. All right, Chandler, introductions continuing here for the Rams. I think this is one of those games where, again, we're wondering the pace a little bit, but for the most part, we know mid-tempo, a little bit of pressing, a little bit of that, a little bit of this for these teams, and mostly it's skill on skill, and it mostly comes down, if R.J. Taylor and Tay Boyd can take this game over, it's going to be very difficult for even Rockford and all their talent to keep pace.
Yeah, if those two guys can take over the game and score like what we've seen them be able to throughout the course of this season, I think it's going to be a long night for the Rockford Rams team here. I think if their defense can keep those couple guys in check, they're going to be right right in a good spot, keeping them off the scoreboard, being able to keep pace on the offensive end of their own.
The head coach of the Rams of Rockford.
All right, 8 minutes up on the board. Rockford moves right to left across the radio dial. And Grand Blanc left right. Again, home white jerseys for Rockford, traveling blacks for Grand Blanc. Final game of the day. It'll be Purdue jumping on Pokerzinski, number 5 on number 5 on the opening tip right here. Ball's up and away we go. Pokerzinski wins it straight back in the sophomore guard. Michael DeKuyper wearing number 3 in white will start the offense right here. Richardson picks up the defense on him. Swung up top for Pokerzinski. Pokerzinski turns, hand off to the sophomore DeKuyper at the top of the key. Purdue defending him, man-to-man defense here from Grand Blanc. Hand off, left wing Pokerzinski. He'll back it out in front of the timeline. Pokerzinski charges, left corner, catch and shoot 3. Misses everything wide to the side for Joey Pitch. And Grand Blanc to run here with Nathan Richardson. Richardson around a screen, top of the key. Left wing finds the big guy O'Mara into the corner. R.J. Taylor, the Northern Iowa commit, the all-time leading scorer and assist man in the history of this team. Tay Boyd slashes to the left block, poked out of bounds. Last touch by Boyd, and Rockford takes over. 7:19 in the first, and Grand Blanc will go full court, man-to-man pressure right here on the inbound. Near side, moving right to left, Andrew Landis, the junior guard, gives it back down to the sophomore DeKuyper. DeKuyper, some token pressure on him from Nathan Richardson in the backcourt. Now R.J. Taylor joins, jump pass over the timeline to the right wing to Joey Pitch. Top of the key, Landis swings left corner, catch and shoot 3. Pokerzinski is nothing but net good, and the Rams are on the board first as Caden Pokerzinski, the big 6'5 senior, steps out behind the arc and gives his team the lead.
Yeah, with the pressure and the double team, able to find Pokerzinski in the corner.
R.J. Taylor, left wing step back 3, misses short, rebound down to Landis. He's going to run. Landis, right corner, DeKuyper drives baseline, jump stop up top. Pokerzinski, space 3 again, got it again. Caden Pokerzinski, a couple early triples, and a Grand Blanc timeout right away. 6:39 of the first, 6-0 is the early Rockford lead. Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the city's rich sports history by honoring prominent West Michigan athletes and those who have contributed greatly to sports on a local, state, or national level. The GRS-HOF also presents annual events in support of West Michigan athletics and raises funds to support local youth organizations and charities. Follow the Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame on Facebook and check out pictures and biographies of all 181 inductees at GRSHOF.com. Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame also a presenting sponsor of the showcase here in Arena, so thanks to them and all they do to support MSR, support the showcase, and all sorts of other events as well. 6:49 in the first, and Caden Pokerzinski, the sniper, early for Rockford.
Yeah, early on finding some space. Once off the pressure, finding room in the corner, gets the basketball and knocks down the shot, and then at the top of the arc, hitting one as well, opening up the scoring for the Rams.
Nathan Richardson throws right corner to R.J. Taylor, whistle off the ball, and a foul. They're going to get Andrew Landis and the Rams for the first foul of the game on Rockford.
That is his
Richardson to throw in baseline right.
First half for the Rams of Rockford.
Pokerzinski to jump in front. Right corner for Tay Boyd. Boyd up top, R.J. Taylor. Taylor spins, defended here by Pitch. To the corner, Pitch stays with him. Rockford opens man-to-man defensively as well, just like Grand Blanc. Left corner, Tay Boyd between the leg dribbles. He's cut off there, trying to enter the lane by Michael DeKuyper. Right wing for Taylor. Right corner, drive from Anthony Purdue. Left corner, all alone. Boyd toes the line, launches a 3, got it.
Three-point basket for Boyd for the Bobcats.
So Tay Boyd on the board at 6-3 with 5:54 in the first. Again, some token pressure being shown here. Richardson hounding DeKuyper, the sophomore now, double team, throws over the timeline to Deutsch. Charlie Deutsch drives the basket, clutches, right-hand shot strong. Rebound ripped out of there by Tay Boyd and forced down the floor. Poked at center court by Pokerzinski and stolen by Pitch. Right wing for Landis. Jabs, enters the lane, gave on to Pitch, flies to the basket, reverse layup, blocked by Boyd. Rebound down to Purdue and Grand Blanc. 5.5 in the first, 6-3 Rockford. Purdue cut off right wing by Landis, lobs up top Richardson. Left corner for R.J. Taylor. Taylor drives left baseline, whistle and a foul on the Rams, and I think they'll get DeKuyper right there. They do, foul on DeKuyper, his first, team second. 5:17 in the first, 6-3 Rockford.
DeKuyper of the Rams.
DeKuyper trying to keep his feet in front of Taylor as he was driving along the baseline, but got the hand on the hip a little bit too much and pushing off, going to pick up the foul.
Boyd throws left wing here for Taylor. Pull-up shot, free throw line, good. RJ Taylor, he's pretty consistently outsized, but never outclassed is the one thing about him. The all-time leading scorer in Grand Blanc history, brings his team within 1. Rockford beats the press, right corner. Pokerzinski launches a 3, spins home another one. 3 threes for Caden Pokerzinski. 9-5. Offensive foul, charging in a lane. Nathan Richardson, and Rockford goes back the other way.
Richardson pretty clearly lowering that right shoulder as he was trying to get out and move in transition. Going to try to get to the left side of the basket, but lowered the shoulder and knocked the defender over in the process.
First foul of the game on the Bobcats and on Richardson. He'll take a seat here for Trayvon Johnson. Full court press is on. Deutsch to throw in. Lobs in front of pitch, throws over the timeline. Pokerzinski crosses down, cut off left block by Boyd. Swung around top of the key for DeKuyper. Looks back to Coach Clough for the call. DeKuyper jabbing. RJ Taylor, the defense on him. DeKuyper drives left side, up fake left block, wild shot, no good front rim. O'Mara the rebound, Taylor to run. Taylor on to the streaking Johnson, left hand layup, good. Trayvon Johnson, fresh on the floor, able to score. 9-7 game. Rockford again beats the pressure here, nearly with Deutsch, stopped in the backcourt last minute. And it's going to be a kicked ball on Trayvon Johnson, who brought a lot of late pressure right there. Rams going to bring a lot of substitutions in here. Caden Lepper going to come in along with Lucas Pitch and Drake Irwin. So Coach Clough reaches into his bench at this stop with a bunch of young talent. 4:44 in the first, 9-7 Rockford. Junior Landis to run the offense, inbound in the backcourt. Crouched watching him is Taylor. Landis crosses top of the key. Fires left corner for Irwin. Left wing Lepper. Swung to Landis. Landis hits the cutting Pokerzinski, right block, put it on the floor, regathered, pass to the corner, spiked away by Tay Boyd, and stolen by Purdue. 9-7, 2-point Rockford lead. Lob to O'Mara, right block. O'Mara starts the dribble with the left. Banging bodies with Lepper, fade away, good. Tough shot by Bryce O'Mara, ties it at 9.
Yeah, great post move by O'Mara. Gives the defender the body a couple times and then spins into the fadeaway. It's a tough shot to defend.
Sorry, CT, a lot of great shot making. Tay Boyd, terrific steal, right at passing lane, gives on to Trayvon Johnson. Johnson running towards the basket, flings up a wild right-hand shot that crashes into the scoreboard. You may have seen that on your screen, I think. And then it'll be an offensive or a defensive shooting foul on Landis, and it'll send Johnson to the line for 2. Trayvon Johnson has brought a huge amount of energy since he's checked on for Grand Blanc.
Yeah, he's brought a burst, getting down the floor, creating some opportunities quickly there in transition, forcing Landis to try to wrap him up for the foul.
Johnson, the lefty, offsets the feet, 5'11 senior, hit the first, and Grand Blanc has got a 10-9 advantage. DeKuyper will check in for Landis off the Landis foul.
For the Bobcats remains at the line, 1 shot.
One more here for Johnson. Johnson, black uniform, short black sleeves underneath it. Offsets the left foot in front of the right, left-hand free throw. High arcing shot, pure. 11-9 Grand Blanc lead. DeKuyper to run the offense right side. Crouched watching in the backcourt is RJ Taylor. Front right wing to Irwin, back up top for DeKuyper. DeKuyper, the left-hand dribble, throws hard with one hand into the left corner for a driving Drake Irwin. Irwin, left wing for Pitch. Pitch, up top, Pokerzinski. Pokerzinski spins, free throw line, turn the shoulder. Kick right corner for DeKuyper. DeKuyper backing into the lane, up top, catch and shoot 3. Drake Irwin rolls out, 360s will not fall. Rebound Johnson, thrown over the timeline to a sprinting RJ Taylor. Taylor finds O'Mara cutting to the basket. Fading shot blocked, Pokerzinski out of bounds, batted out by Grand Blanc. Rockford takes it, 3:18 in the first, 11-9 Bobcats.
Nice work by Pokerzinski, able to get back quickly, having to run the floor, get back to his defensive positioning, able to get the block there.
Sophomore Donnie Huddleston will check in here for Bryce O'Mara. DeKuyper right to left over the timeline. Token pressure on him from RJ Taylor. Left wing Pokerzinski, swung left corner for Lucas Pitch. Starts to stutter step inside, gave it, got it back. Here's Pitch to the top of the key, throws right wing for Irwin. Irwin, right corner, Pokerzinski, triple try, got another one.
4 threes and 12 points for Caden Pokorzinski right over top of Tay Boyd. 12-11 Rockford. He's done all their scoring.
Pokorzinski feeling it early on. First couple wide open. That one, the hand there a little bit late, but he's feeling it and goes up with it.
Taylor feeds the cutter. Two-hand shot. Purdue blocked. Foul called. It's offensive foul on Graham Blanket to go the other way. So with that, Purdue off his first foul takes his seat, and Joe Nemechek, the senior guard, will check in.
Charlie Deutsch back in for the Rams.
Deutsch, after a rest, is back in. He inbounds here to DeKuyper. 2.5 to go, first quarter, 12-11 Rockford. All 12 from Caden Pokorzinski. Right wing Lepper, handoff Deutsch, looking to go up top for Pokorzinski. Miscommunication, and instead that one bounces into the scorer's table right in front of us, out of bounds. Graham Blank takes back over left to right. 12-11. It'll be Trayvon Johnson to run the offense here. Caden Lepper, the 6'2 senior, the defense on him. Right wing for Boyd. He's double teamed. Boyd enters the lane. Jump pass left side. Catch and shoot three. Trayvon Johnson. High arcing shot is good. Johnson was 7 to lead his team, and Graham Blank back on top, 14-12.
Johnson's been huge off the bench. They get away from the double team. Johnson gets the open look.
Deutsch, top of the key, spinning into the lane, down the right side, jump stop. Looking for the passing lanes, he picked up the dribble. Deutsch hands off right corner, Lepper. Lobbed right wing for Pokorzinski. Pokorzinski poked and stolen away by Trayvon Johnson. Johnson all alone, elevates, easy left-hand layup, good. 9 for Johnson, timeout Rockford, 16-12. Graham Blank will be right back.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your...
All right, welcome back to Aquinas College. Nathan Chandler with you. 1:44 to go in the first here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. Final game of the day here at the 2K23 Showcase. Graham Blank leads Rockford 16-12. All 12 for Rockford, coming from 4 Caden Pokorzinski threes early on in this one. Rams have it right to left. Home white uniform, sophomore guard Michael DeKuyper to run the offense here. Pressure and double team came on. Kicks top of the key for Deutsch. Jump pass, right corner, fresh back on the floor. Irwin launches a three off the back rim, no good. Rebound is secured and run out here by Trayvon Johnson. Johnson tries to hit the cutting Donnie Huddleston, out of his reach. Stolen by Deutsch. Deutsch quickly back to the way to run the offense for the Rams. Jump pass, right corner, Pokorzinski. Whistle off the ball, offensive foul on the charging Rams. They will get Deutsch as he crashed into R.J. Taylor. Third team foul on Rockford. And first on him. 16-12. Graham Blank, the lead in the ball.
Deutsch running the break, crashing through the lane. Was looking like he was maybe going to try to make a move and get to the basket. Instead kicked it out to Pokorzinski, but has momentum after the pass, ran through the defender, got the charge.
Rockford are going to set up their 2-3 zone right here on this possession, something that they have used in great effectiveness to a lot of hyper-athletic teams like East Kentwood, of course, like Graham Blank. Feed to the free throw line for Nemechek. Driving to the basket, right-hand shot. Richardson blocked at the rack. Pokorzinski, Deutsch got a hand in there. Deutsch back the other way. All the way to the rack. Deutsch, jump stop. Lost the handle. Out of bounds off of Graham Blank along the baseline. So right now, no R.J. Taylor out there, just Tay Boyd. And Rockford, interestingly, going to that 2-3 zone for the first time. Just under a minute to go in the first, 16-12. Inbound lob, free throw line, Lepper giving top of the key to Deutsch. Deutsch, hand off to Kuiper. DeKuyper curls left elbow, picks up the dribble, kicks with two hands up top for Deutsch. Swung right wing for Pitch. Pitch working the pivot foot, feeds right block, got it back. Pitch into the lane, left side. Deutsch sidesteps the defender, drives the lane, lost the handle. Touched out of bounds by Graham Blank and Nemechek on the strip. Pokorzinski gets a well-earned rest. Drake Irwin comes back in his place. 38.6 in the first. O'Mara also will now come in for Graham Blank. Boyd will take a rest.
Back in for the Bobcats of Graham Blank.
Baseline right inbound. DeKuyper to throw in. DeKuyper finds the cutting Irwin, and Irwin with an easy 2 off the windows. He got left alone. First non-Pokerzinski score for Rockford. We are tied at 16. 2-3 zone is back on. Sorry, CT.
Well drawn up off the inbound pass. Get some movement going back and forth, and then get the curl to the basket and the easy lay-in.
DeKuyper and Kuiper are the 2 in the 2-3 zone right now, shading right side as Richardson is just holding the ball against his left hip and will hold for the final shot with 12 seconds. 16-14 is the score. Got that corrected here. Richardson gets a screen set, denies it, goes left side, throws left wing to Johnson. Stutter step, enters the lane. Floater from Johnson, good at the horn with his offhand. 11 for Trayvon Johnson, and Graham Blanc by 4 after 1. We'll be right back.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
A sense of purpose, a higher calling. At Dean Transportation, we call it our passion. It's simply who we are. 60 years of pioneering the best health and safety standards because safe student transportation is essential. We are hard-working folks, connecting children to learning, schools to our communities, and you to a better career. Want to make your community a better place? We'll put you in the driver's seat. Join the Dean family today and help to connect our kids to brighter futures.
Welcome back. Nate and Chandler with you here. Game night on Michigan Sports Radio and Michigan Game Night. Streaming on our Twitter along with our YouTube. The Twitter feed, by the way, if you've been listening through that, about 9 o'clock, there's actually a chance it's going to time out. It can only go for so long, so find the YouTube or the Michigan Sports Radio feed at that point in time. And the second quarter underway. Graham Blanc the basketball in the 4-point lead. Top of the key. Nathan Richardson feeds to the corner, body's on the floor, crashing down. Huddleston's got it on to Boyd. Boyd cuts to the basket, and a nice right-hand lay-in from the big man. He has 5. It's 20-14 with 7:42 in the second. Michael DeKuyper to run the offense up the middle of the floor here for the Rams. Richardson the defense. Left-hand dribble for DeKuyper, throws left corner. On to Joey Pitch, swings on the weave, top of the key to Landis. Landis drives. Nice job to get with the hands free. Left-hand layup won't go. And he grabs his own rebound, does Landis, giving left wing to Deutsch. Deutsch, top of the key to Kuiper. DeKuyper defended by Richardson, 7:18 to go. DeKuyper down the right side, jump stop, right block, spinning, floater, too strong. There was a whistle, though, down on the floor and a foul before actually they may have gotten a travel on it. That's what the call is. It's going to be Graham Blanc ball.
Yeah, DeKuyper kind of caught in between. He's going to try to go up for a shot or look to dish it out, and ended up taking an extra step, pivoting down underneath the basket.
R.J. Taylor just 2 points so far. Swings it around left wing here to Tay Boyd. He's got 5. Defended by Pokerzinski, who has 12. Right wing Huddleston. Back to Taylor left wing. Taylor drives on to Kuiper. Jump stop, free throw line. Looking for an exit pass. Lobs up top for O'Mara. Back to Taylor in the wing. Taylor bounces around a screen to the left-hand dribble. Angles left block or left elbow, stepped out behind the arc, reverses into the lane, right-hand layup, falls short, rebound down to Pokerzinski and Rockford. Pokerzinski to run over the timeline, 6:40 to go. Pokerzinski hands off to Kuiper. To Kuiper down the left side of the lane, cut off left elbow, kicks into the corner for Landis. Landis left wing for Deutsch, 6.5 in the second, 20-14. Graham Blanc the lead. To Kuiper, defended by fellow sophomore Donnie Huddleston. Dump pass, free throw line, Pitch finds the cutting Landis, right hand shot good, and a foul. Nice job. They feed Pitch at the free throw line, gave kind of a little bit of a no-look, look-off pass to Landis, who scores through the contact from Taylor, and that will send him to the line for one more. That is foul 1 on Taylor. Foul 3 on the team was 6:16 in the second, 20-16. Graham Blanc, one more coming up for Landis.
Landis, as soon as that pass gets to the free throw line, Landis making the cut behind the defender, and a nice feed, bounce pass through some traffic.
Landis right-hand free throw, rattles home with a friendly touch, completes a three-point play. He's got 3 in the game. 20-17, Graham Blanc, the lead in the ball with 6:12 in the second. Here's Tay Boyd crossing the floor, throws left corner to Huddleston. Huddleston to Boyd, short left corner, defended here by Pitch. Up top for Richardson.
Richardson back left corner for Boyd. Boyd launches a defended three, and that one gets wedged between the backboard and the rim. It will go Rockford's way. 5:58 in the second, 20-17 after a very short rest. R.J. Taylor back in. So possession arrow was Rockford's way, so they get it after ball got wedged there between the backboard and the rim, and DeKuyper will start the Ram offense here. Just under 6 minutes to go, second quarter. Swung into the corner for Pokorzinski, defended here, arms spread wide by Trayvon Johnson. Deutsch, right wing to DeKuyper. Into the right corner for Landis. It's a cutting pitch, right-hand shot, good. Nice tic-tac-toe passing sequence. Joey Pitch able to finish, and Rockford then one. All the way streaking to the rack. Nathan Richardson goes coast to coast. Reverse layup, good off the window, 22-19. DeKuyper to slow it down for Rockford after back-to-back baskets. Landis, top of the key, defended by R.J. Taylor. Left wing for Pitch. Pitch on to Deutsch around a screen. DeKuyper swings right wing now for Landis. Landis, left-hand dribble, stops free throw line. Up top for Deutsch. Up fake, throws left wing DeKuyper. DeKuyper drives on Richardson. Stops down low, two-hand feed, off the window, good. Good work by Michael DeKuyper, sophomore with his first points of the game, 22-21. Graham Blanc quickly back to the way, Tay Boyd to the basket, reverse layup, no. Rebound pitch, Rockford run. They can take the lead on this possession. Pitch, corner for Deutsch. He'll launch a three, misses everything, and Trayvon Johnson the rebound. R.J. Taylor to the right side of the floor. Rockford back to a man-to-man defense. Whistle, offensive foul. Michael DeKuyper does a good job to draw it. It'll go back the other way. That's 4 fouls on Graham Blanc and 2 on R.J. Taylor. Taylor doesn't love the offensive foul call. It will be Rockford's ball.
Strong couple possessions from DeKuyper offensively. Driving to the basket, able to use the jump stop from the left side. Got the 2 points to go in, and then defensively they're staying in front of R.J. Taylor, trying to turn the corner there as well, but able to keep his body in front of him, not lean into it too much and create the contact, but instead take it and get the offensive foul called against.
Williams and Purdue out there for Rockford. Nice feed into the lane, one dribble, turning, Lepper, right-hand shot, good off the window, Rockford a 1-point lead. Rams sticking man-to-man here. Tay Boyd with some difficulty, handles it top of the key, defended by Pokorzinski. Fake pass from Purdue, up top here for Williams. Williams swings left wing, Johnson. Johnson, skip pass, short left corner for Boyd. Hits a cutting Johnson to the basket, stripped away, out of bounds, last touch by Johnson. It's Rockford ball, 23-22 Rams with 4 minutes in the second. Back and forth we go in this one.
Johnson driving to the basket. He's been leading scorer for the Bobcats. Landis able to reach in there at the last second, just knock it free, and then eventually off of Johnson's leg out of bounds, so the Rams get the possession.
5 for Boyd, 2 for Taylor, who's on the bench with foul trouble. Definitely a story right now, as Rockford's done a good job keeping those main 2 scorers fairly quiet. Pokorzinski's got 12, 4 threes in the first quarter. He'll hand off right wing, catch and shoot three, Landis, no good off the front rim. Race to the rebound, Trayvon Johnson got there first. Robert Williams, the 5'8" senior, to run the offense for the Bobcats. On to Purdue, drives right baseline, cut off by Pokorzinski, right block. Takes it out behind the arc, and a foul is going to be called on Pokorzinski. His first and the team's 5th on Rockford. 3:30 in the second, 23-22. Pitch, Lucas pitch, and Deutsch back in here as DeKuyper and Landis take a seat for Coach Clough. Right side inbound, it'll be Trayvon Johnson, the 5'11" senior, to throw in here for the Bobcats. Skips in front of the timeline to Williams. Defended by a crouched Lucas pitch. Skips it right elbow, Purdue. Purdue working on the pivot foot, now starts the dribble. Handoff left wing, Nathan Richardson behind the back. Richardson step back, long 2 with the toes on the line. That one falls short, and Rockford to push the pace the other way to Drake Irwin. Irwin turns, gave it on to Lepper, drives, lost the handle, stolen by Tay Boyd. Now Boyd to race the other way. Boyd. Step back move, right wing, down a point. Hand off for Purdue. Anthony Purdue drives, jump pass at the block, able to hit the cutter, and Nathan Richardson scores off the window. Graham Blanc goes back on top, 24-23 with 3 minutes in the second.
Nice pass along the baseline from right to left. Richardson not giving up on the drive, able to crash on that side and gets rewarded for it.
Up top, Lucas pitch, trying to enter the lane, poked and stolen straight away by Anthony Purdue. Purdue one-on-one with pitch, right-hand layup falls short. Rebound down to Caden Lepper and the Rams. 2:49 in the second. 24-23, Lepper to slow it down, the 6'2" senior wing. Defended here, arm spread wide by Nathan Richardson. Lepper on the bounce, turns the back in the lane, feeds right wing on an exit pass to Lucas Pitch. Pitch hits the cutter nicely, left hand layup, Drake Irwin good, able to find the soft spot and score. Rockford back on top by a point. Rams are going to set up the 2-3 zone again right here. Trayvon Johnson throws right side to Richardson. So the Rams go zone. Lepper, Lucas Pitch at the point of the zone. Trayvon Johnson left wing, two-hand feed to the wing for Williams. They're swinging around right now against this 2-3 alignment. 2 minutes to go in the second. Blanc taking their time. Richardson feeds a cutting Purdue, spins into the lane, jump pass to nowhere, out of bounds along the baseline. Rockford takes it. Again, the 2-3 zone works pretty well. O'Mara and Taylor come in along with Landis.
Yeah, Purdue, once he caught it right at the free throw line, they were trying to get the basketball to that middle area. I think he was expecting the baseline cut to his left and did not get that from the player in the wing, and instead errant pass out of bounds.
Blanc also has backed off some of their full court pressure at the same time. Over the timeline, taken here by DeKuyper, top of the key. Swings left wing on to Lepper. Lepper up top for Deutsch. Deutsch, left side Landis, kicks to the corner, catch and shoot three, falls short for Lepper, rebound ripped down by Drake Irwin. Irwin turns, floater good, got the friendly touch and finishes. 27-24 Rockford, 1:30 in the second. 2-3 zone is back. Johnson for Richardson. RJ Taylor. Up top, Richardson swung left wing for Johnson. To the free throw line, O'Mara. Here is Taylor with space. Up fake, drives, foul on the floor. That would be the 16th foul on the Rams, and they will get Caden Lepper on the grab.
There's the zones swapping back to that side. Taylor had some opening, try to drive. Lepper just reaching in. I think he was going to take that foul. It would have been an open lane and probably a lay-in.
Joey Pitch will check in, lobbed up top for RJ Taylor. He'll work against the zone. Lobs right wing here for O'Mara. O'Mara launches a three, rattles out. Rebound Nathan Richardson. Circus reverse layup is good, high off the window, and the Bobcats back within one.
23, Nathan Richardson.
DeKuyper up top, catch and shoot three. Drake Irwin spins it home.
Drake Irwin.
9 for Irwin off the bench. Rockford leads by 4. Right wing, Boyd three, splash. 8 for Boyd as he shoots over top of the zone, 30-29. Bobcats going to show some token full court pressure. Inside 35 seconds to go. Coach Clough barking out signals as DeKuyper takes it over the timeline. Final 32 seconds, second quarter. DeKuyper to slow it down. Richardson crowds in on him. 5-second clock starts in front of the timeline. Throws left side to Irwin. Irwin, volleyball line. Deutsch poked by Boyd, nearly stolen. Deutsch got it back. Crazy pass to the corner secured and lobbed back up top for DeKuyper. Final 13 seconds. Richardson crowds in. Screen from Joey Pitch. DeKuyper goes right side with 7. DeKuyper to the basket, leaning left-hand layup, good. Nice work by the sophomore, 32-29. Half-court shot, RJ Taylor just banks off to the left side, no good. And Rockford has the halftime advantage, 32-29. Welcome into the Sturrus Center. CT, this game's certainly living up to the billing.
Yeah, it sure has. I think both teams kind of feeling pretty comfortable. They've had some things go their way. I've seen Rockford switch it up defensively from some man-to-man to some zone defense, but both teams being led by some good shot making, and we're staying about even within a possession here at halftime.
Yeah, absolutely, a very good one so far. This is our Centennial Securities halftime show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get through some stats and start to look at what we can expect in the second half of this one. It's going to be a really, really fun finish to the day for certain. Don't go anywhere.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
you've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring.
And it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Michigan Sports Academies offers quality youth sports in Grand Rapids, Holland, and Muskegon. With a wide variety of programming, MSA has something for new athletes who are just starting out to experienced athletes looking to take their game to the next level. Year-round programming is offered in basketball, lacrosse, soccer, and volleyball. Your athlete will love the quality of instruction from experienced coaches in state-of-the-art facilities conveniently located in Grand Rapids and along the lakeshore. Check us out at MichiganSportsAcademies.com.
Don't just find yourself, make yourself. Start businesses, build bridges, save lives, raise a whole city. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
And welcome back, Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timber with you here. Game 9 of Michigan Sports Radio and our Centennial Securities halftime show. 32-29 Rockford leading Grand Blanc at the half. CT takes through a scoring.
All right, on the Rams side, Pokrzinski, 12 points, all of his coming on 4 triples.
In the first quarter.
In the first quarter, Irwin with 9, and then DeKuyper 4, Landis 3, Lepper with 2, as well as Joy Pitch with 2. For the Bobcats, leading scorer, Johnson 11, Boyd with 8, Richardson with 6, and then both Taylor and O'Mara with 2 apiece.
All right, so look at that first half. I think the main thing that stands out, Tay Boyd still with 8, so he was fairly effective. But between some foul trouble, some great defense, R.J. Taylor, the all-time leading scorer in the history of this Grand Blanc program, a surefire D1 player, a Mr. Basketball favorite in a lot of regards at this point in time, really held completely quiet, just those 2 points.
Yeah, he struggled to get going really at all. He picked up an offensive foul at one point in the first half. I think the Rockford defense doing a pretty good job of limiting what he can do when he's handling the basketball and making him really have to work for anything he gets.
Yeah, this is a Grand Blanc team that averages 60.9 points per game on the season. So, and Rockford kind of similar numbers to them in terms of what they each score and give up. Grand Blanc a little bit better offensively, a little bit better defensively, but you factor in competition and whatever. I think we're seeing how close these teams are. Just really impressed me. Rockford, of course, they did it against Granville last night with such incredible defense. And yeah, you give 29 still, but I mean, against an offense like this at a game that ran at a fairly fast pace at times, went half court at others, I think we're seeing the impressiveness of Rockford's defense and a good coaching job from Coach Clough as well. Using some 2-3 zone, switching up some of the man pressures that he was using as well, really kept Grand Blanc off balance.
Yeah, I think so. I think, not overutilizing the zone too much, but breaking it out at appropriate times to really keep the Bobcats off balance. I think the Bobcats didn't look completely lost against the zone. They kind of knew, what their attack was going to be against it, but I think just kind of mixing it back and forth, not allowing the Bobcats to get in a flow offensively.
All right, long day continuing here at the showcase. Rockford leading by 3 at the half, and this one is nowhere near over. This is going to come down, I think, to the absolute wire. I would not expect either of these teams to be able to break out much. The pace of the game will be interesting. I think you can kind of, in a tight game, expect things maybe to slow down a little bit and grind with every possession meaning more, and Rockford be okay with that. At the same time, we've seen Grand Blanc getting out and run, using their athleticism as work too, but also they have so much skill, they're okay being half court. So I think things may slow down. I don't think it's going to be first to 60. I still think first to 50, 55. I think the second half might grind down more. You never know. I'm normally wrong when I say that, but I think the second half may grind down a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. I think the Rams for sure are going to be looking to probably grind things down as much as they possibly can. As you said, the Bobcats do have offensive talent. They just, I think, have been a little bit more willing to try to get out and run. I think some of their playmakers will be better suited if they're out and fast break a little bit more than when Rockford gets into that lockdown defense.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're going to take one more step aside here on the Centennial Securities halftime show. A lot more to get to. Rockford by 3 over Grand Blanc at the half.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car. And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Need to replace that worn-out carpet or floor? Floor Coverings International makes it easy. They bring their mobile showroom to you. Save yourself the trip and gas shopping around. See a wide selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, and vinyl in the lighting of your own home. Go to floorcoveringsinternational.com today for your free consultation. Work with one team for a hassle-free experience from the quote to installation. And each Floor Coverings International business is independently owned and operated, so they are local business owners in our community. Floor Coverings International, the flooring store at your door.
Are you looking for a new career? Aetna Supply is hiring. Aetna Supply is Michigan's #1 plumber wholesaler, servicing local customers for over 50 years. They offer great benefits, a 401k with company match, quarterly bonuses, and no Sundays. Once again, check them out at aetnasupply.com/careers or click on their logo on the Michigan Sports Radio homepage.
All right, welcome back. Nate and Chandler with you here. Centennial Securities halftime show, 32-29 at the half. I see the Rams working their way out of the locker room, getting into their warm-ups. Blanc will follow, so Rockford's out. Let's start with them. What did Coach Cluck think work on in terms of keys for the second half?
Yeah, I think really trying to avoid some turnovers here in the second half. I think they did a pretty good job in the first half, staying under control. But I think offensively, had a pretty good depth scoring. Had some guys get involved. I think Pokorzinski, he had 12 points all from the perimeter. I'd like to see maybe the Rams get him involved a little bit more in the painted area. You saw guys like Irwin be involved in some post touches, but I think Pokorzinski has an ability to be involved there as well. We'll see if they force him the basketball in the second half.
Yeah, and for Blanc, now they're coming out of the floor. What's Coach Johnson, or Jackson, I should say, working on at the same time?
Yeah, I think they're trying to, on the opposite side, try to get some turnovers and try to get out and move a little bit more than what they did in the first half. I think you got Trayvon Johnson really brought some energy off the bench. We'll see if he sees more minutes in the second half and continues to try to lead this team in scoring. I think Tay Boyd can continue to be aggressive for this Bobcats team. He got a couple looks, able to hit some of them from three as well, but I think getting R.J. Taylor, getting him a little bit more involved in the offense as well. If you've got Johnson and Taylor out there at the same time, if those guys can kind of play well together and try to open things up.
Have not gotten word one way or the other if Blanc is going to have a different lineup for the second half or not, and if Johnson will get the starting nod for the second half, but certainly that'd be something to potentially watch for if he did. All right, second half is closing in. We have already made it to our final second half of the day. It kind of went quickly, it kind of didn't. We've said a lot of words. We've had a couple blowouts the last two that I don't think were going to be blowouts, but wound up being blowouts, and we saw a couple statements made, and we'll see what this final half brings to us. So thanks for tuning in to Centennial Securities halftime show. Let's flip it around, and let's get going to the final half of the day. Rockford home white jerseys, numbers in black, trimmed in orange. Traveling black uniforms, numbers in red, trimmed in white for Blanc. Bobcats get it moving right to left across the radio dial. Same lineups that open the game will open the second half. So Trayvon Johnson will again come off the bench, but you can assume that he'll get taken off the bench pretty quickly based on the way things may go right here. Blanc right to left across the radio dial. Inbound here to Nathan Richardson, the senior who had 6 points in the first half. He's defended by a low-crouched Landis at the top of the key. Feeds left wing for Taylor. Just 2 points for the all-time leading scorer in Blanc history. Taylor lobs for Boyd. Has some space. Goes up for the right. Gets fouled. He'll go to the line. They'll get to Kuiper on the foul. Sorry, they will actually get Pitch on the foul. That is the team's first and his first, 32-29 with 7:46 in the third. Boyd at the line, the 6'4" senior guard and wing, rolls out, no good on the first free throw, but I mean, just hyper athletic. Last time, or a couple games ago against Dow, he had 20 points, 4 rebounds, but this is a guy, of course, as mentioned in the opener of the broadcast, committed to Ferris State as a basketball and football player. That kind of hyper athlete, and he is no good on the second. We saw him in the fall. They played Granville. We did that game, and well, he could do it receiver as well at his size and skill, but unable to hit either right there at the line. Joey Pitch swings right wing. for Landis, up top for DeKuyper, the sophomore. Stops left elbow, feeds top of the key to Deutsch. Swung left wing for Pokorzinski. Two-hand feed, chest to chest, right wing to Landis. Spins in the lane, right side for Deutsch on an exit pass. Deutsch drives, turns the back, jump pass all the way across the floor. Left and stolen away at its highest point by Tay Boyd. Boyd, left wing pull up three to tie. Straight down off the front rim, no good. Rebound down to Pokorzinski. He had 4 threes in the first quarter, nothing since. Pokorzinski charging into the lane, tied up. Alternating possession will stay with Rockford. Great job right there by Anthony Perdue to reach in and tie up the ball and flip the arrow.
Yeah, Pokorzinski able to use the crossover to beat his defender, but then Perdue reaching in and tying him up in the lane before he could get downhill more.
Baseline right, DeKuyper to lob in, has a right elbow to Joey Pitch. Pitch skips left wing Pokorzinski. Pokorzinski poked and stolen away by Tay Boyd. He's got numbers coming along with R.J. Taylor. Boyd to the rack, left-hand layup, good. I really thought he was going to jam that one. Chose not to, just got the points, 32-31.
Had a little bit of pressure from the Rams chasing him down behind, but they made the business decision to let him go, and rather than try to have an and-one opportunity, just let him have the 2.
DeKuyper tries to split a pair of defenders, jumped and stolen, given on to R.J. Taylor. Taylor races behind the defense, reverse layup, good. Graham Blanc back on top, and immediately a very unhappy Coach Clough will call a timeout, and he comes and talks to his sophomore guard on that decision. 6:36 third quarter, 33-32. Graham Blanc the lead. Thanks, of course, all day, I've mentioned them several times, to Centennial Securities and the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency for what they do to help support game night on Michigan Sports Radio, and presenting all of this, including all of today, that we do CT. So Graham Blanc, good quick run coming out of the half, though.
Yeah, quick 4-0 run, take the lead back here in the third quarter. Able to force some turnovers, getting the Rockford offense caught in between, jumping some passing lanes, and then turning it into points, going the other direction quickly with your playmakers.
All right, Rockford will be faced with some full court pressure. It looks like right here, moving left to right out of the break, as Graham Blanc going to go full court man-to-man pressure. Deutsch inbounds to DeKuyper up the right side of the floor. Crouched on him is Nathan Richardson. Right-hand dribble, DeKuyper blows over the timeline. 6.5 in the third. Dump pass to Deutsch right wing. Back to DeKuyper, top of the key. Whole bunch of pressure on him. Richardson reaches, taken back away by DeKuyper. DeKuyper, left corner for Landis. Up top for Deutsch. Swung right wing, Pokorzinski. Pokorzinski starts the dribble. Cut off and stopped in the wing by Boyd. Hits a cutting DeKuyper. Turns the back, poked away. Foul called on a reaching Anthony Perdue. 33-32. Graham Blanc is upping the ante on this defense. Just their first foul, though, of the half.
Yeah, Perdue very nearly, again, jumping in and helping out there, watching behind his back, able to try to cut off the driving lane. Did the same thing to Pokorzinski. That time reached in, though, and committed the foul.
Landis off the feed from Pitch, drives to the basket, pull-up shot, good. Andrew Landis with 5, and Rockford back on top, 34-33. O'Mara up top. Left wing, Tay Boyd, turning the back on Pokorzinski. Fakes a handoff, Boyd drives to the left block, keeping his back turned now on Landis. Hook shot over top of Landis, will not fall. Rebound poke to the corner, Landis to take it. Rockford with numbers to run, but he got kind of run into and slowed down by Perdue, and now it'll be set up slower by Rockford. Give to the left side to Landis. He'll launch a deep, deep 3. Rolls out, no good. Rebound down to Graham Blanc, right to left over the timeline with R.J. Taylor. 5.5 to go in the third quarter, 34-33. Taylor, handoff O'Mara. Left side, low feed, settled down by Perdue. Anthony Perdue drives into the lane, leaner, tough one. Too short, rebound Pokorzinski. Give it on here to DeKuyper. One-on-one with Boyd. Boyd swats it off the backboard. It'll go back the other way. Rockford saying it was a goaltend call, but Taylor's got it. Lobs for Boyd. Settles it down along the baseline. Turns the back, hook shot, short foul called. 2 fouls on Rockford. 5:06 in the third, 34-33.
Yeah. Coach Clough still arguing that would have been a goaltend on the other end, as DeKuyper and Boyd meeting at the rim. DeKuyper going to the left hand. Tough to tell if he got that off the backboard before Boyd got a piece of it, or if Boyd met it before it got to the backboard.
Coach Clough was trying his best to get a tee there for a moment. He now has turned his way back towards the bench. First one from Boyd, good. Coach Kyle Clough, one of the coaches that's pretty good at the art of the technical to help charge your team up sometimes. Now, he took one a few games ago against East Kentwood in that regard as well. Coaches with a ton of energy, part of why his team plays defense with so much energy, with the way that he encourages them on. One more at the line here for Boyd after he's knotted the game at 34. Got them both and puts his team back on top. 12 for Tay Boyd, 35-34. Bobcat lead, 5 to go in the third. Caden Lepper on the floor, carries over the timeline, defended here by Anthony Perdue. Right side for DeKuyper. Left wing Landis. Left corner Pokorzinski. Pokorzinski, feed for Lepper, out of his reach, but touched out of bounds by Perdue is the ruling. It'll stay with Rockford, right side inbounds. Lepper to throw in, 4:51 in the third, 35-34. Lepper to throw in front of the timeline here to Drake Irwin, who had 9 in the first half. Left wing, give it on to DeKuyper, feeds down left block for Lepper, out of bounds and poked out by by Perdue. It'll stay with Rockford, baseline left. 4:46 in the third, 35-34. Intensity of this game picking up big time, CT.
Yeah, it sure has. We'll see. Rams have had some success off this inbound play.
Landis in the corner, curls to the free throw line. Left wing for DeKuyper again. Michael DeKuyper jabs, angles, no look feed, cutting to the basket, Irwin. Nice feed, nice finish as DeKuyper finds him with a no look pass. Irwin finishes, and Rockford goes back on top by 1. Taylor finds some open space, pull up jumper left side, no good. Long rebound to O'Mara, left corner catch and shoot 3. Taylor missed it all short. Rebound straight down, Tay Boyd, right hand shot short, but a foul, and Boyd will go to the line and shoot 2. Foul is on Irwin. Team's third and Irwin's first.
Taylor, a couple looks, one in the mid-range, one from the corner from three-point range. Neither could go, but Tay Boyd using his size in the paint and then circle, able to get a couple chances.
Boyd misses at the line again. That's 0 of his last 3. He has got one more as Trayvon Johnson will check in. Johnson, the leading scorer for Grand Blanc. In the first half, he had 11. Boyd now has just passed him at 12. Deutsch also will come in for Landis right here. It was O'Mara taking a seat, by the way, for Grand Blanc. One more, chance to tie at the line right here for Tay Boyd, the 6'4 senior. Boyd offsets right foot in front of the left, bends the knees in front of the face free throw, rattles home, got the friendly touch on that one. He's got 13, we're tied at 36. Grand Blanc brings some full court pressure. Deutsch in the backcourt, throws right side to DeKuyper. Johnson all over his face. DeKuyper blows over the timeline on the right-hand dribble. Goes between the legs to settle it down. DeKuyper now angles right side. Quick stop, top of the key. Throws left side, Pokorzinski. Pokorzinski swings Lepper, corner Deutsch. Deutsch curls to the free throw line. Defended here tightly by Perdue. Turns the back, skips up top for Pokorzinski. Jabs, left side pass on to DeKuyper. DeKuyper into the lane, on the floor, taken by Lepper. Throws left corner to Deutsch. Drives baseline, spins at the block. Leaner, strong, but a foul. They'll get Perdue. I think that's 3 on Perdue. 3:46 in the third, 36-36.
Bobcats hurt a little bit by the loose ball. Good, the effort trying to dive for the basketball, but once the Rams had it, then Deutsch open in the corner, able to get along the baseline, spin back more towards the middle of the court.
So Deutsch, who has not scored yet, the 6'4 senior wing, has now scored. He hits the first. And Rockford goes back on top. Huddleston will check in for Perdue off that foul.
Huddleston back in for the Bobcats.
One more here for Deutsch, wears number 33 in that white jersey. White short sleeves underneath the jersey. Pink shoes to go along with the ensemble for Deutsch. Bends the knees, right hand free throw up and good, hit them both. 38-36, Rockford by deuce. Trayvon Johnson to slow it down, the 5'11 senior guard. Rockford sets up a 2-3 zone this time. Swung right wing to Taylor, back up top for Johnson. Lepper to Kuiper, the point of that 2-3 zone. Richardson dribbles, feeds to the left elbow for Boyd on the floor. Boyd rips away from the defender, feeds for a cutting Johnson. Right hand shot good, we're tied at 38.
2 points.
Trayvon Johnson able to cut free and score and knot things up.
The Rams able to poke it free. Boyd had lost the basketball for a moment, but the Rams unable to get it. Then Johnson opened up the backdoor cut.
Pokorzinski drives, right hand layup short. Foul is the call. Richardson tried to draw the charge. Instead, he drew the block, and it will be Pokorzinski going back to the line. Pokorzinski, no scoring since he had 4 threes in the first quarter of this one. He actually had Rockford's first 12 points of the game, and now he will go to work at the line.
Richardson, that's his second.
Foul 2 on Richardson. A couple changes for either team. Pokerzinski got it. The first one. He has 13 now. Some changes for either team. Lucas Pitch and Joey Pitch each will be checking in here as it'll be Lucas waiting to come in for Pokerzinski. Landis is back in the game after a rest. Irwin goes to the bench. Joe Nemechek, the senior guard, comes in for Grand Blanc. Pokerzinski goes 2 of 2 at the line. He has 14. He leads all scorers. And Rockford goes back up 2 with 3 minutes in the third. Back and forth we continue to go in this one. Taylor to the right wing. Rams go back to man-to-man defense here. Taylor drives, tough pull-up, off the glass, no. Rebound ripped down by Nemechek and given out right corner here for Taylor. Taylor defended by Lepper. Feeds Richardson, hand off top of the key to a curling Trayvon Johnson. Johnson for Boyd. Boyd stutter step at the point. Drives down the left side, jump stop, leaner, left hand, short, rebound down to Lepper. Poked and fouled from behind by Trayvon Johnson. That'll be the team's 4th foul.
For the Bobcats, number 21, Trayvon Johnson. That is his first.
That's the first on Johnson.
Second half for Grand Blanc.
Lepper defensively able to stay in front of Tay Boyd. He's putting on a bunch of moves, trying to get to the left hand. Got to the layup, just couldn't get it. Then Lepper, after that, able to get the rebound and then pick up the foul call against the Bobcats.
Short left corner feed to Lucas Pitch. Swung to the corner off an extra feed to Deutsch up top, Lepper. Right corner, Landis. Landis around the Joey Pitch screen. Gave it to Joey. Drives. Feed onto Lepper. Lepper right hand shot. Goaltend is called as Boyd swats another one off the glass, but it'll go the other way after 2 points, 42-38.
That one a little more obvious. That was a pretty clear goaltend. The right call made there.
He can get up there, though. That's the one thing we certainly have learned. Richardson, top of the key. Defended here, arm spread wide. Lucas Pitch to the corner for Trayvon Johnson. Right corner, feeds down right block to Tay Boyd. Boyd giving the back, long feed left wing for Trayvon Johnson. Rams again in man defense this time down the floor. Under 2 to go in the third. Rockford by 4. Johnson drives, right side for Richardson. Back right corner for Trayvon Johnson. Tries a deep 3. Can't hit it, too strong. Leaping rebound, Lucas Pitch. Landis to run the offense, left to right over the timeline. Feed for Deutsch, left corner. 1:43 in the third, Rockford 42, Grand Blanc 38. Deutsch up top. Defended, arm spread wide by Nemechek. Right wing for Lepper. Lepper bounces around a screen. Picked up defensively now by Taylor. Throws left wing for Joey Pitch. Pitch cut off free throw line. Hand off Landis. Landis step back long, 19-foot shot. Good. Pure down the hatch. A really, really tough shot, but he's able to knock it down.
Yeah, almost double clutched the shot. Looked like he wasn't planning to shoot initially. He was going to kick it out. So he had a little bit of space and instead transitions into a shot and makes it.
Rockford by 6 now, closing out on the final minute of the third. RJ Taylor drives and a foul is called as Landis reaches in and grabs him. 4 fouls on either team now.
That is his third.
That is the third on Andrew Landis. He will take a seat here as Pokerzinski and Kuiper are back out. Pitch also goes back to the bench. Daniel Steele, junior guard, comes on for the first time today for the Bobcats. Robert Williams also now out there. Taylor to the bench. Trayvon Johnson swings left wing to Tay Boyd. Pressure on him from Pokerzinski. Boyd drives, pull up Jay, good. Tough one from Boyd. He's got 15. It's 4-point game.
For the Bobcats, number 0, Robert Williams.
Recognition from Boyd, too. Saw Lepper set up in front of him. He was going to try to take the charge, and rather than falling for it, he goes to the pull-up.
Deutsch drives and is fouled by Daniel Steele on the reach. That'll be team foul number 5 on Grand Blanc in the first on the junior guard, Steele. 46.1 in the third, 44-40. The Rockford lead. Baseline right inbound here. To Kuiper to throw in. Right corner, Lepper on to Pokerzinski. Pokerzinski launches a 3. Off the right side of the rim, no. Race to the corner. Out of bounds. Grand Blanc takes it. 40.6 in the third, 44-40. Rams. Joey Pitch will check. Late back in for Deutsch after the play on the other side of the floor had already been inbound, even though there wasn't a whistle. Now Grand Blanc will reset things again. 40.6 in the third. Rams stick half court, man pressure right here. Daniel Steele bouncing top of the key, gave it to Trayvon Johnson. Jabs, angles into the lane, feeds left corner. Williams with space, lefty three, good! Robert Williams, the senior, knocks down a left corner triple, and Graham Blanc within one, final 20 of the third. Lucas pitch, throws left side in front of the timeline to DeKuyper. Pitch will set the screen. DeKuyper denies, goes left side, driving in. DeKuyper leaning left-hand shot, no, offensive foul. Actually, the ball's just out of bounds. I thought they were going to call a foul first. Ball just out of bounds at the end of the play, off of Rockford. Graham Blanc has it with 4.4. No, it was an offensive foul.
I think it looked like an offensive foul on DeKuyper. Yeah, I think they officially called that now.
Yeah, they just got it. Inbound pass, stolen by the Rams and pitch. Steps into a mid-range jumper, kind of some indecision on it. He gets it tipped back to him, launches at the buzzer, unable to hit it. And it's a 1-point game as we go to the final frame. Do not go anywhere.
Looking for a great place to buy a used truck or car? Check out Extreme Truck and Auto Center, located at 1098 O'Malley Drive in Coopersville. They have a huge selection of trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Stop by their lot or give them a call at 616-384-3777. You can check out their inventory at xtacenter.com.
And welcome back. Nathan Chandler with you here. Final quarter, final game of the day. Rockford 44, Graham Blanc 43. This is going to be a heck of a finish.
That sure is. Already in this third quarter, a couple different lead changes going back and forth. Imagine we're setting up for a good finish to the day, it looks like.
All right, Graham Blanc gets it down a point, right to left, across the radio dial and across the timeline. Trayvon Johnson, who has scored 13 in this one, will slow things down. Rockford goes half-court man-to-man defense once again. Thrown right corner for Williams. Williams, step back, mid-range jumper, right baseline, falls short, rebound down to Landis. 7:44 in the fourth. Thrown over the timeline to Joey Pitch. Pitch, left wing, Deutsch, swung to the corner for Pokorzinski. Pokorzinski curls up top, feeds to DeKuyper, swung right wing for Landis. Landis spins, pops a long two, got it, splashes down. Andrew Landis, another tough shot. He's got 9, Rockford's up by 3.
Now Landis showing a mid-range game that can be pretty dangerous once he's able to spin, just step inside the arc and sit a couple contested from there.
Tayboy driving into the lane, turns the back on Pokorzinski. Turns right-hand hook, no. Rebound down to Pokorzinski, given on to Landis, thrown over the timeline, out of the reach of DeKuyper. It'll go back Graham Blanc's way. Big changes here. Richardson, Purdue, O'Mara, all in for Graham Blanc. 7:07 in the fourth, 46-43.
And Nathan Richardson back into the Bobcats out of Graham Blanc.
Daniel Steele also going to come in here for the Bobcats.
Also in for the Bobcats, number 12, Daniel Steele.
Bit of a delay as Michael DeKuyper had gotten some water or something on his shoes, had to get those dried off, it appears, as he's squeaking across the floor, making sure they're all set. And RJ Taylor back on the floor will take over the Graham Blanc offense, down 3 with 7 minutes to go. Only 4 points for Taylor. This has got to be his quietest night of the year. O'Mara right wing for Steele. Steele short right corner, Purdue. Dumps a pass left wing to Steele with space. Up fake run into by Pokorzinski and a foul called. That is 6 on Rockford. 6:49 in the fourth.
Now the shot fake from Steele got Pokorzinski on the closeout. Threw his hip into him, not expecting Steele to try to drive past him.
Sorry, team 6, that's foul 2 on Pokorzinski. So Graham Blanc is shooting free throws after this the rest of the way. Rockford by 3. RJ Taylor left wing, defended here by Charlie Deutsch. Sprints by Deutsch, pull up shot, free throw line, no good, front iron. O'Mara the follow, good and 1. O'Mara tracks it down and can tie the game at the line. That's team foul number 7. The foul is on DeKuyper. Tayboy, Caden Leopard check in for the respective teams.
Basket is good by Bryce O'Mara.
Big one, though, from O'Mara on the foul in the finish.
Yeah, R.J. Taylor got at the free throw line again. Still a tough night from the field for him, but O'Mara there able to clean it up. A big three-point chance.
He got the three-point play as that one was peered down the hatch. We're tied at 46 with 6.5 in the fourth. DeKuyper crouch watching him defensively. Here is Taylor over the timeline. DeKuyper swatting at the hand of R.J. Taylor to the wing. DeKuyper up top for Lepper. Right wing Pokerzinski to the right corner for Landis. Landis up fake. Defending him is Richardson. Drives in the lane. Jump stop. Turns. Pass to the corner. Stolen away nicely by O'Mara. Exit pass over the timeline. Nathan Richardson. He'll stop left wing and give it to Taylor. Just 4 points for R.J. Taylor in this one so far. Rockford's done a terrific job on him defensively. Pokerzinski crowds him. Left corner for Tay Boyd. 2 minutes gone, final frame. Boyd starting the dribble. Turning the back on DeKuyper. Blowing him down. Offensive foul. Michael DeKuyper down to the floor. They get Boyd on the push-off. And that is now 7 on either team.
The Bobcats got the switch that they wanted. They were trying to get DeKuyper onto Boyd and get Pokerzinski off from Boyd. They did so. Boyd tried to get to the post up, but DeKuyper there.
So that is 6 on Graham Blanc still, but free throws the rest of the way now for both teams. Michael DeKuyper guarded by R.J. Taylor. Hand right in front of the ball. Right wing for Landis. Looking for a lob down low. Instead we'll swing it around the arc. Left corner DeKuyper. Steps inside. Left-hand shot. Blocked from 18 feet by O'Mara. Out of bounds. And DeKuyper grabbing at his back right there. Kind of went down to his knees a couple times. Now he's going to try to walk it off. He's back up. I think he's kind of caught something awkwardly. And now DeKuyper, the sophomore, will go back towards the Rockford bench, and Irwin comes into his place. I don't know if he caught an elbow or what happened right there, but definitely kind of caught something awkwardly in the back.
Back in for the Rams of Rockford High School.
Deutsch to throw in left corner, and back definitely starting to seize up on him. He'll go to the training table to get worked on right here, and we'll see if the sophomore guard can return quickly. Landis looks at a deep 3 left wing, defended by Richardson, now starts the dribble. Tied at 46, final 5.5. Lepper, left wing with a right-hand dribble, curls top of the key. Throws with 2 hands, right wing to Landis. Landis drives in the lane, jump stop, free throw line, exit pass, left block, pull-up jumper. Lepper hits the side of the backboard, no good. Rebound to Graham Blanc the other way with Taylor. They can take the lead here. R.J. Taylor with 5 minutes in the fourth. Taylor up top, Richardson. Swings back Taylor left wing. Pokerzinski, the defense on him. Richardson up top in between the rings. Irwin fresh on the floor of the defense. Right wing for R.J. Taylor. 4:50 in the fourth, tied at 46. Taylor, pull up J, right side. Too strong from 18 feet. Rockford the rebound. Pokerzinski with it. Again, Taylor just off the mark all night long.
That's the shot he's looking for. Gets to his spot, but it's a little strong.
Landis top of the key, defended by Richardson. Landis rocking the ball in front of the AQ logo at center floor. Gives to Pokerzinski, right wing. Launches a 3. Off the mark, too strong. Rebound on the second effort to Tay Boyd. 4:20 in the fourth, 46-46. Boyd to run the offense. Boyd across the floor to the right wing. Handoff, Purdue up top for R.J. Taylor. Skips left block or left elbow to O'Mara. Hits a cutting Boyd. Nice feed onto Richardson. Stop. Back onto Boyd down low. Boyd will spin. Boyd will take it to the basket. Block Pokerzinski, but a foul. 2 at the line for Tay Boyd, where he will look to take the lead. Past the halfway point of the fourth.
Yeah, smart from Boyd. Looked like as he was down around the left block along the baseline, he was spinning like he was going to instead go outside the arc. He was going to dribble away from the congestion in the lane, and instead quickly spun around, caught the defenders a little bit off guard, able to get to the free throw line.
All right, that was the 8th team foul on the Rams. Boyd has had some issues at the line, and he misses the first short. He's one of his last 5 now, I think, at the line. He's really struggling. Trayvon Johnson will come in here as R.J. Taylor takes a seat. Timeout, Graham Blanc before the second free throw for Boyd. 3:58 in the fourth, 46. Do not go anywhere.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly...
You've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring.
And it was covered thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, welcome back to Aquinas. Nate and Chandler, 3:58, fourth quarter, 46-46, Rockford and Grand Blanc. And one more at the line out of the timeout for Tay Boyd as he looks to take the lead. Boyd, a 6'4" senior, black and white shoes, offsets the right shoe just in front of the left. Number 1 in black. Dribbles once, spins the ball, bends the knees, flicks it up, scores it. Boyd with 16 puts his team back on top. Grand Blanc out of the timeout. Going to bring the full court pressure here. Near side inbound here to Landis. Johnson on him. Landis angles left side of the floor. Cuts back over the timeline with a quick right-hand dribble. Gave it top of the key, Pokorzinski. That was Pokorzinski's third foul, by the way, just a minute ago. Left corner, Landis, 3 with space. No good. Rebound, Deutsch. Put back, yes, off the window. Rockford back on top.
Deutsch able to clear the lane. Really, no one else from the Bobcats there to try to get that rebound. Easy putback, too.
Taylor for Johnson as R.J. Taylor is back out there. Landis loosely watching Johnson, dribbling with the left, directing traffic, top of the key. Johnson feeds left corner, Purdue. Working on the pivot foot, starts to dribble. Exit pass up top to R.J. Taylor. Taylor in between the circles. To Kuiper back out there out of the timeout. He's defending Taylor. Stutter step. Feed O'Mara, short left corner. Hits a cutting Trayvon Johnson. Can't handle it. Out of bounds. Off of Grand Blanc. Rockford ball. 2:57 in the fourth. 48-47. Nathan Richardson back in for Trayvon Johnson.
Johnson on the cut to the basket. Never really secured the ball as it bounced off his hands, and then he tried to chase it down.
Grand Blanc going full court pressure. Baseball pass down the floor from Deutsch on to Pokorzinski. Runs to the basket, right hand layup, all alone will not go. But the rebound down to Kuiper. Rockford keeps it. Lepper, right wing for Pokorzinski. To Kuiper in front of the timeline. Able to get the ball away from Nathan Richardson. Hands off in front of the timeline, right side to Landis. Turns the back on R.J. Taylor. Up top for Pokorzinski again. Pokorzinski swings right wing for Landis. Gets the screen set. Landis, to Kuiper. Right corner for Pokorzinski. Pokorzinski spins, right block, turns the back on Boyd, right-hand shot, bottom of the backboard, no. Rebound down to O'Mara. 2:23 in the fourth, 48-47. A lot of chances, but nothing doing for the Rams there.
Yeah, they get that play. They clear out the entire right side for just Pokorzinski against his defender. Unable to get the shot there, so well defended.
R.J. Taylor backs it out right wing, defended by Pokorzinski, poking on him. Jump pass, left wing Richardson, curls to the top of the key. Clapping in his face defensively is Landis. Hand off on a skip feed left wing for Taylor. Inside 2 minutes to go, Rockford by a point. Taylor, pressure coming in, goes around a screen, drives, lost the handle, up top, Boyd with space, deep three. No good front rim, rebound Pokorzinski. 1:45 in the fourth, 48-47. To Kuiper, defended by Taylor, poking in on him in the backcourt. Caden Lepper. He'll hold the top of the key. Swung left wing on to Landis on the lead. 90 seconds to go. Rockford by a point. Lepper in the wing. O'Mara crowding in on him defensively. Caden Lepper drives, cut off left block, keeping the dribble, and feeds up top for Michael de Kuiper. Inside 1:15. Timeout. Coach Clough to settle it down. 1:14 to go in the fourth. Trayvon Johnson will check in for Grand Blanc out of the timeout. We'll welcome you inside the Sturrus Center. Energy continues to pick up. This is going to be quite the finish.
Yeah, it is. Just over a minute left, and I think we're going to see a lot of action yet here in this last minute plus. I think right now Rockford at that start of that possession kind of killing the clock as much as they could, eventually get into the timeout, see what they draw up here, if they're going to try to play keep away as long as they can, or if they're going to try to score here and put themselves up either 3 points or 2 possessions.
Joey Pitch will check in here for the Rams out of the timeout as well. All right, 1:14 to go. This is where it certainly gets interesting. And we've seen Grand Blanc up the pressure, but Rockford definitely, I mean, this is a team that can play keep away pretty well. They can grind pretty well if they need to. I think the continuous goal for them will be to try to take time off the clock. Remember, Grand Blanc will have 1-and-1 bonuses coming up regardless with the next foul. So keep that in mind, though, in terms of this game could be extended quite a bit if needed to be.
Yeah, I think so. I think Grand Blanc has been, for the most part, throwing some pressure on the inbound pass for most of the night, so I think they're going to continue to throw that at them, see if they can't get a turnover. But Rockford has quite a few ball handlers that they're pretty sure-handed and that they feel pretty comfortable trying to keep the basketball away.
All right, they'll break it out. Left side, Charlie Deutsch to throw in here for the Rams. Pokerzinski, DeKuyper, Landis, and Joey Pitch all out there right here. Taylor and Tayboyd out for Grand Blanc. O'Mara, Richardson and Purdue as well. Deutsch having some issues on the inbound, lobs it up, 5-second violation. No, a timeout first. One official signaled 5, the other signals the 30-second timeout. Rockford lives to fight another day on that inbound. That was very, very close between the timeout and the 5-second call on the inbound.
Yeah, that one really could have gone either way. I think the Bobcats doing a tremendous job really defending the entire inbound play there. There was a couple different options that the Rams were trying to get to. They were originally trying to lob it into the backcourt. That was well defended, and Deutsch had nowhere to go with the basketball. Finally was just going to kind of throw it straight up into the air, and it was eventually going to be a turnover either way, but Coach Clough for the Rams just barely in time saving the possession.
It is going to be a full timeout, by the way, for the Rams. They only have full timeouts remaining, not the 30-second timeout. So 1:14 to go in the fourth, 48-47. Going to be the same setup right here. Left side inbound in the front court for the Rams. You can probably expect Deutsch to be the one to lob this one in once again. It's their same 5 that were out there a minute ago. They'll get ready to throw it in against the Grand Blanc pressure. One more time. Let's do it one more time. 1:14 in the fourth. 48-47 Rockford. Deutsch left side in the front court to throw in. Anthony Purdue to leap in front. Deutsch looking for the inbound, taking his time again. Throws into the backcourt to DeKuyper, just got it off in time. Taylor will pressure DeKuyper back over the timeline. Reach, stolen away by R.J. Taylor. Taylor to the basket, right-hand layup, too strong. He wants some contact and a foul. Taylor went down. He hit his head on the floor at the end of the play, and he's down and slow to get up. I believe the ball is going to be, actually, was there actually a foul called? The whistle just wasn't, no, it's going to be Rockford ball out of bounds off of Taylor.
Yeah, I think the official timeout, once Taylor looked like he had been potentially injured, Rams still going to get the basketball.
All right, full court pressure's on, 1:02 to go. Deutsch to throw in, got it to Kuiper in the backcourt. Pressured here by Richardson. DeKuyper spins, gave it top of the key to Pitch. Taken away here by Richardson. R.J. Taylor, right wing, fouled. He'll go to the line for a 1-and-1.
Foul Rams number 33, Charlie Deutsch. That's his second, team's 9th. Bobcats at the line, 1-and-1. Bonus arrow line.
Free throw, Taylor, good. So quick correction, while all the focus went to R.J. Taylor, Richardson had the foul. That's why you saw the scoreboard change. There was some confusion in the gym. The sides were yelling at each other what the score should be. Richardson made a shot, so Grand Blanc is on top now, 50-48 with 38.4 to go. That is one of the worst broadcasting jobs in my entire life, but it will be Taylor at the line, looking to make it a three-point game right here. And he hits.
R.J. Taylor knocks down both free throws.
So Taylor now is 6, and now a 3-point lead for Grand Blanc. Here's DeKuyper in the backcourt, followed by Taylor.
Grand Blanc by 3. DeKuyper to the basket, whips the hands free, scores with the left. So pitch will come in.
On the floor, called by the Rams of Rockford High School.
Rams electing to go quickly to try to get the 2 there and then extend this game a little bit, whether they get the turnover or have to foul here rather than going for the 3 in the tie.
All right, 27.8 fourth quarter. They need to update the scoreboard as it's a 1-point game now. So again, apologies. So Richardson had the follow at the end, which that's what my confusion and the confusion from the Rockford bench was, and what the argument from Coach Clough was he was saying that whistle came before the shot was good. That was my contention as well. They count the basket, and that is why you saw the scoreboard change. Grand Blanc goes on top. This is going to be a game that's going to be well debated, I think, by these two fans afterwards in terms of this sequence that happened. We didn't help with it, but that is what happened. There was a whistle. The basket went afterwards. I think Rockford would say that they stopped playing because of the whistle. Richardson makes the shot, and now, after the last DeKuyper basket, it's a 1-point lead for Grand Blanc. Does that somewhat describe it, I think?
That's the way I understand it, yes. I think the official blew the whistle because Taylor, after he missed his layup attempt, hit the floor pretty harshly. The official's whistle was to stop play for the injured player more than it was for the foul call. But Richardson there to clean up the miss from Taylor and put it in for the 2.
O'Mara inbounds to Taylor against the full court pressure, running right side. He's trapped in his own corner. And a timeout called by the Grand Blanc bench. 23.7 fourth quarter, 51-50, Grand Blanc by a point.
Called by the Bobcats of Grand Blanc High School. This a 30-second timeout.
30-second timeout is called, and like I said, this is there's going to be some debate, I think, about kind of some of what happened right there and some of the confusion. It kind of depends on what part of the gym you were maybe in as well. But regardless, it's now pretty straightforward, the task ahead of you for both these sides.
Yeah, I think the Rams get a chance here to try to force a turnover on the inbounds pass after the timeout. But I think now with 23 seconds, you're looking to foul. And even if both free throws are made, you've still got a chance as the clock winds down to try to hit a 3 and tie it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, 51-50. Grand Blanc leads by 1 with 23.7 on the clock. In the backcourt, far side, moving right to left, O'Mara to throw in. Got in front of the timeline here to Johnson. Johnson is grabbed and fouled by Deutsch. It'll be a 1-and-1 for Trayvon Johnson. 21.4 on the clock. Rockford giving themselves as much time as possible with the early foul right there.
His third, team's 10th.
Lepper will check in for Rockford.
Shooting 2 on the double bonus.
And a big couple of them are coming up right here for Trayvon Johnson. The senior guard has 13 already in the game. Johnson offsets the left foot in front of the right, left-handed shooter. Bends the knees, number 21 in black for Grand Blanc. Scores the first, high arcing, pure free throw. Bobcats by 2. DeKuyper also comes in. They go a bit defense for offense, get more shooting out there.
Remains at the line, 1 shot.
One more for Trayvon Johnson. Johnson offsets the feet. Left-hand free throw. Spins home.
Johnson knocks down both.
Johnson hit them both. He'll check out now as Anthony Purdue comes into his place. 53-50. Grand Blanc going to go full court pressure here, interestingly, against the Rams with a 3-point lead. 21 seconds to go. Deutsch running the floor. Inbounds to DeKuyper, left side. Giving on to Landis, right side. The right-hand dribble goes behind the back, blows over the timeline. Skip pass, top of the key, Pokerzinski. Swing to DeKuyper. Defended by Taylor. Left side, Landis. Landis, long step back 3, left wing, trying to draw the foul. It goes out of bounds, misses it all. Grand Blanc will take it. Bobcat faithful come to their feet. Johnson will come in for Purdue. Pitch will come in for Rockford. 2.4 on the fourth, 53-50 Grand Blanc. Rams have to defend the inbound here. O'Mara along his own baseline. Near side, moving right to left to throw it in. O'Mara Skips for Richardson, poked by Landis, out of bounds, last touch by Landis. He goes hands on his head, cannot believe it, saying that Richardson poked that one out. 1.3 on the clock. Bobcats keep it, and down to just a second.
Landis doing everything he could as the bounce pass on the entry. He's able to knock it free for a second in the corner. Very close there. If the Bobcats got a piece of it, or if Landis was the only one that knocked it free.
O'Mara lobs into the front court, poked by Landis. Zeros on the scoreboard. Grand Blanc survives. Well, quite the storylines to close out the first day of the showcase. Welcome to the Bates Agency postgame show. Game is going to be a little bit debated. You saw the skill of Grand Blanc come to the forefront. At the end of the day, that's the sort of very marginal win we were expecting.
Yeah, back and forth game the whole way, and all it takes is a couple breaks like that late in the game, and Bobcats come away on the positive end of that and close it out with a win.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think Rockford going to come away saying that A, B, and C went against us. I think Grand Blanc was very unhappy early as well. That's kind of how the swing of this game went. When you have such an intense game like this, I think emotions for both teams boiled over at some point in times, and Grand Blanc wins a really, really impressive one and thrilling one here. All right, one more break, and then we will wrap things up here on the Bates Agency postgame show.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
And welcome back, Nate Chandler. All right, CT, Bates Agency postgame show. Wrap us up. Give us the scoring.
All right, for the Rams, Pogrzinski 14 points, Irwin with 11, Landis with 9, DeKuyper 6, Lepper and Deutsch fourth with 4, and Joey Pitch with 2. For the Bobcats, leading scorer Tay Boyd 16 points, Johnson with 15, Richardson with 8, Taylor with 6, O'Mara with 5, and Williams with 3.
All right, final Centennial Securities player of the game, Tay Boyd, 16 big points. RJ Taylor goes quiet. Boyd really picked up the slack.
Yeah, he did. He hit some shots early on from three-point range, and then later on in the game, when the game was starting to slow down a little bit, he took over, able to use his size a little bit more down in the painted area, got to the free throw line, had some big points, and the leading scorer for the Bobcats.
All right, we made it through a long day. 4 games. At the end of the day, it's 3-1. The East Side winds up winning the first weekend of the showcase. For Chandler Timmer, everyone at Michigan Sports Radio, Michigan Game Night, I have nothing more to say. We've been talking to you since 2:30. It is now 9:30. That is too long to talk. It has been great seeing all of you. We'll see you all again. Make sure to check out MI Game Night on social media, where we'll have our schedule next week. We've got some really great matchups coming up that we will have coverage of. I have nothing more to say. Do you? You want to keep going? You're done?
All set. No, I think
he's
we're good
done
for a while.
too. What a day. Thanks to Brandon Guyton and everyone at the 2K23 showcase. Always a terrific event. All right. See you all next time.